Good morning and welcome, Namibia. Now, as Namibia observes that is Genocide Remembrance Day on May 28, which is a day today to honor tens of thousands of Ovaherero and Nama people killed by Imperial German colonial forces between 1904 and 1908. Now, commemorations including that candlelight vigil moments of silence and calls for German to finalize reparations. Now, the annual holiday marks also the 1907 closure of German-run concentration camps such as those at Shark Island following the international outcry. Now, an estimated 80% of the Ovaherero population and 50% of the Nama population perished. Survivors were subject to forced labor, starvation, and medical experiments in concentration camps, most notably on Shark Island in Lodretz. Now, in this hour, we will be crossing over, that is at Shark Island, where my colleague Lukman Klute is on standby. Equally, Bernard Kabau, youth leader and board chairperson of the Student Union of Namibia, will also be joining us later with more conversation on Genocide Remembrance Day. Now, Wakotora Rirako, who is a Herero descendant, educator and youth activist, will also share some insights on the significance of this day and the impact of genocide on affected communities, the ongoing reparations discussions, and the role of young people in preserving history and fostering national unity. Now, for our first engagement within this hour, as we commence this special broadcast that will be ensuring that we bring you coverage from all corners of the country, we will be turning our eye, that is to Lodretz, where Lukman Klute and the team is on standby to take over. Lukman, it's good morning to you and the team. We do apologize for that poor sound quality. We're doing our best to restore that connectivity and ensure that we bring you that coverage, especially that is happening at Shark Island. Specifically, we know that this area was used by the German Imperial colonial forces, that is for experiments with regards to the Nama and Ovaherero speaking people that were captured. But however, before we continue with more engagements, we'll bring you a small insight for you to gouge on. Welcome back as we continue with our special broadcast in terms of Genocide Remembrance Day. We're now crossing over back to Shark Islands where there is a ceremony where Lukman Klute is on standby to take us through. Lukman, good morning to you once again and the team, and it's over to you.
Going to give the countdown. Morning, Lord. Good morning, viewers. We are here at Shark Island off the coast of Lutherets, which is a stark reminder of the 1904 to 1908 genocide. This is the place where the genocide victims, some of them were locked up in the concentration camp and exposed to cold weather and hard labor, causing their death later. We are joined by the Genocide Technical Committee for Reparation Negotiations, Dr. Charles Azeb. Good morning, Mr. Azeb.
Good morning, Mr. Klute.
Yes. The activities for today's commemoration kick off yesterday. Can you please take us through about the activities that happened yesterday?
Thank you very much for the invitation. No, indeed, we had a very pleasant and a good engagement yesterday with the youth. Specifically, it was meant for the youth. You might know that the 8th administration is seriously embarking on empowering the youth, and that has filtered through to the regional governors who organized this event, and they have taken it upon themselves to have this program for yesterday, which was meant to inform the youth with regard to contemporary entrepreneurial events that are happening, specifically in Lutherets, but at large to the region. If I can highlight, we started with songs, hymns, and then eventually it went over to a background that was given by the governor of the Karas region, Honorable Kerte, and then subsequently we had remarks from genocide team, which includes myself, and then eventually it went over to other entities that are embarking on economic enterprises here in Lutherets and the region. If I can mention some few, the hyphen issue was explained in details, which I believe the youth understood. And the purpose of this was to let them know what are the possibilities of one, employment, two, entrepreneurial activities that they can, the spin-offs thereof. So it was a long day, but it was worth it. We started in the morning and we ended up, after 6 or so. So it was indeed a fruitful day.
What lessons can the young generation learn from this commemoration day?
We have multifarious activities there. Why do I say multifarious? Because it was genocide on one side, how it will impact the livelihoods of the individuals of the two regions, and not limited to the two regions, but beyond that. And it also dealt with business initiatives where youth should consider themselves not only for job or employment seeking, but for them to create employment, having registered companies and taking part in the economy. Those are the lessons that they might have taken. And I'm sure with so much engagement and almost all the speakers emphasizing on business opportunities that are there, I believe they have understood what they are expected to do in the mainstream economic activities.
Yes, in few minutes, the residents of Karas and Hartab region will gather here where we are seated.
Yes.
Speak to us, what can we expect during this commemoration today?
Yeah, in fact, I believe that they've already started with a parade or a march from the city center, close to where Old Mutual open space, and they will be led by the horses. Horses from Farkas will be accompanying them, coming up to Shark Island. It will be a convoy of cars and people walking on feet. Walking on feet is symbolic for me. If we consider those days, our our forefathers and mothers were driven with horses by the German colonial troops, and it symbolizes that. And it's very significant for me. That's one part. The other part is also to inform through the march that this is, or to conscientize people that this happened, and to let them know that 28th May is Genocide Remembrance Day. In a nutshell, that's the part coming to Shark Island. At the island itself, there will be a number of events. We'll have, what is it? Obviously, it's a government initiative, so the anthems will be sang, and thereafter there will be a number of speakers. Also, choirs and number of activities will be happening, but number of speakers will be graced by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Philip Kadamela, will be gracing us as the guest of honor, but there will be also other speakers. Amongst other, we will have the Herero leaders, we have the Nama leaders, we will have the ambassador for Germany, the German ambassador to Namibia, and a number of other activities will be happening.
Yes. One cannot separate the word genocide from the word reparations. Now, as a member of the Genocide Technical Committee for Reparations, please perhaps update us. How far is that process in concluding the joint declaration signing between the two governments, Namibia and Germany?
Yeah, before coming to that question, I should mention that 28th of May is as a result of the process itself. As a in passing remark. With regard to the conclusion of the negotiations, I would not be able to give a specific date, but the 8th administration under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Nandi Deidwa is adamant that this should be concluded as soon as possible. If I can, from the technical side, give you an idea, there are a number of documents to be signed, and the signing is the conclusion. Now, which documents are we talking about? The joint declaration is one of the main documents. Joint declaration is the main document, I should say, and then there are other sub-documents, such as a financing agreement, reconciliation agreement, reconstruction agreement, and disbursement agreement. And at the end, we have binational commission, which is ushering the way to a better diplomatic engagement between Namibia and Germany. So these are the documents. Now, if I can hint you technically, we are basically finished with content, conversation, or dialogue. It's just the vetting and number of other legal and other vettings that need to be done, and then we are done. But I cannot speak about a date because the president has to give marching orders, if I can say that, to the Minister of International Relations to engage the counterpart on the other side in order for them to go and sign, and I believe the signing will be in the Republic of Namibia.
Any final remarks from your side, Mr. Asap, Dr. Asap?
Yes, I should specifically, we were busy with youth. I should urge the youth to take stock of these things seriously, consider and learn from the bad or dark chapter, as you said, dark chapter, and improve on how best we can do with regard to humanity. We have a responsibility. Youth, they are the leaders. I don't want to say future. They are the leaders, and they should appreciate what happened. Not appreciate in positive terms, but should take stock of that and appreciate their future and do things the right way. This happened as a result of racism, number one. And racism is not far from tribalism. And my urge will be that people should consider to do away with these things, because these are evils that cause so much conflict in the world. That's my final remark.
Thank you for your time. Well,
You're
that
welcome.
was Dr. Asap, the member of the Genocide Technical Committee for Reparations, giving us a hint what to expect today during today's commemoration. He also highlighted on the progress on reparation negotiations and said that the administration under the President Netumbo Naidu Ndaitwa is adamant to conclude that chapter. Back to you in studio.
Was definitively bringing us this discussion from Shark Island indeed. That was our colleague Lukman Klute in Shark Island speaking to Dr. Charles Aseb on the Nama-Herero genocide, as well as today, you know, that we commemorate the Genocide Remembrance Day in Namibia. This is the second time in Namibia that we are commemorating this after the announcement made by government on the 28th of May 2024 that this will instead be the usual day in terms of commemoration, and that we should be able to have it within our calendars. We'll now continue with more conversations right here in studio. Now, Namibia commemorates Genocide Remembrance Day, a moment of reflection on one of the most painful chapters in the country's history, while also emphasizing the importance of unity, healing, justice, and remembrance for both present and future generations. Now joining us this more to help us share more on what the significance of this day means, the ongoing discussion surrounding reparations, the healing journey of affected communities, as well as the role of young people in preserving history and fostering reconciliation in Namibia, is Bernard Kavao, who is a youth leader and a board chairperson of the Student Union of Namibia. Good morning, sir, and thank you so much for making time to speak to us this morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much for having me. Indeed, Namibian youth are watching. And we continue to learn and relearn. It's a beautiful day to remember the Genocide Day. And we are grateful that it has become this significant. And most importantly, it's not only being commemorated only at the area where it was affected. It's been commemorated almost countrywide. For example, like as we speak, in Oshana, we are well informed that the Minister of Education, Youth, Arts and Culture is also in Oshana. So it's a good thing.
Indeed. Now, especially with regards to the commemoration of Genocide Remembrance Day, the significance of this day, what does it hold particularly for young people?
What it holds, firstly, we must start, what is the role of student organization? Student organizations have advocated for history that is more not only Eurocentric, but it must be Africa-centric, and most importantly, it must be based on Namibian history. As the student bodies, historically, we've also advocated that to say that even our curriculum must be, we as a country, we must be global connected, but we must be local relevant, as well as to say history must not be distorted. Now, on that basis, we started to say, in our curriculum, let us review it. Let's remove this story of drawing a locust in our curriculums. But how do we move then? It was the responsibility and the goals of the student unions. It's also the responsibility of the affected community and our parliamentarians, where we started to champion. This thing did not start today. Then we started to go to our government. And what is important, it's not about how long did it take for them to recognize. The thing is, they have heard us. Now we are commemorating, we are remembering this day. That is very much important. And then why is it important to the Namibian youth and as a country? Many young people, especially the current generation, it's at a lot of information at disposal. So if you don't promote your own history, then our generation will lose their own culture, they will lose their own identity. But here, what's most important is we must look at where we are coming from as a country. How did we reach here? In our conversation as young people, we are saying it's the past that brings the present, and the present prepare the future. Now, in this case, we are talking about independence of this country. When we speak about independence of this country, we do not want young Namibian people to feel this tribe did better or this tribe did what. But slowly, in 35 years, 36, more than 35 years of independence, we also understand that Rome was not built in a day. We also understand that we only have 360 days in the calendar year. And we need to put our curriculum, especially in our school, where we fit everything. Yeah, so it's very much important, especially for the young people, for the preservation of culture and to know where we are coming from.
Indeed. Let's talk about why it is important for Namibians to continue having conversations around genocide and its impact even today, especially maybe with regards to the descendants?
It's very much important because mostly, the most important component, we recognize that there were Namibians that started resistance against colonialism. It must tell us when did it happen. And we know history says from 1904, then that was the time it started, until it was ended somewhere in 1907 and up to 1908. So it's very much important for us to understand the resistance. And we need to remember this. We need to understand why did our ancestors, I'm saying our ancestors, because we are one Namibia, one nation. What affects the next person in Namibia, it will affect any individual. So we need to know why did they fight. But if we don't talk about, if we don't remember about this day, then we will not know what was the reason people fought.
Indeed.
But as we speak now, we know what caused the resistance.
Yes.
And we need to know also about this day, who tortured our people then. And we need to know, okay, if they were tortured, then what happened? Did people who committed this crime take responsibility? If they didn't take responsibility, then what follows? In academia, that helps now. The youth, it helps the academia to do research. That is the importance of this day, especially in an academia era.
Now, speaking especially in the academic context, you know, and perhaps not necessarily academics, but we know that it has happened. What is next? Reconciliations and reparations. Discussions around that, of course, reparations have been ongoing. We saw that this morning from the President's message that they will continue to engage until an apology, healing, as well as reparations are brought to a fair and a just conclusion. From your perspective, is there progress in terms of the reparations?
I will say that there is an amicable progress in our view as the youth, though we should feel that it's taking longer. But for a young nation, we should appreciate the technical committee that is always standing there to push the agenda. We should appreciate, especially it's more important when the government come on board and recognize this. So we feel there is progress, one by recognition of this day. Secondly, we don't want our leaders to just rush into a negotiation of ad hoc. Later, if you don't look at all merits and you regret, we may not have another chance to have these negotiations on the table. I will not say we must rush it, but rather about good negotiation, which is amicable, which is in the best interest of the Republic of Namibia, most particularly for the affected community.
Indeed. Let's talk about how the importance of healing and reconciliation in helping communities move forward from such a painful history.
This is like in counseling. When somebody is going through difficulties, you need to understand why the person is feeling so. We can also use the steps of George Bolia, where he said that for you to resolve a problem, you need to know what the problem is. You make a plan, then you make that plan to work, and then you reflect. One of the things about us young people, we always ask ourselves, why is Namibia less in population? What happened? And then sometimes you wonder, why are we still 3 million, for example, compared to the other countries? Then you ask yourself, we know we've gone for the liberation struggle. Even after that, we asked ourselves as Namibians, why is it that us from the northern side, we are more in population relevant to the Nama and Ovaherero? Then, because of history, then you remember that, because of the 1904 to 1908 genocide, that is where our population was affected. Now, when we have limited population, it also affects our economy. The power of buying, it also affects all of us. That human capital, it affects all of us. Then the moment our population is very small, it affects all of us regardless of where we are. And also we know, if we could be a lot, we know many relevant people with good skill sets, so we could contribute to nation building. Now, to answer to your question to that, how does it bring healing? Firstly, it brings empathy to us, to know that, okay, we've all contributed to the independence of this country. and it gives us empathy and strength to know that in the world where there was no sophisticated technology, where there was no sophisticated weapons, our elders have the ability, have the strength to confront a strong military German colonial rule. What does it give us? It gives us that it's resilience. It gives us that as Namibians, we have DNA that are embedded in us not to give up. It gives us an opportunity to remember that we Namibians, we have DNA to say we love our country. So if you look at during that period, you look at our academic level of where we are now, even in terms of either articulation, we're not the same compared to where we are. That also for us as young people, it gives us profound happiness to feel good that despite theory of the books where they spoke about education was brought to Africa by who, that tells us that even in terms of our indigenous knowledge, in terms of our informal education, as Namibians, we're already educated. We already have the knowledge. Indeed. That is the significance of that.
As we begin to wrap up our conversation, unfortunately, we're running out of time. Do you believe that youth are probably significantly informed about this genocide history? What can be done to educate them further? The role of young people in preserving memory and legacy of those who were affected by genocide, and how can we best in terms of remembrance, initiate discussions or issues that can contribute towards national unity and cohesion, and finally a message to share with Namibians as we observe Genocide Remembrance Day today?
Well, firstly, I think education is power, but we must not leave this only to government responsibility to tune the curriculum. It's not only at primary and secondary education that we should emphasize more over the history of this country. But fortunately, when you can ask the students of education who are doing teaching at different universities, there is where they go in more depth, and there's a discussion about genocide. And that is very important to us. And as young people, I think it's upon our disposal. We have the technology at ourselves. We have the elders that are around. We have the working library. Let's continue to engage them. And also, the most thing that either schools or university can do, let's expand education. So when we go for tourism, let's go to these memorial places so that it's no longer just about in the books. We can feel it, we can touch it, we can smell it. If we are saying there's a skull of a Namibian person that was tortured and it's back here, let's see it. That way, that memory will last with us. And the important thing, the message to the youth, this Genocide Remembrance Day must give us hope. It must give us that we are united as one nation. It must give us hope that there's no one tribe, there's no one clan, there's no one chief or so who fought for this country, but it's all of us. And this Namibia belongs to all of us. Let's protect our peace. It did not come just on a silver platter. And let's protect it, and it's the role of the young people. Young people are the leader of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Bernard Kavau, thank you as always for making time to speak to us.
Thank you very much.
Now that was Bernard Kavau, who is a youth leader and board chairperson of the Student Union of Namibia, speaking to us on what Genocide Remembrance Day actually means for Namibians. Now, we took to the streets of Windhoek to engage citizens to see as to what Genocide Remembrance Day means to them. Now, let's take a look at those voice pops.
It's important for the youth, for them to remember the history of the country and what happened to the other tribes of our nation. So that will make our youth remember and not to forget the history of the important nation of Namibia. So I think it's a good thing that we are remembering this sad day, but it's a good thing to remember them.
Genocide Hio di nga ja hindi khuna te tui kona ngu ti nga khuna tanas ka utma so tuan ga kha on je kona tanas tan khuna u
chige kaise ang habasa qoha suripchin ais ni khadi netes genocide sang an se ini kha kha khaide hatis netesa chesas unha ne chesa khimi chitkadi ne au khabagas na ne di kai chesara adi akadie ches ahui auni tuina ne hagang khwa di Namibia pi nga ne di chesang an chitkadi ne di khai di kam instidi ge ha kai sanira hakai ching an kaisa.
Our history books do not reflect the true history, especially when it comes to genocide. I feel like there's a lack of proper information that still needs to come to the now younger generation, the Gen Z generation. I feel a majority of them don't actually know what the day is about and what was fought for and why people died. So I feel like our history books now should reflect what truly happened and why this day is important to commemorate and remember.
Kaise ige a kom nediko gurigu kharu haia nechesa a che disa khabetska nediko gurigu kharu e a che sang ankas na chikhadi kam uidi hiage hadi idenira na ukuna ansa hose nechesa che die kais ngaste kain khabasa siba wa process sadang hub Namibia pitna
nechese kaise belangrik pan sira chinje neches ngasi de ko kame da jiji kam ui da jiji chije naman aisa kaise sna khadian oro na kam uisna.
Welcome back as we continue with more discussions right here on the Genocide Remembrance Day that is taking place today, the 28th of May 2026. This is the second time we are commemorating ever since government announced. Now, as we continue to observe Genocide Remembrance Day, it's time to reflect on one of the darkest chapters in the country's history, while also recognizing the importance of justice, healing, unity, and remembrance for generations to come. Now, as the nation continues conversations around reparations, reconciliation, and preservation of history's memory, the voices and descendants of young leaders remain crucial in shaping and understanding and promoting healing. Joining us this morning is Wakotora Rako, a Herero descendant, educator, youth activist, who will share more insight on the significance of this day and the impact genocide on the affected communities, the ongoing reparation discussions, and the role of young people in preserving history, fostering national unity. Good morning, sir, and thank you so much for making time to speak to us this morning.
Thank you so much, and I'm very honored to be able to put my insights about this historic day, a monumental day, which led to the overall independence of this country.
Indeed. Now, young people are key to these conversations. As an educator and a youth activist, explain to us the significance of Genocide Remembrance Day. As you know, many young people might not fully understand it, may not be able to relate to it. Some might be thinking, this genocide happened more than 100 years ago. Why should we commemorate it?
No, as they say, or those who don't learn from history are bound to repeat it. And every present moment and significant success we have had as a country is impacted by the earlier forebearers and our forefathers that held the torch. And when you see that, we always talk about a claim saying that the young people are the leaders of tomorrow. But any leader that is able to lead tomorrow must be able to know, how do we come to this? Who paid the ultimate sacrifice for us to be able to have access to education, where even at tertiary level we are talking about free education and so on. But that could not have happened if we did not start the first Nama, Herero, to stand up and say we are opposing the disposition of land. We are opposing an imperial Germany to take over our land. It's that spirit of fighting injustice that has then led to the overall independence of the country.
In your view, especially being an educator and youth activist, and also someone that has rich history, especially in your time in Nanso, why it is important for genocide history to remain part of our educational and also public discussions?
It's very important because we hear reparations. Because right now we have dissenting views and the different views where we are divided about reparations and things like that. You can only understand these issues when this becomes public discourse. And if it becomes public discourse, I remember even in our time when we were in Nanso, we will organize things like National Conference on Education, issues that pertain to national. Why did we organize National Conference? Because it's only when people put in input, that's when you are able to dissect the issue for what it is. Because sometimes there's insensitive views that are thrown about the genocide issue, where you find somebody says, no, they just want money. It's not about money. lives were lost. 80% of particular tribes were wiped out. And this has led to a generational poverty that these descendants still live into, and there's a living reality where there's trauma and things that are still happening. So when you do that, you do away with some of the people. They don't speak because they mean to be insensitive, but it's the lack of understanding. And understanding can only happen when discourse and more light is brought to the genocide issue.
Let's talk about staying with that, preserving history and knowing that, so that younger generation can know and better be informed. How can then schools, perhaps communities and youth platforms contribute to preserving memories and lessons from genocide?
I believe with the young generation, Generation Z and them, we have to go to where they are. We have powerful tools such as social media. How do we package the narrative of I've seen, I think he's a gentleman also who's part of the NBC, Mr. Leslie Shiweda, who has attempted to reenact the history of Odombudo Vindimba, what happened there with the extermination order. Somehow when you package it in a movie, when you package it as a reel, or because these people have a concentration span also. They can't watch something for 1 hour or stand and watch listen to a lecture like me and you. So you have to go, we have to try to package it in a way and a language that they understand. And once they start to see that, then they're able to relate to it, and then discourse can start from there. Now,
from an activist perspective, is enough being done in terms of healing, reconciliation and justice for affected communities?
I would. It's very sad to say. We applaud the process that have started of talking with the German government. But what is disheartening is the offer which came, the 1.1 billion. And it's a start, but when you quantify that to what was lost, because what is justice? Justice has to do with restitution.
There must be restorative.
Yes. So now what was lost by these affected communities? It was land, and if you know, how do you quantify land? Some of this, you find again also in modern Namibia where people are saying we must not talk about ancestral land. But when somebody has occupied land that was dispossessed from somebody else and handed over to somebody else, you have to talk about, it's a multifaceted approach. It's not just about the reparations that must be given. It's about these affected communities. How do you then distribute this land? Let's do a comparative analysis, Lord. When you look at what the German government offered to the Jews, it's a case in point. And if you do by proportion, and proportionality in terms of the people and the lives they lost in terms of the Jews and what was offered there and what was offered to our Namibian government, is a complete categorization of the Nama and Herero descendants to a sub-level of existence.
So you think it's a race issue?
It's a race issue because why would you offer 1 billion a year to the Jews there? But when you come to us, you say 1.1 billion, not in 1 year, Lord, mind you, that is over a period of 25 years to 30 years.
And mind you, that is 1 billion Namibian dollars as compared to €1 billion, and over 90 billion has been paid to the Jews. As a matter of fact, after the Hamas attack that led to the conflict back then between Israel and Hamas, the Jews again continue to receive payments from the German government in fear of possibly a repetition of that. So there seem to be disparities which we are not happy about that is coming in terms of reparations.
And speaking of that, Lord, that's where you are also, you are disheartened by language of our government, where they say we have to quickly rush this just in case they change their mind. Who are they to change their mind? We are seeking reconciliation, and reconciliation only happens after healing and complete acknowledgement. And what I have said, for me to forgive you, Lord, your actions must warrant remorse. And one of those steps that Germany must take is one where they say, no, we acknowledge, and what was lost is almost proportionate to what these descendants were able to, to do away with. So once you see that, then we can begin these conversations around healing, reconciliation, and reparations. And then also the inclusion part, Lord, as an activist, is what I am very disappointed with. Most of the time, the Nama and Herero genocide descendants hear announcements from State House together with the rest of the country. The few representatives that are there, you cannot take 1% of a Nama, 1% of a Ovaherero, who's aligned with the opposition already, who served at the discretion of the president to be able to speak on behalf of the majority of the people. Because then you exclude the 90% that is there. So that's why I remember there was even a call by the Okanjode Chief Assembly, which requested for a national dialogue to ensure that all views are incorporated. We speak. When we go out there and talk to somebody who did an injustice to Namas and Hereros, we speak one language. But how was that received? The train has left. Let's try to quickly rush the deal. We can't rush a deal with such proportions, with so many people and so many lives lost.
I think maybe to provide context to discussions that we saw today, the message from the head of state indicating that consultations are ongoing and that the government is committed to ensuring that there is a just and conclusive issue, which includes an apology, again speaking to the issue that you mentioned, restorative peace, as well as the issue of reparations.
Yes.
So it's an issue that appears not to be finalized, and I'm sure that those ongoing discussions will come to ensure that some of these issues that you have addressed are at the centerfold, so that we can have a just conclusion that benefits, the people of Namibia and ensure that justice is done. But in terms of reparations, from what we pick up is that you indicated that, reparations are an important topic in these discussions. In your view, what does meaningful reparative justice look like for descendants and affected communities today?
It has to do with restitution. That's when you can say reparations have done their due. Number one, we have heard of developmental aid. And mind you, since the independence, we have had developmental aid from the GIZ and German organizations and German government itself. And this was distributed and facilitated by government. And sometimes it did not go to the very people who were meant to benefit from these particular initiatives. That this, where I come from, we have from Omaheke to Erongo to Sholonjupa to Okunene. We have Herero, you go to Karas, and...
I must interrupt you briefly. Yes. We have crossed over to the Rongo region, where our colleague Stefan Uirab is on standby to give us an update as of to that program that is due to happen in the Rongo region. Stefan Uirab, good morning, and it's to you and the team.
Without the newsmaker... Oh, yes. Swakopmund joins the rest of the country to commemorate the remembrance of the genocide here in Swakopmund. So as you can see behind me, the officials are led by the traditional leader to go to the gravesite to observe peace and quietness and pay some homage and respect to the lives that were lost during the genocide of the Ovaherero and the Nama people. So we will come back to you again, and then we'll give you a little bit of insight on what the day is holding. The event just started now. The energy is so great. A lot of people have really come in numbers to pay homage. Over to you in studio.
Well, Stefan Uirab and the team there, thank you for coming to us live there in Swakopmund in the Rongo region. Festivities, commemoration ceremony is about to start as we see people are arriving indeed. That is with regards to also the earlier call that was made by the governor calling on all inhabitants in the Rongo region to ensure that they do attend, and it looks like as if they have heeded to that call. Now, Ms. Wakotora, we were talking about the issue of what meaningful reparative justice looks like for descendants and their affected communities.
Yes, those are great visuals, by the way. We salute Honorable Mamberwa for tabling this. We salute the legacy of Chief Koimari Wako, who tabled the genocide motion, who attracted the whole world to even talk about this. That is just a comment by the wayside. We saw those visuals in Swakopmund. Now, speaking of reparations, restitution is key. What was lost and who also distributes this reparation? Because what we have seen in the past, must be a learning curve, because we have seen developmental aid which was given to sometimes some areas and not to everyone that was affected by this. So there must be a fair facilitator in terms of what happens. I believe a needs assessment needs to be done. Where is the greatest need by these two affected communities? When you speak of the land that was taken, when you speak of cattle, because these two communities pride themselves in farming. In the down south, they are great small stock farmers. Up to the Ovaherero people, great cattle herders. But then when you take the livelihood of these people, what mechanisms can we do to be able to match the lifestyle of these particular things? Because sometimes you build a building there or a multi-purpose center, but how does that generate into ending circles of poverty which genocide have created? Because while a German child born has generational wealth from genocide, there is a Nama child and a Herero child who was born into generational poverty as a result of the same genocide. So how do we equalize that equilibrium? That's where the needs assessment needs to be done, and the facilitation must be done to be able to distribute this to the very people. And we have already have a case of Kufut, we have a case of all these other cases where government was the facilitator of some funds that was meant for a particular funds, whether it was from the UN or it was from the South African government before independence, and sometimes we have issues of missing funds. How do we do our way to ensure that those particular reparations and history also teaches a lesson to be able to say we have an internal mechanism also that will facilitate government and the affected communities to ensure that the reparations get to the very people that deserves it?
That deserves it. That perhaps maybe again goes back to the... We are crossing over once again to the Rongo region, where Stefan Wirab is on standby at the gravesite to share some update again. Stefan, it's back to you and the team.
Yes, we are coming to you back from Swakopmund. As you can see behind me, the elderly are asking for permission to enter into the graveyard to pay homage to the lives that were lost, and to also show respect, love and unity amongst themselves. So they are led by Master Kape, one of the traditional leaders here in Swakopmund. I will allow the camera operator to observe and this beautiful visuals. Now they will enter into the graveyard, led by the traditional leaders.
With the respect, I think the president will be keep us everyone just be quiet for a moment. And all of us, we are moving in this direction until to the...
Yes, now they will observe a moment of silence. They will observe a moment of silence.
And then we come back to start our official program. Thank you so much.
We do apologize as we seem to be losing some connectivities, and we hope to have that restored in a moment, and so that we can continue to share those visuals. Those rituals that are being performed are important, and hence these discussions that we have are meant to inform us and educate to us in terms of that process. Now we hope to, seems to be that we are getting better visuals this time around, and we will take you back to that, Stefan and the team. Okay, we continue in studio with our discussions here. Now, Mr. Rako, let's talk about how young people can use activism and perhaps dialogue to promote unity while still acknowledging the painful realities of the past.
Yeah, I would say for too long, young people have been sidelined. They are spectators instead of being partakers. And we need youth voices in terms of what does genocide mean to a Namibian child, to a Nama Herero descendant who's 18 years old, who's 17 years old. And as we do that, we don't exclude, because this is an issue, it has left the two communities now. The Remembrance Day was made in such a way so that it brings it to a national level where we have national discourse on this. So we can have public lectures. We can have a series of engagements at where young people are, our higher institutions of learning. To what extent does the history department, for instance, go to ensure that education does happen? There is a vivid depiction of what transpired on that particular day. The schools, now they are reopening, I believe, next week, Monday. What happens in terms of taking them to this? Because I have seen the history textbook, the Namibian history textbook. The Ovaherero and Nama genocide is but a subheading in the textbook of our learners, and they know more about Marcus Garvey than our own Vedbo in terms of their contribution. So how do we ensure that and I think Bernard Kavau spoke about Afrocentric depiction of history, because I remember, the analogy that says, as long as the story of the hunter is never told, it's only the lion's story that will be shared. So why is that important and relevant to us? We have generations upon generations who don't know who they are and where they come from. And we need to go to where they are in their own spaces. And instead of, because I've seen that sometimes you organize a public lecture and only 10% pitch up. How do we then also try to bring it to a social setting where young people congregate and we are able to have discussions around genocide? Only then, when we speak their language and go to where they congregate, that's when we can involve young people to talk about unity and the issue of genocide.
Indeed. Now, finally, a message of healing and remembrance, especially, and also nation building, considering that we are commemorating Genocide Day today. What would you like to share, especially in this regard, with young Namibians who might be watching right now?
I would say the freedom that we enjoy right now came with the ultimate price that our forebearers paid. When you hear that a woman was given a skull of their own husband to peel off, it brings shivers to you. And to know that another person did that so that we can enjoy independence and freely accomplish our ambitions in a free Namibia causes all of us to pause and remember and honor their memory, and also inspire us. If they were able to go and stand up against Imperial Germany, which was 3 times in terms of machinery against what they had, but their resolve and courage was able to make them defeat Imperial Germany. What will stop me and you lot to be able to meet the challenges that Namibia has right now?
Indeed. Well, Wakotogora, Rako, thank you so much for making time to speak to us this morning, and please, we will continue to stay updated with regards to what those reparations negotiations will unfold. Thank you so much for having me. Okay. Now, that was Wakotora Rako, who's an educator and youth activist, speaking to us about the Genocide Remembrance Day and of what it means for ordinary Namibians, and especially why young people should get involved to ensure they have an understanding of this history. Now, seeing there in the background, we're seeing your visuals of Stefan Oirab and the team who have been granted permission after those rituals were being performed and are making their way, that is, to the grave site as we commemorate Genocide Remembrance Day, the 28th of May, 2026. We leave you with some of these visuals. In the meantime, when we get to return, we continue with more conversations right here on this special edition of Genocide Remembrance Day. you can see there in the background as we observe Genocide Remembrance Day, those visuals coming to us live, that is from the Rongo region. We're seeing also the Governor Natalia Kwahoses, who is a governor of the Rongo region, amongst those making their way to the grave sites. First of all, permission had to be granted, was granted, and they have now arrived at there. That is a burial site, grave site, pardon me. And as we continue to observe Genocide Remembrance Day, we'll keep updating you from across the various parts of the country. Now today, as Namibia observes Genocide Remembrance Day, it's a moment to reflect on one of the darkest chapters in the country's history, the 1904-1908 genocide committed against the Ovaherero and Nama people during German colonial rule. The day not only honors the memory of those whose lives have been lost, but also highlights the ongoing conversations around justice, reparations, human rights, and reconciliation. Joining us today is a legal expert who will share insight into the legal and human rights dimension of genocide remembrance and what meaningful justice looks like for those affected communities more than a century later. We are now joined this morning by Norman Chombe, who is a human rights lawyer. Good morning, sir, and thank you so much for making time to speak to us.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me.
Okay. Now, for the sake of our viewers, especially when it comes to restitution and reparations, that also form part of our earlier conversations. But from a legal and human rights perspective, the significance of Namibia commemorating Genocide Remembrance Day for the second time this year, what does that mean?
Well, firstly, the very fact that we have declared a day to commemorate the genocide is quite significant in the sense that as a nation we take it very serious. It's part of our culture that we would celebrate or commemorate this day. It bestows dignity on those who have died, who suffered from the genocide. It bestows dignity on those who have survived and the generations that came from there. So it's important that as a nation that a legal instrument was used in order to declare a particular day as a day for the commemoration of the genocide. So that's important for that. And it's important for future generations and for present discussions of how do we frame this, how do we package this whole issue around genocide. It's unfortunate that it came 35 years late after we have obtained independence. Genocide is more than a century ago, was a very, very significant event that changed the trajectory of our country to a very, very large extent. And it's really, really disappointing that only 35 years later it has been there. But as we say, the best time to have planted a tree 30 years ago, the second best time is now.
It's now.
When we have done it, and we need to take it forward from there.
Now we need to ensure that that tree nurtures and go in the direction that we want it to.
Indeed.
How does international law address especially issues of historical injustice such as the 1904-1908 Ovaherero and Nama genocide, particularly in relation to reparations and accountability?
As you know, the Convention on Genocide was only enacted by the United Nations in 1948. And there is a large debate that that particular genocide does not deal with the past. It is not retroactive. It's not retroactive, and as a result, it doesn't deal with the genocide of the Ovaherero and Nama in 1904 to 1908 or 1909. And that's perhaps a very narrow view of how this matter has been looked at. As we know, the Genocide Convention came about because of the Holocaust of the European Jews in 1941 to 1945. But yet it applies to that genocide or that Holocaust, although it was enacted after it, obviously soon after it in 1948. But laws are made by men and women. Justice is not. Justice is innate to all of us as human beings. Human rights are innate. They don't start operating from some time when some body of people, whether it's the United Nations or a parliament or the European Union or a government, decides, look, we will now have human rights. Human rights are there because we were born a human being. And at the time in 1904, when the genocide started in Namibia, there were human beings. Those people were human beings, and as a result of that, the genocide was was committed against them. And so is, justice. And I'm not talking about the law. Laws are made by human beings. Justice must apply to those who suffered the genocide, even if it's 100 years ago.
Now, when you're talking about specifically perhaps the point where you mentioned that this convention might not necessarily be applicable to the Nama and Ovaherero people, in that context, perhaps that is not news that most Namibians who are watching right now may be willing to hear, and perhaps might be thinking, is this possibly maybe a justification for those who might be saying, wait a minute, we might say that we are sorry, but this does not apply to you, and that maybe you might not be entitled to reparations, and which is not what we are saying, but this is an interesting perspective that you have shared in the context of legal processes. And maybe just to break it down for those that were watching, when you say it's not applicable, what does that mean?
Well, certainly the German government, that's their stance. It's that the Convention against Genocide, the Convention for Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, doesn't apply retrospectively. As a result of that, we cannot rely on that genocide. But that genocide came about because that Convention against Genocide came about because of people lobbying that it must apply to the Holocaust. There's nothing wrong for us.
Sorry to cut you short, Norman. And then they applied it to the Jewish.
As we speak now.
Why does it appear to be different now, specifically when we are speaking about people of color, if we want to be politically correct?
No, you're absolutely. It's because of geopolitics.
Yes,
we are black.
Why does it matter now because it's Ovaherero and the Nama speaking people?
No, I don't make any excuses for saying that. Geopolitics is the result of that. The victims of the genocide and those who are campaigning for reparations, for recognition, etc., of that genocide of 1904 to 1908 are black people. They are not being seen as human enough to be afforded the protections of the Convention against Genocide of 1948. That's the reality. And we have to work twice as much, 3 times as hard as those who campaigned for recognition of the reparations and the like for the Holocaust, simply because we are black people.
And the Holocaust of the Jews still continue to receive reparations to this day.
And as of today, the German government continues to pay reparations in various forms, compensation, etc., to the State of Israel, to various bodies that are representative of the Jew community, and they must do that. I'm not saying that Jews are not entitled to that. They are entitled to that. But the Ovaherero and the Nama are equally entitled to the recognition, very important, the recognition that that was a genocide, and it had profound impact on people. 120 years later, people are still suffering from the aftermath of that genocide. So as a result of that, the reparations are extremely, extremely important and necessary in the context of Namibia. But if you look at it from a quantity perspective, the number of people that were killed, 50% by many accounts, 50% of the Nama community, 60 to 80% of the Ovaherero community were killed at a time, that number. Now, if you do that to any community today, that would cause a world war, because that's just atrocious. You cannot kill so many people and just walk away from it. So if one has to look at, to see in numbers who suffered the most, then obviously those communities in Namibia have suffered tremendously, and an increased focus must be on them to repair what was done wrong to them.
Yet we want to play double standards when it comes.
Indeed.
Now let's talk about the fact that although Germany appears to be playing double standards, they are acknowledging a genocide in 2021. Yet many descendants argue that justice has not really fully been achieved. In your opinion, what would constitute perhaps meaningful justice in this case?
Well, meaningful justice will. There are many pillars that we have to look at, and we have to look at not the genocide in Eastern Europe, and the genocide in the Armenians and Camel Roo, and had all different aspects to it. And there's no one-size-fits-all solution to all of these problems. So we have to look at, for instance, in Namibia, where those communities have lost land. they have been decimated. As we say, up to 80% of communities were killed in most brutal ways. Water wells were poisoned, they were starved, they were thirsty, they were driven into the Kalahari Desert, their cattle taken from them, their land taken from them. And we have to look at what sort of reparations must be there. Obviously, compensation must be there. Restitution must be there. We have to look at restoring land ownership to those communities who have lost land. It's not an impossibility, and people look at it, the generations who are on that land today may not been party to that genocide. That's besides the point. The point is that we have to look at the restitution, returning land ownership, paying for the cattle, the livestock that have been lost, at figures updated to today, taking into consideration inflation and the like. But most importantly, days like today, that is commemorating the remembrance of genocide, it's important that we do education. Education is not just a question of knowing, but it's also that those who now know, who have the knowledge, would lobby even better. The deprivation of information, of education, is perhaps the result why we are only 36 years later starting to see some meat around the bone talking about reparations, talking about remembering this day, remembering genocide. Remember, the day is just a day that was picked, that had some significance in that time span of about 4 years to 5 years of a genocide. There are many days that we could have picked, and I'm not saying that the others are less important. They are indeed important. Of any day, the Battle of Waterberg, the day that the extermination order was issued, the second extermination order. We also know that Bottleswart's Nama had an uprising that ultimately led to the 12th January uprising by the Herero, because the German soldiers went to the south and left about 700 or so in the area, and then the Herero soldiers then took advantage of that numerical advantage that they had. So what the Bottleswarts did in the south is a day that we should remember. We should appreciate the efforts that were there. And certainly, as a previous speaker also here, that gave the momentum for the resistance that throughout the many years has led ultimately to the independence of this country. So the genocide has been the most significant event in the history of Namibia. And we need to educate present and future generations around that. But also that the sense of justice would come from there, is that those people were human beings. And they're entitled to protection, and they're entitled to be remembered by us and future generations.
Indeed. Now, those visuals that we're seeing there on your television sets, those are various delegations in various towns who are visiting various grave sites in recognition of Genocide Remembrance Day. We do know that it has happened on multiple places. So those are symbolic visits that are being done by various leaders in the country to ensure that, this is part of education, it's part of also sharing those sites with people so that we know where these atrocities were committed. Now, in terms of legal challenges, what are some of the legal challenges that arise when, you're pursuing reparations for atrocities committed, especially more than a century ago? You mentioned one. These challenges, how can they be addressed perhaps under modern international legal frameworks?
Yeah, as I said earlier, laws are made by men and women sitting in a parliament or sitting at the United Nations General Assembly, etc. What we need to look at is a sense of justice that is there. And as I said, human rights are not what a government tells you have. We didn't have our human rights
are inherent.
Yeah, we didn't. The current human rights system that we have in Namibia, we didn't got it on the 21st of March 1990. We're human beings prior to that. And so is that Herero and that Nama, who was killed in the desert. They were human beings and they had human rights from that time. So the sense of justice that we must have must recognize that those people are human beings. And when we talk about reparations, when we go to the courts, those courts must enforce that what was justice at the time. And no person was less human 100 years ago. They were equally humans as we are now. And I believe that we should enforce the laws of justice in that sense, you know.
Now, we know that in your view, how important is the inclusion? This issue seems to be coming out that it's the inclusion of affected community descendants in negotiations and decision-making relating to reparatory justice.
Look, I mean, we can't speak on behalf of people without them being involved. If there are those affected communities, the survivors, the generations of those who came after those who were killed during the genocide, are not part of the discussion, then what are we saying? We don't have, in any democracy, we don't have a top-down approach. We have a bottom-up approach always. It's always people-centered. It's always those who are affected that must drive the bus. They must be the one who determine the destination, and they must determine the speed of the journey, not other people, even if it's people from that community. They must be representative. They must consider the views and opinions of those who are affected. Otherwise, there's no buy-in from the affected communities, and the project will fail most certainly.
Sorry to interrupt you, Norman. I understand that the chief Kosob is speaking at the monument site there, and where Pastor Frederick is translating from the coast. And so we had to head over, that is to Stefan Uirab and his team. Stefan, it's over to you.
Wanted to find out what kind of a weapon was being used, that were being shot and only killed certain races and not everyone. There were two names that stood out in the Treaty of Fontrota that was identifying the Namas and the Ovahereros, but it was meant for everyone that was settled in this area. In my speech, you'll people. People, me included, standing here, I deem to see them as the future elders of our country. I will address, we must work together without any vision, without any kind or any form of division, that we must stay together and work together. I want to give thanks that whilst I'm still alive, currently that I'm standing here today and observing the commemoration of those that are buried here, our ancestors that are buried here. I want to give thanks therefore.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right.
That was Chief Justus who's speaking there at the Ovaherero and Nama monument site there in the Rongo region, also giving thanks to those the lives that were lost, that obviously led to our independence, and also saying that he's grateful that while he's still alive, having an opportunity to visit this monument site, and also what it means in an ordinary and modern Namibia. Now, Norman, we were discussing, especially around the process of relating to restorative justice in the context of that where we are today, and involving descendants and the affected communities in negotiations and decision-making process. How important is that?
Yeah, it's important that we involve the descendants. As I said, we cannot do something in the name of others without involving those others. They must be in the forefront of the discussions. It's their interest that ultimately must be cemented in whatever outcome there will be, whether it's an agreement, an instrument, what sort of reparations must be there, to whom those reparations must go, what type of projects or programs must be undertaken in order to implement whatever the reparations agreement was, must be in the name and because of them. Those are the descendants of the affected communities. Very important. When we say affected communities, we're obviously looking at those who have been, who are the descendants of the people who suffered from the genocide. But at the same time, we should not look at it narrowly and say it has nothing to do with any other community in Namibia. It has everything to do with what we call Namibia. From the Caprivi Strip all the way to Lüderitz, to Oranjemund, to Noordoever, it's a matter of concern for every single Namibian that we need to, firstly, remember the genocide, acknowledge it, acknowledge the impact it had on people, and lobby and campaign together as one unit called Namibia to make sure that we ultimately have a fair and reasonable reparations.
Now we know that genocide remembrance also often described as a step towards healing and also reconciliation, but legally and socially, what does this role, play in preventing future human rights violations?
Yeah. And that's where I wanted to come to, is that when we talk about all of us together on this boat, we would then appreciate the impact that genocide had. We would appreciate the impact that death on one has and the impact that it would have on the others who might not be directly affected to it. And that might actually, and not might, it will certainly contribute to inculcation of a culture of human rights for the respect of the next person, so that we don't kill each other. We don't, because we have cultural, linguistic, religious differences, that we would appreciate, in fact, the diversity. And Namibia is actually a very good case study for the unity in the diversity. It has been a case for the last 36 years, thanks to people like the former president, the founding president, Sam Nujoma, where he preached reconciliation, he preached one Namibia, one nation. And I think most of us, if not all of us, have been going into that direction. And we should cement it, we should nurture it, so that generations to come would never, never do what happened in 1904 to 1906.
Indeed, we hope it never happens ever again. How do you assess Namibia's ongoing negotiations right now with Germany regarding reparations, and if there is advice that you would give, especially with regards to the legal instruments that should guide these discussions moving forward?
Well, at the outset, I did mention at the outset of this interview that it's disappointing that we only now have arrived at this point, which is really just the beginning of a very, very long journey that we would have to undertake. But we are here now, so we need to look at what we can do with it. The offers that were made by Germany are terrible. I mean, they have simply, there's absolutely no acknowledgement of that it was a genocide, and that the impact of it was so profound that today, 120-something years later, we still see it every day in life in Namibia. Generational poverty, the cycle of poverty continues with black children of the Ovaherero and the Nama. They have no land, and we can see if we go now today and look at a child whose parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents had land. There's a massive economic difference between that child and one who grew up in a squatter camp. And in Namibia, a country that had a democratic government since 36 years ago, it is said that the majority of people still live as squatters in this country with no land to their name. And land is a very important economic catalyst, that from there you can build wealth. Had it not been for land, had it not been that land is important, the Germans would not have come to Namibia. They came because they were scrambling for land, and that was ultimately the scramble for Africa's land and resources. The resources are in the land. And unfortunately, we still very, very far from that. So when we look at these negotiations, the most fundamental aspect that has to be looked at, and that has to be agreed by all negotiating parties, justice. Justice for the descendants, justice for those who perished in the genocide. If we take it from there and we understand that that's the foundation, and we not go below that, then it will be much easier to negotiate for a meaningful reparations agreement.
Indeed, so I have to catch you again, once again, Norman. We are crossing over to NBC report Ngariye Kavari, who is in Ochinene constituency in the Maeke region, joins us at the heritage site to give us an update as to how the genocide remembrance activities are unfolding. Kavari, good morning, and it's over to you and the team.
Thank you very much. Today is the historical day amongst the Ovaherero and the Nama communities in Namibia, as they are marking on celebrating or commemorating the genocide war that kicks on 1904 to 1908. And as we are standing now, we are in the Ochinene constituency at one of the historic Odombudo Windimba issued the extermination in 1904, the second, to state that all the Ovaherero, whether be assisted here by history, and it's a long history, as we know, and today everyone is here in the Omaheke region, including Khomas region and the Kavango East, and we are having the Honorable Right Prime Minister of Namibia that will be the keynote speaker of the day among the dignitaries that are in Ochinene to remind, to reflect on what has happened in this area as we are talking the genocide war. Earlier, before we came to Odombudo Windimba itself, we started off in Ochinene at one of a well-known area, or a tree known as Gaudepo, where the group or the troop of the Germans, the Ovaherero people and all who were around this area. So it's one of the historical area also where we touched on before we came here. But as we are here at Odombudo Windimba, there are wells around here that were present by the German general troops, so that to ensure that all the Ovahereros that were here can be seized. But they survived the Battle of Ohamakari. They survived all the battle before they came here and then proceeded to Botswana. But on my right hand, I am with a General Ovet of the Red Flag to give us a little bit, Ochinene Kaitheka Toromba, to give us a little bit that we are in Ochinene, we are at Odombudo Windimba, and he's wearing an attire that can reflect to us that today they are talking about the genocide and the commemoration. Good morning.
Good morning, Ngariye. I'm here standing here close to you, and I'm wearing these clothes because of the fact that we were killed by the Germans, and they were wearing these clothes. So today we are commemorating, we are remembering the death of our ancestors here, and the war is not over yet, because we are having children who are coming up.
We do apologize that we're having some network challenges. We hope to regain that connectivity to Ngariye Kavari, who is at Odombudo Windimba Heritage Site there in Ochinene constituency in the Omaheke region. We're expecting that Right Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Elia Ngurare to deliver the keynote address. However, we continue our discussions here, and once we receive those visuals, we hope to take you back. Now, Norman, besides the compensation, what other forms perhaps of restorative restorative justice should be considered to address possibly the long-term effects of this colonial genocide on the affected communities. Because, I mean, over 120 years, they've lost out on the cattle that they have that could have remultiplied. They've lost out on the land that could have been productive. As a result, generations and generations after that continue to live in poverty.
Yeah. Financial compensation is obviously important, but it's not the only important one. Equally important are the other elements of reparations. As I said, restitution because of the genocide, it's important, but also truth-seeking. What we don't have, and that's, if you work through towns like Swakopmund and Lüderitz, you will always see on the buildings a date, a year, 1907. That's the day that, or the year that the building was erected, that was constructed. But we don't have any names of the people who worked on it. And we can assume that because it happened during the genocide time, and there's some historical accounts to that, that they actually used slave labor from the concentration camps to do buildings. In fact, the railways in the country was built with slave labor of people who were brought from the concentration camps. In fact, private companies were allowed to have concentration camps also and use the labor there, cheap slave labor from the concentration camps. And the mortality rate was high. It was up to 80% of those in those concentration camps would die. If I ask you now for a name of any one person who died in a concentration camp, we don't have that. If I ask you for where are the graves of this, we have the mass graves around the country, but we don't have individual graves. We don't, and even those in those mass graves, we don't know their names. We don't know the day that they died. The records are there. The Germans kept very good records. There are a lot of artifacts in Germany that should be in Austria that should be repatriated back to Namibia. These are all elements of reparations. It's a truth-seeking, that reparations of artifacts. We need a proper and accurate recordal of history. Who did what, when, and by whom? Where the Battle of Waterberg, it was not taught in any subject, particularly not history, at schools, at university. We need to commission studies so that these can be integrated in our curriculum. It can be integrated in the national discourse, the conversations that we have. We should be able to know who was in command at Waterberg, who was the hero there, driving the troops and directing the troops, who was killed at a water well in the Kalahari Desert. We need all of those historical accounts. We know that a number of Ovaherero communities live in Botswana as a result of fleeing into Botswana. At the time it was a British protectorate, where they went to seek refuge. We need a history from there. We know that a lot of the Herero moved on to what is now called South Africa and the northern, what was called the Northern Transvaal, that are still there, speak fluent Herero, have integrated into those communities. We want to know their history. We want to know who they are and how did they came about there. What do they do now? Do they face any discrimination? What are the advantages, disadvantages of living in countries where they went to seek refuge? It's important that we have the full picture of what happened to our men and women and children in those 4 or 5 years of the genocide. And after that, we know that the 28th of May, this day in 1908, was the day that the decision was made to dismantle the concentration camps. But we know that people were taken from Shark Island and taken to places like Karibib and Chombingwe and kept there in other concentration camps well beyond the date that is officially known to have been the sort of end of the genocide. So the genocide officially is recognized as those 4 or 5 years. But it had, as we say, profound impacts. In the years immediately after that, it's not like people just woke up the next day and be happy that the genocide ended. They suffered of that. Children were left in the desert, parents died. What happened to those children? They died, some survived. We need a proper historical account. It's absolutely important for the dignity of not only those who perished, but for us as human beings today to know what happened to fellow human beings about that. And most important is the memories. We need, and there's a very good value for monuments and the like, but we need some form of events that will keep on reminding of the genocide and what happened to those people, for the very purpose that we should not repeat it again, but also that we just restore the dignity to those who died. So there must be these events like today, more of those sort of things must be happening all over, where we keep on having this conversation around genocide and all its implications, whether it's reparations or history or the legal aspects of it. It's a continuous thing. Genocide did not happen on one day, and we should not just limit it to one day's commemorations of it. It's a matter that happened effectively over 4 to 5 years, but certainly the impact was felt 120-something years later still.
And still, indeed, we continue to feel it to this day. Now, as we conclude our conversation, and Namibia reflects on this painful chapter of history, what lessons should government, legal institutions and younger generations take away about justice, about accountability, and protections for human rights, as enshrined, for instance, in Chapter 3 of our Constitution?
Yes. The fact that it happened more than a century ago, the one lesson, is no excuse that we should just wipe it out of our memories. Effectively, that was the case, certainly under the South African apartheid regime, the colonial power that we had at the time. No discussions whatsoever for more than 70 years. We had absolutely no mention of the genocide. And it now resurfaces. Because we now have the freedoms to speak out, we can speak without the risk of being imprisoned or killed. The one lesson that we have to learn of that is that it doesn't matter what the time frame is, the time passing. We need to keep on talking about it, and we need to restore justice to the affected communities as a matter of urgency and a matter of justice, not just something that looks nice. It's a matter of justice. The second lesson that we have to learn is that we need to keep on talking about it, because those who don't know history are likely to repeat history. And we certainly don't want to see a genocide, not in Namibia, not in Africa, and not anywhere else again. But unfortunately, we have now seen it in the Gaza, and as a result of us as a collective of the world's nations have not taken genocide to any serious level, where the genocides that happened were dealt with effectively. And as a result, they keep on reoccurring every now and then. It happened in 1994 in Rwanda and Burundi. And we have, again, in that case, very lukewarm approaches to how to dealt with the genocide in Rwanda and Burundi. And unfortunately, we are bound to repeat it elsewhere, somewhere in the world again, as Gaza has demonstrated just now, and still continuing as we speak now. Let's speak about it, and let's put in measures at national, regional, continental, and international level to make sure that we never again have this again.
Never have this again. Well, Nama Nchombe, as always, thank you so much for making time to speak to us.
Most appreciated. Thank you.
Now, that was Nama Nchombe, who's a human rights lawyer, talking to us on the perspective of justice and human rights when it comes to this conversation of the commemoration of Genocide Day, Remembrance Day in Namibia, and also indicating that let's store the dignity of those that have been lost. Let's store the dignity of the descendants of the victims of genocide, and let us also ensure that this never happens again. Conversations will help us to continue, that is, to talk about this issue, and that, remember, those that don't know their history are likely to repeat it. Now, we will continue to engage more guests that will come to studio, but however, for now, we take you around some of those visuals that were shared by our colleagues who are in the field at various monumental sites with regards to Genocide Remembrance Day. Those visuals are now coming on your screen for you to gauge. Welcome back as we continue with more updates. We are now ready to cross over to Enana, that's in the Hangwena region, where we are expecting the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Lucy Abedboy, to address. That's the main event. We now go over to Enana to show what is happening in terms of the Genocide Remembrance Day commemoration there in the Hangwena region.
We are gathered here in Enana, specifically at this place called Enana Shrine, to remember this tragic accident that happened in the history of the Namibian, in the history of our country, Namibia. And more particularly, it happens to some of our, for now I should say ancestor, but we are gathered here in one umbrella, which is one Namibia, one nation. And I'm also informed that an injury to one is an injury to all. Hence, here in Ohangwena, we are all gathered here to remember and pay homage to the victims of the genocide. The Genocide Remembrance Day is a national observance dedicated to honoring the memory of the victims of the 1904 up to 1908 genocide perpetrated against the Ovaherero and the Nama communities during the German colonial rules in Namibia. The day holds deep historic significance, marking the day in 1907 when the German colonial authority ordered the closure of concentration camps. This event brought an end to the systematic and brutal killing, forced displacement, starvation, and immense suffering endured by the Ovaherero and the Nama peoples. During this tragic chapter in Namibian history, tens of thousands of men, women, and children were brutally killed. It is now important for us to highlight that Genocide Remembrance Day serves as a moment of national reflection and mourning, and as a reaffirmation of our enduring commitment to justice, healing, and the unity for the present and for the future generations to come. Hence, we are now here, and I would like to inform you that my name is Philip Shilongo, Chief Regional Officer for Hangwena Regional Council, and I will be the Director of Ceremony together with Dr. Olivia Shinana as a co-director. So we are now here and we are ready to start, and I now have the honor and pleasure to invite to the podium Reverend Selma Kawiwa to come and give us the scripture reading and a prayer.
Thank you, Director of Proceedings. Can we all raise and sing hymn 133 in Anglican? One verse. Vayuki kombada edu imbeni amuse nyeva mweno vapiane vohamba me ulu se patali mwe mu kaimwe paifotwa tukulwa kumwe komlongawe sone. Thank you. Let's be seated. Director of Proceedings, Your Excellency Honorable Lucia Vetboy, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Governor of Hangwena, Honorable Kadiva Hantumwa, represented by Honorable Lebeus, the Chairperson of Regional Council of Hangwena, Ministers present here, betu jale konyati shetu ningova Namibia vawa, tutungoshi wanaeshi. Tukale kumwe, shetu shive yokucha, ufiucha yoshilongo Namibia, uirimo maketu. Ngova wiriki, ngova kwa shiwana, na kesho nkufi mbinga, memangulu kweli. Filongenda nonena, ilo ukalemo katiketu, tutumino mepo yoe, setut ningosho shawapala medina loe karunga. Watu kupula aishei.
We are continuing, that is to cover all the events with regards to the commemoration of Genocide Remembrance Day. We are coming to you there from the Ovaherero and Nama with program has just started. We are now shifting focus and going to that is the Orongo region where Stefan Uirab is on standby. That is to speak to Hamisa Kapei, who is also attending the Genocide Remembrance Day, the activities that are taking place in the Orongo region. Stefan, it's over to you and the team.
Yes, Swakopmund joins the rest of Namibia to commemorate the Genocide Remembrance Day. I am joined by one of the leaders who will tell us the importance and the significance of today. How are you, sir?
Very good, how are you?
Yes. Why is this day so important?
No, this day is very important for us because we were waiting for so long. It was already passed in the Namibian Parliament 4 years ago. But then I think 3 years we were still waiting for the government to recognize the day. And then after that, we last year is when the first commemoration of this 28th as a Genocide Day in Namibia was officially launched. But then this year it was taken to all the regions so that all the Namibian people can learn and know the history of 1904 and know what was happening.
Talking about history, how will this history be preserved for the near future?
Yes, unfortunately this history was not documented because from the side of the Germans, they hid the history, and then from the other side, from the side of I'm busy with the radio. And then from the side of the history that what was doing and what we were doing as the oral history. We have the oral history. Our parents got the oral history. We get it the history from our forefathers. But unfortunately, it's not documented. So now we are busy trying to put it in a document. We have Mr. Bunga who started with trying to put some of the oral history in books so that at least our generation can know what was happening from ourselves. Because what we have, even in Namibia, the books of genocide is not more than 20. But if you look at the book of Holocaust, the Holocaust book is more than 600 books, because everyone was writing his part, and that part is significant for all the people to know what was happening. So that's why we are trying to do that now. With these things now, we are going to do something else which is very good. So that's the only things that we are doing.
Now, this is the first ever genocide. Be commemorated for next year?
Next year we don't know, so we want the government now to take us on the hands as genocide committees, so that we start preparing for this event, because it will come. But now, unfortunate part, it was only an answer in few weeks that now this is not be regionally. So people did not already plan. If it was now, we know that now from this event, we will plan next year it will be, let me say, Maruru in the region of in the Rongo region, or somewhere in or Shibingwe. So that's now people will start preparing.
We do apologize for that poor sound quality. We hope to reconnect with Stefan Uirab when we have better network coverage. We are now shifting gear and we are headed, that is, to the Karas region at Ludret, specifically Shark Island, where the program is underway. We now go there and bring you those visuals and the happenings right there.
My companion is also Juanita Jar from the youth desk. We just want to deliver a message to all of you today. Today, as the youth of Namibia, we stand with pain in our hearts as we remember the Ovaherero and the Ovaherero and Nama genocide, a dark chapter where our ancestors were stripped of their humanity, their land, their dignity, and their lives. We remember the cries of mothers who lost their children in the desert. We remember the fathers who never returned home. We remember the bodies of our ancestors left unburied, their bones scattered across the land and coast of this country. Their blood became part of the soil. Their pain became part of our history. And today, standing as the youth, we carry both grief and frustration. We understand the pain and concerns of our traditional leaders regarding developments taking place on land and waters connected to the remains and history of our ancestors. We respect that pain deeply. Because these are not just places. They are sacred moments of suffering and loss. And with these words, we also declare the word of God. That the scripture says, that the Lord says in Matthew 6, verse 14 and 15, he says, forgive. For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will remember the sin that was done against our ancestors. We remember what happened. The Lord knows what happened, and yet he still told us this. The Lord knew the pain, the loss, the suffering that we would face, and still he says forgive. Why? Because it is through forgiveness that release comes, that we gain freedom in the presence of God, that we gain unity as a people, as different people, as a nation. We walk towards unity, towards the future in love. Today the scripture was read and it said, arise. We arise from the loss. We arise from the suffering. We arise from the pain that was left. And we walk to the future with the peace that God gives us, with forgiveness and freedom that the Lord has given us. Thank you.
So we proceed. But at the same time, we as the youth are crying out because we are hungry for opportunities. We are hungry for jobs. We are hungry for economic growth, for dignity, and a future where young people do not suffer in poverty and unemployment. Hoe kan ek sê vir development? Ons is honger met mense. The expansion of the harbor is emotional for us because it touches both our painful past and also our desperate future. We do not want the bones and sacrifices of our ancestors to be disrespected, But we also believe our ancestors would not want their children to remain trapped in poverty forever. We are the generation standing between pain and survival, between remembrance and rebuilding, between honoring the dead and fighting for the living. We do not speak from disrespect, but we speak from desperation. Because every day, young people are losing hope. And on seeing that, we see that. Every day, graduates sit at home without work. Every day, families sleep hungry while we stand on land rich with potential. Us as the youth, we believe remembrance must not only make us cry, but it must also push us to build, to rise, and to create a future of our ancestors were denied. Their suffering must never be forgotten. Their dignity must always be protected, but their descendants must always be allowed to live, grow, and dream. With that words, we say thank you.
Thank you. Wow, the youth has spoken. They have spoken, it's unequivocal, it's very clear. Let's celebrate the youth. I think it was the right thing that the president has done to consider the youth. What more can I say? It's emotional anyway. Can we have some music? You are supposed to kick in as you see people departing from here, gentlemen. If we sit and sing, then it's somehow disrespect to the place that we are at. Respectfully, I ask that Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Let's move those bodies, let's move them, home them up. Let's move them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We also acknowledge the arrival of Regional Councillor of Hartab region. Yeah. I also omitted, not deliberately, but by default. I haven't seen her yet, but I was told that she is here. The former governor. Oh, all right, yeah, I know he's a spiritual man. I also acknowledge the presence of the former governor, Aleta Friedrichs. I haven't seen her, but I was told that she's, oh, there she is, there she is. She is our former queen. Thank you very much. The ambassador is happy to see you. Thank you very much. All right, the councillor will give us a selection. Oh, the two of you. Wow. Oh, the deputy speaker and the councillor will give us a selection there. I know the deputy speaker is someone who is youthful. Very youthful. I like that gentleman. All right, councillor.
Good morning
The floor
to
is
all the
yours.
dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Let me stand on the protocol observed. I unfortunately had to dose myself because I'm a little under the weather. And it's such a sacred day that I have to comply with the instruction of my senior leaders. I wanted to stand there at the back and the governor called.
Welcome back. There we are coming from, that is Shark Island in the Ludres region. That's a joint commemoration of Genocide Remembrance Day that is for the Hardap as well as the Karas region. We are now shifting focus and we are headed, that is, to Ochinene constituency, where in the Maheke region, where we do know that Bionganate, the governor of the Maheke region, is now on the podium. So let's cross over and see what he has to say.
Honorable councillors and all politicians to stop quoting foreign people also. Jean Jacquard so said what, and then we cannot even pronounce the name correctly. We have enough Africans who have said something who must be quoted. About Shark Island, about the resilience of our people so that history is never erased and so that such atrocities can never happen again. Let us honor the victims of the genocide by building a Namibia where their descendants feel seen, they feel heard, and they feel represented. Let us honor them by committing ourselves to land justice, economic empowerment. I know the Right Honorable Prime Minister yesterday, and this man is such a practical man, declared that a peanut making manufactory will be opened in Ochinene. That's the 8th administration. It's an administration of action and not words. Now, Honorable Chairperson of the Regional Council and councillors, and particularly the one of Ochinene, is now upon us and our traditional leaders, and I heard Chief Ovaherero have already given land to that extent, is now upon us to realize that. When we were in South Africa a few weeks ago, we also got the commitment from a business community that said, if government brings the 50%, they will give the other 50%. So that peanut manufacturing factory is doable, it's possible. It will help us in our fight against malnourishment, and it will also help us to economically get empowered. And let us honor them by ensuring remembrance is not just symbolic, but transformative. Long live the memory of our fallen heroes and heroines. You can say long live, it's not wrong to say long live. Long live the memory of our fallen heroes and heroines. Long live the enduring spirit of our traditional authorities. Long live the unity of Maheke, Kavango East, and Commerce, and all Namibians. We deeply appreciate the leadership of the governors of Kavango East and Commerce region, whose presence and guidance strengthen our collective resolve. We equally honor the leadership of our Maheke region, whose stewardship continues to uphold the dignity and resilience of our people. And without our traditional leaders, we are nothing, because ultimately, all of us are subjects of traditional leaders. With those few remarks, I sincerely and warmly and humbly welcome you to the region of Maheke. the region of the cow and the bull. Thank you very much.
Omake. Thank you so much, Honorable Governor, for such a wonderful welcoming statement and remarks. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Evalestes Karonda, Member of Parliament, in our midst. He has just joined us. O trupa yo peyarika ne inje meni anje mpa pumara makurama inje ute kuoptire shimangalika ne nai. Meanwhile, we were supposed to have the former Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Ushiwa Muinyangwe, to give us an overview and background on genocide. But it's unfortunate that she can't make that statement because she's currently not here. Yeah, I think I have done it in my introduction. While we are waiting for the Katiero video wakwetu, tuungule tumane tukapiti. Ladies and gentlemen, the genocide against the Ovaherero, Ovambanderu and Nama communities remains one of the darkest chapters in African and world history. Thousands of innocent men, women and children lost their lives throughout killings, forced displacements, starvation and inhuman treatment. This is just a reminder why we are here today, and also to appreciate the Namibian government that they accepted and recognized genocide and set aside a genocide day in Namibia. Tutonene makerikane gatunterere bantu banje. Katunterere tukapite. Okano rudere nune. Yulia Kamarenga, okako kule nami mundu anje. Alikane ndinonde yuba rombadu. Today is a commemoration of genocide. Please allow them to perform. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Matu anjide kucharika neve. Vendere pumave. Katu pasano ruvede. Yeah. Onderera njima interere nji. Onderera yomba nderu. Okudira kuye wa pukiro. Mwapo mupo siremo. Ondoro ngaiye, ondoro ngaiye.
Macho vitamini navi. Magi hamwa. Ina uzora. Acho mulandu. Akongo vi. Pea ponamba. Holi omugandu.
Ondoro alikane baona banje.
Kambulio nawa. Lomba kontundu. Lomba na hiyo. Kuyama kwa ngune. Ale bulushita mbona mbulukuta. Nacho balandu. Ta na chute. Chute cha chomea. Na kupilo maruo.
Alikane serikali alikane ngatiero video.
Batucha moro banashe beto badanda barumeru. Obando mutuli nambano twaolongana tulipo mbuzo bindimba. Opuma tuamba hamberemba matuamba mbotuamba hambia kabikwa. Ombi mayamba amba mevangolodongo mbozo inayonga ndaka yayo. O inji bingo yakambwe na inji muyero wakashindo. Tulipo mbuzo bindimba puparondele tembaraka piringiwa mukwao. Tabarana wa mbuzo bindimba tulimba anachabwa kachekwa kanandu yomukuba oputuli
Mbwete mama muramba kaengombe iya Wete mama muramba kaengombe iya
Welcome back. We do apologize for that poor feed that we are receiving. That is for the Genocide Remembrance and Commemoration Day happening. That is in the Ovaherero region. We hope to get back later to that feed when it improves. We are now headed back, that is to the Karas region. That is for the joint commemoration of the Genocide Remembrance Day for the Hardap as well as the Karas region.
We therefore remain in agreement with the harbor expansion and the broader development of Lutras, recognizing the positive impact it can have on the town. The Karas region and Namibia as a whole, then you should have clapped them thereafter. Development is important. We support progress that benefits our people and future generations. At the same time, as custodians and descendants connected to this land, we believe it is important that the future of Shark Island be approached with care, consultation, dignity, and inclusiveness. This is not about excluding any group. Rather, it's about ensuring that all descendants and stakeholders work this journey together in mutual respect and unity. As we move forward, may we engage one another with wisdom, understanding, and peace, always remembering that healing and nation building require collective effort. Your Excellency, we also wish to thank the Namibian government for officially setting aside a day for this commemoration. Without such recognition, future generations may never fully understand the events that took place here or the importance of remembering them. We also extend our appreciation to all stakeholders, organizers, leaders, and communities involved in making this commemoration possible. I would also like to make a humble appeal to the churches of Namibia. Our country was built on strong foundations of faith and Christianity. And the role of the church in healing, reconciliation, and moral guidance remains important. We encourage our churches to continue standing in unity with government, tradition leaders, and communities as we work together towards healing, justice, peace, and national unity. Last but not least, may we remain united as one people. May we honor the past with dignity. May we build a future worthy of sacrifice of our ancestors. And then the last, ada hakai sada ide, sin nau I kore, sin orosin hobasi komai, ai hai dioko, hodoats ka kaukati eist kaisa. Ngabats ka man kara suka huka ibadi de huke, aman neba ko ngu kam queen, neba ko ngu ai hikun hau queen. Heron naman koran hun taiseran ada aite kui si nau I kore hobas nai ki a kai sida ki ngabahan wa kan tutra swasa da ko mai ek was die geleentheid gegee om te praat. So ek sal die leiers na vore roep om net hulle se name te sê. Hulle hoef nie te sê wie hulle is nie, net hulle se name te sê sodat die volk wat hier sit weet met wie stap Johannes Frederik, die Kaap van Aman.
Good morning, Kankwas. I am Kauaup, Ambassador Solomon Josephat Witboy, Kauaup of the Trovese clan, residing under the Witboy Royal House.
Kankwas, Didaje Nathaniel Christianda, Bonel Schwarz Tabahu.
Kankwas, Nunga Kongaise. Didage Eric Frederick Matesting Nona, Didage Habowen Isaac Nunkaiba, STCS na Kaikangans.
Kankwas, I see. Didage Thomas Orum, Kaina Hasting Wasi, STCS Nunkaiba Hada.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I'm Jacobus Klude, the Deputy Chairperson of Kolive Traditional Authority.
Good morning, beloveds. I'm Mrs. Lydia Ochobeb, serving in technical team of STCF as a secretary.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Max Herter. I'm a councillor of the Habowen Traditional Community Council.
En ek is die voorsitter, Johannes Frederik. En dan roep ek ook vir Dr. Charles Eisep, dat hy ook vir hom kom voorstel. Laat die volk ook hoor wie hy is.
Ek is Charles Eisep, ek is die Secretary-General vir STCF. Dankie, Kaup.
Dan die laaste is Kaup DC Gertse, wat saam met ons hierdie pad stap. Dis die manne waarmee ons in die STCF stap. Mag die dag verder alle vrugte en net mooi goed inhou. Dankie.
Ko amre, oh, tayo gura failde. Braspen, ngaba ko mo kuduring ngayo. Ngayre, Kaup ki kwangko. Kaup ki kwangko, ngay si. Of ogan of huimire. All right, we also are waiting for the music. Slowly but surely we'll invite. I thought she is going to play. For real. All right, we also are waiting. Yes, please come up. We also are waiting for. I'll give an indication, not invite yet. The leader of the Ovaherero traditional leader authority, Dr. Jose. I don't have your middle name, but you'll say it and I'll know. Jose Riruago. Arigana, how can I make that mistake? Jose. Let them wait. Hold on, I'll invite you. It was an indication. Now I'm officially inviting Paramount Chief Jose Riruago. to the podium. And
Director of Ceremony, Dr. Charles Ewald Asap, Deputy Speaker of our Parliament, Honorable Philippus Katamilo, Member of Parliament, His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany, Dr. Theodor Hatter, Members of Parliament, the Chairperson of the Forum of German Namibians, Dr. Harald Hecht, the two governors of these two great regions, Governor Rian McNabb of the Hartap region, the Governor Gaup, David Gesse of the Karas region, fellow traditional leaders, the chairperson of the two regions, chairperson of their regional councils, one of Karas, Honorable Gerrit A. Wetboy, the chairperson of the Hartap Regional Council, Honorable Pastor Simon G. Cooper. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media and other sister media fraternities that are here. We are standing here during an occasion that mesmerizes and remembers and forces all of us to recount what have taken place here. Now, I remember when I was coming into this town, I was reminded of the history of our people. Those that came here never made it alive again. I don't know whether when you come into Lutres that you know that on your left-hand side there's a story that maybe some of you would not know. A father and son was buried there in those graveyards. In fact, I came very late yesterday and I'm planning, as I'm exiting your beautiful town, to pay homage to them. The two were Katiti, the son, and Karami was the father. And these are offspring of the Shaimi clan. Now, just a small synopsis of story before I delved in my own speech. And it is a story that will be recounted and be told so many times. And it's a story that gives credence to the day that brought all of us here. The father and son realized that they were to be shipped to Cameroon. And they decided that instead of going to a land that they will not know, where they may not see their people or be associated with their people anymore, they decided to jump in the water and perish together. Their bodies were retrieved by the Germans at the time, their heads cut off, and their body built in those graves that I'm referring to. And I know there are many stories like this that many of your family and many of our family, many of our people together went through, and And the majority of these stories are not known. Majority of them are not told. Now, on this day, I will urge all Namas and Hereros, the offspring of the victims of the many lives that were lost here, not only to thank our Redeemer and God Almighty that we survived, that some of our parents survived so that we will be here today. But I would also want to use that opportunity to say that there was a reason why they survived. There was a reason why not all of them were annihilated. They were to survive to tell our story. They were left behind, or they survived so that they can be the voice of the voiceless. And I would want to use this opportunity. I don't know whether you noticed when the UNAM choir was here, I was moved. I think Governor Hertze was sitting next to me, realized that I lost it. I didn't know that I was able to pull myself from my bootstrap and make sure that I have enough courage to speak today. It is my first time coming to Lutres. It is my first time to come to Shark Island. And I can tell you when they were singing there and when they were recounting their story, I got so emotional that I was reduced to tears. But those are not only tears of sadness, but of tears of hope. Because I want our people to move from the mentality of victims. We must resurrect as people. We must move from that ugly history and make sure that we turn that in positivity. I would want to use this opportunity to say that it is very disheartening at point and at times that during this day and age, there are people in this country and there are people all over the country, all over the world, that are not aware of what happened to the Hereros and Namas. And I think it is very incumbent upon all of us to aggressively work together to make sure that we educate the world. It is incumbent upon us to make sure that we educate ourselves. And it is so calling for us that even in our own school curriculum, the genocide story must be told. Your suffering and your immense loss must be told. We must make sure that through the pressure groups, relevant organizations, communication mediums, we should inform everybody and take our message to the rest of the world. Now, I remember when we went to repatriate the first skulls in Germany, when we were at the Charité University, at the hotel where we stayed, I was surprised that not even the Germans in Germany knew of what has unfolded in this country, and that was our people were perpetuated, or the atrocity that has been perpetuated against them. I don't think it is it's part of it's ignorance. But I think we haven't done enough to make sure that we educate everyone, to make sure that whatever has happened to our people will never happen to anybody else. But I don't want to remain talking about the story and raising the temperature without moving to the next part of my speech. And I think that time has arrived for the children of the German colonizers and the children of the genocide victims to genuinely engage one another, to genuinely come together, work together, and make sure that we find a lasting and amicable solution to this issue. Now, as a leader of my people, I will hasten all my efforts to make sure that during my tenure, and in solidarity and unison with the Namas, that we work very hard to resolve this issue. Now, as we are moving to our next, to the next project, has happened. You know, also at history.
We do apologize for that. We're losing that sound quality and that feed coming to us from Shark Island, Ludret. We do know that that is a joint commemoration of Genocide Remembrance Day that is for the Karas as well as the Hardap region. We are seeing Dr. Ovaherero, who's a traditional leader, authority leader, they're speaking to us. We hope to get that feedback so we can continue to bring you that coverage from Ludret. However, we continue to update you that there are other engagements that are taking place, that be it that is in Kavango West, be it in the Maheke region. Maheke region specifically is hosting, that is both the commerce as well as the Maheke, as well as Kavango East. But however, in Kavango West, we do understand there is another commemoration that is taking place that is for both, for the two Kavangos as well. We do know that the Hangwena region is hosting one. We do know that there is one that is taking place in the Oshana region, one that is taking place equally also in the Msati region, as well as the Kunene region. So from all corners and parts of the country are covered in terms of ensuring that the Genocide Remembrance Day, the second time that we are commemorating ever since it was announced and confirmed by the government on the 28th of May 2024. We have done so last year. The first commemoration was held here in the nation's capital, and this time around government has decided that it should be decentralized across all various regions, and we hope to keep you updated as we bring you more feed in terms of the Genocide Remembrance Day today, that is the 28th of May 2026. Welcome back. As now we continue to bring you those updates for the Genocide Remembrance Day. We are crossing back over, that is to Enana in the Hangwena region, where we understand that the minister in the presidency, Charles Muvita, is ready to introduce, that is the keynote speaker for the Hangwena commemoration of the Genocide Day, which is Her Excellency Lucia Vedboy, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. We now take you to that feed where that is taking place.
And going to hospital. But if you want to write it, just write Kowesin. The Kowesin clan is a subgroup of the Nama people. It also could be called the greater Captain Hendrik Witboy's clan, a clan that is known for resistance, bravery, and resilience. That in that clan, not in the Afrikaans word, but in that clan, that means light. Do you see the correlation? Light-skinned, because it's usually referred to the color of a person. So all the Witboys are light-skinned, light-skinned. Boy, in Dutch and in Afrikaans, of course, means boy. But none of our languages as Africans has that kind of thing, straightforward boy. In the Khoisan clan, it is young men, young men, okay? So when you hear of a Witboy, that person is given the right from the beginning, the birthright of that person is a young man, a young warrior. Now, the light that we are sitting with here is our vice president joined the liberation struggle at a younger age. However, left her home, today what you call Gibeon, and went to Keetmansop for studies and graduated there. Fast forward, she became a member of the National Assembly, where she was one time the chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Communications and Information. And she became a member of the Parliamentary Committee on International Relations, Defense, and Security. That is our vice president, a descendant of bravery, a descendant of royalty, a descendant of the brave sons and daughters of this country. May I now welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia to the podium.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Dr. Mokbita, for the introduction. Now, he gave me more to be more responsible and to make sure that the light is shining. Yeah. To our daughter, what is her name? Penny Hafo, thank you for that touching poem. You nearly make me to cry. And to bring our minds back to the reality. Thank you, my dear. Keep it up. To the Director of Ceremonies, the two of them, thank you for the regional leadership who have made sure that they are gender balanced. To the other two ministers, Honorable Daniel, Eleni Daniel, who also joined me. I thought she will find us here when she texted me this morning, but here she is on time. To our senior special advisor in the presidency, thank you for joining me today. The governor, in her absence, Honorable Kativa Hamutumwa, we spoke this morning. If we have former governors, former regional councillors, local authority councillors, chairpersons of the regional council, I acknowledge your presence. Honorable Lebius Ephraim Shipindo, the chairperson of the Oangwena Regional Council, and regional councillors present here, current regional councillors present here today, I acknowledge your presence. The local authority councillors present, Her Worship, the mayor and the deputy mayor, with your local authority councillors and other local authority councillors present, I acknowledge your presence. To our Queen, Mekulu Martha Madinombo, Ya Christian Nelumbu, represented by Senior Councillor Ephraim Amalwa. I might now be wrong. Wailu Lu. My apologies. Representing the Queen. Thank you for the strong, encouraging words. To all our religious and other religious leaders and other traditional leaders present, I acknowledge you. The veterans of the liberation struggle, to our regional commander, Commander Kashipulwa, with her team, I acknowledge your presence. The officers of the Defence Force, let me say the security cluster, I acknowledge your presence here. To the Swabo Party Regional Coordinator, I acknowledge your presence. Members of the media, it is your responsibility to take the message to all the corners in the country. Fellow Namibians, good morning once again. Today, we gathered in different parts of our beloved Namibia, the land of the brave, as a proud and united people to commemorate Genocide Remembrance Day. On this day in 2025, during the inaugural Genocide Remembrance Day, the statement, Her Excellency, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, stood before the nation and declared, and I quote, Genocide Remembrance Day enters our calendar of public holidays to symbolize unity of purpose, inclusivity, and nation building. This day of memory brings hope not only to the affected communities, but also to all Namibians who seek to build a future that is grounded in the shared understanding and appreciation of our collective history, including our ongoing efforts in reconciliation and nation building, end of quote. And rightly so, today we gathered as a nation in solemn remembrance and honor of the victims of the 1904-1908 to 1908 genocide committed against the Ovaherero and Nama people during the German colonial occupation of Namibia. At this juncture, may I ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence in honor of all victims of the genocide, as well as the forebearers who championed the recognition of this painful chapter in our history. May their souls rest in eternal peace. You may be seated. Director of Ceremonies, the struggle for the soul of Namibia did not begin in the 1960s. Long before the organized liberation struggle took the form we later came to know. The seed of resistance had already been planted in the blood-soaked soil of this land. The event we remember and the events we remember today were not isolated tragedies. They were defining moments in our national story. They revealed the brutality of colonial oppression, but they also revealed the courage, the dignity, and unbroken spirit of our people. The resistance of our forebearers, our forefathers and mothers against dispossession, extermination, and injustice became the moral and political foundation upon which later generations built the struggle for independence. Those who rose in 1904 and those who suffered through the years that followed lit a flame that would later guide Chief Hosea Kutako, Dr. Sam Shafashuna Niyoma, Andimba Toivo Yatoivo, and many others in the long march towards freedom. That is why when we sing our national anthem that their blood waters our freedom, we are not merely reciting poetic words. We are acknowledging a sacred truth that the freedom we enjoy today was paid for through the suffering, sacrifice, and blood of those who came before us. Their pain became our purpose. Their resistance became our foundation. Their sacrifice became the freedom of the Republic of Namibia. The 1904 to 1908 War of Resistance stands as one of the most defining and solemn chapters in our nation's history. It was a difficult period in which our people confronted a heavily armed colonial force with limited means, yet with extraordinary courage and resolve. The Ovaherero and Nama uprisings against German colonial rule mark a turning point in our resistance against oppression. This resistance, which started in 1904 under the leadership of Chief Samuel Ovaherero and was later joined by Nama leaders, including Captain Hendrik Witbooi and others, reflected a united stand against dispossession and oppression. In response, Imperial Germany deployed an overwhelming military force under General Lothar von Trotha, culminating in the tragic Battle of Waterberg and the issuance of extermination orders that drove many of our people into the Omaheke Desert to perish from thirst and starvation. Survivors were confined to brutal concentration camps, subjected to forced labor and inhuman racial experiments. And our minister in the presidency said very clear, it was about to do away with the identity of the people, especially those two groups. The devastating consequences of this war of resistance led to the loss of tens and thousands of lives. This extermination of our people remains one of the darkest chapters in our country's history and is rightly recognized today as the Ovaherero and Nama genocide. As a nation, we shall never forget this history. Director of Ceremonies, the Genocide Remembrance Day carries profound historical, political, and social significance for us as Namibians. On this solemn occasion, we stand together as one people in remembrance and tribute to the gallant sons and daughters of this soil who courageously resisted colonial oppression and paid the ultimate sacrifice in defense for their land, for their dignity, and future generations. As we commemorate this day, we must continue to preserve historical truth, promote justice and reconciliation, and strengthen our collective commitment to nation building and social cohesion. This day serves as a unifying platform for all Namibians to deepen our shared understanding of the painful experiences that shaped our history, while reaffirming our common aspiration to build a peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous Namibia. As we preserve the memory of these atrocities, we must also encourage continued academic research, documentation, and publication of this dark chapter of our history. The stories, testimonies, and historical realities of the 1904 to 1908 genocide must continue to find expression through our books, archives, universities, museums, films, and scholarly work both in Namibia and across the world. For remembrance without documentations risks silence over time. Future generations, both at home and abroad, must have access to truthful and well-preserved historical literature that ensures the suffering, resistance, and resilience of our people are never erased from human memory. Local creatives, local artists, filmmakers, musicians, writers, poets, like our beautiful girl. She told us, she took us really through what happened. And storytellers also have a critical role to play in preserving and amplifying the truth about genocide. As Namibians, we must continue to tell our own stories through our own voices and lived experiences, rather than depend solely on others to narrate our history on our behalf. For when people do not document and tell their own story, there is always a risk that the truth may be diluted, distorted, or reduced to a mere footnote in history. Future generations must never be deceived into believing that the suffering, the sacrifice, and resistance of our forebears were insignificant events. They were defining moments that shaped the soul of our nation and laid the foundation for the freedom and independence we enjoy today. To our youth, Genocide Remembrance Day must serve as an important educational platform through which they can learn about Namibia's painful history. Let this day also be a call to action for the youth of our nation to take ownership of Namibia's economic and social development by striving for educational excellence, innovation, and economic empowerment. The day should further remind us that courage in the face of adversity can alter the course of history. The struggles of our forebears teach us the value of resilience and determination, proving that a united people can overcome even the greatest obstacles. Together as a nation, this day promotes, and by commemorating this day, promotes healing, unity, and a collective commitment to ensure that such atrocities are never and will never be repeated. Fellow Namibians, the best way to honor those who sacrificed their lives in defense of our country is to uphold the values they fought for: unity, justice, peace, equality, and shared prosperity. Let us therefore move forward as one Namibia, one nation, united in purpose and determined to build a better future for all our people and the generations yet to come. Let us reject tribalism, let us reject division, reject hatred and exclusion in all their forms. Let us preserve our rich history and ensure that the future generations grow up with a clear understanding of where we come from, who we are as people, and the responsibility they carry in safeguarding the sovereignty and future of the Republic of Namibia. No Namibian must never be left behind in our national journey towards dignity, equality, and prosperity. For this is what our forefathers and our mothers stood for. In conclusion, allow me, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Namibia, to thank the Namibian people for embracing this important national day. I further urge the nation to continue speaking with one voice as we advance the process of engagement and negotiations with the German government in pursuit of justice, healing, and closure for the affected communities and the nation at large. Once again, let us move forward together as one people, determined and committed to building a peaceful, just, and a prosperous Namibia we want. Let us foster and protect the enduring spirit. By all means, that spirit of one Namibia, one nation. As a country, we can only achieve what we want for our people if we build on that spirit of one Namibia, one nation. With that said, thank you very much. Let me also applaud the governors of the cabinet director that let us commemorate this day in the regions, like the other days, like Kasinga. They didn't ask for a budget. They didn't ask for a budget. They put their hands on. And as I'm talking here, all the regions are commemorating and have a moment where they bring their people together and reflect on this painful chapter in our country's history. Now, we should thank them, the governors, with their leadership, the regional leadership and the local leadership. Having said that, thank you very much. Dankie unene.
Welcome back now. That was the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Lucia Witbooi, giving the keynote address there, the commemoration of the genocide commemoration taking place that is in the Hangwena region. We're now shifting focus, that is towards the Oshkoto region, where we are live, coming to you live with the feed from Olukonda, where Governor Saki Kathindi is on the podium as we speak right now. We are now connecting you to that feed so we can see what is happening in the Oshkoto region.
Akarimo Moshkoto, na hotu ya deni tulinimo ngamba original Shkoto. A very good afternoon. It is with a deep sense of honor and national responsibility that I welcome you all to Oshkoto region, and particularly here from Pampayada Tonkwaniwa Nangolodam Tenya in Olukonda constituency, for this solemn and historic occasion of Genocide Remembrance Day commemoration. Today is not merely a ceremonial gathering. Today is a national moment of reflection, a moment that calls upon us as Namibians to remember our painful history, to honor the sacrifices of our ancestors, and to recommit ourselves to the values of unity, justice, peace, and human dignity. The history we remember today is a painful reminder of the cruelty of colonial oppression and the suffering endured by our people. Yet, despite the hardship, despite the attempts to break the spirit of our people, Namibians stood resilient. Our forefathers and foremothers refused to surrender their humanity, their identity, and their hope for freedom. That resilience is the foundation upon which the 8th administration stands today. Fellow Namibians, as we gather here in remembrance, we must also speak clearly to the future. The greatest tribute we can pay to those who suffered is not division, it is unity. We must reject every attempt to divide us along tribal, regional, racial, or political lines. Namibia belongs to all of us. Our history might carry painful chapters, but our future must be built on solidarity and a shared national purpose. We are one people, one nation, with one destiny. The blood, the tears, and sacrifices for our ancestors were not for a fragmented Namibia. They were for a united, peaceful, and prosperous Namibia, where every citizen has dignity and equal opportunity. As leaders and citizens alike, we carry the responsibility to protect that unity. We must teach our children the truth about our history, while also teaching them the importance of reconciliation, mutual respect, and patriotism. Let this commemoration therefore strengthen our collective resolve to build a Namibia where peace prevails over hatred, where unity triumphs over division, and where development reaches every community and every citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the people and leadership of Shikoto region, I extend our sincere appreciation to the State Administration, the Organizing Committee, traditional authorities, security personnel, and all stakeholders who contributed towards this important national event. To all visitors from across the country, we warmly welcome you to Shikoto region, the land of resilience, peace, and hospitality. As we remember the past today, let us also rise with courage and determination to shape a stronger and more united Namibia for generations to come. May the souls of all those who suffered and perished during the genocide continue to rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Welcome back. Now that was Saki Kathindi, who is a governor of the Shikoto region, who was delivering a statement. I understand now we are shifting focus and we're going to, that is Lutretz in the Taras region for the joint commemoration of Genocide Remembrance Day for the Hardap as well as the Taras region. Let's now take a look at those celebrations, at the commemoration and how things are unfolding.
The governments of Namibia and Germany want to conclude the joint declaration which recognizes the genocide and our wish for reconciliation. I am here today to assure you that Germany is committed to the path of atonement and reconciliation. Reconciliation, as President Steinmeier said, is not about closing the past. It is about taking responsibility for the past, and it is a commitment for a better future together. Reconciliation between the affected communities of the genocide and Germany is a process of healing and of understanding. It is a process of talking and, as you, Paramount Chief, said, of listening, of addressing wounds and scars, and of attending to them. A process which will open a new chapter once the joint declaration is concluded. Hopefully, as Her Excellency President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah said during her State of the Nation address a few weeks ago, this will happen by the end of 2026. In the meantime, Germany and Namibia are not idle. Germany has, for instance, supported the preservation of cultural heritage in Namibia since Namibia's independence. Cultural heritage means people understand their own origins, their home regions, and it promotes respect for and dialogue with other cultures. By preserving cultural heritage, we support mutual understanding between us. Over the last years, Namibian and German artists have worked together on projects in a truly co-creative manner to reflect on how we approach our common past. This helps us to understand and to agree on our common history, which in turn allows us to create a common future. Namibia and Germany indeed enjoy strong and special relations on all levels. Here in Lüderitz, it includes strong German support for Lüderitz urban management and development. To make sure that Lüderitz is ready for the next phase of its development. Only in November last year, our two governments met here in Lüderitz to discuss and to decide on our future joint development cooperation. The way we work together shows that we are more than partners, we are friends. And this cooperation includes new areas of green industries and energy. Very carefully, and I listened to what the representatives of the youth had said earlier, very carefully, not to destroy the past, but to build on it. I raise this point also because it ties in so well with today's theme, which you, Governor Gerze, have chosen, from genocide to renaissance. Meaning, as you pointed out in your invitation, and I quote, to uphold the dignity of those who perished through a commitment to a prosperous and unified Karas region. It also shows that our relationship goes beyond what governments do. It underlines the importance of civil society contacts, of business-to-business contacts, and of people-to-people contacts, to create understanding, awareness, respect, and hopefully even love. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I want to say that, like during my previous visits to Lüderitz, I am here to listen and to learn, which is why I want to thank you again, Honorable Governor Gerze, for inviting me to be part of this important event today, and it is why I look forward to the rest of the program. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back. Now, that was an update for the joint Genocide Commemoration Day in Lüderitz, that is for the Hadrap and the Karas region. We are now going back, that is to Olukonda in the Oshikoto region, where former Cabinet Minister and Member of Parliament Helmut Angula is on the podium addressing those who are attending the commemoration of this Genocide Remembrance Day.
Of the 28th of May, as Namibia's National Genocide Remembrance Day marked an important milestone in our collective national journey towards historical justice, remembrance, healing, and reconciliation. 122 years ago, our land witnessed one of the earliest genocide of the 20th century. Entire communities were destroyed, families separated, and thousands driven into the desert and concentration camps under brutal colonial rule. The genocide was not merely an attack on human life. It was an organized assault against the dignity, culture, land, and future of our people. Ancestral lands were taken, confiscated, cattle seized, and communities dispossessed. As patriotic Namibians, we carry the responsibility of preserving the truth of our history for future generations. Our youth must understand the sacrifice by their forefathers and foremothers, so that they may appreciate the value of freedom, sovereignty, and national unity. True reconciliation cannot exist without acknowledgement, truth, justice, restitution, and healing. The demand for reparative justice is therefore not a call for charity, but a legitimate moral and historical demand rooted in justice and human dignity. I couldn't put it better than Dr. John Hafiku, who gave us the prayer. Indeed, his word and his background, the background definition, is the cornerstone of any human being and humanity in general.
No, can't put focus.
And we Namibians must adhere to these historical and biblical teachings.
In the camp is fine.
By our faith leaders. Today's commemoration here at Ompampa, Yanangoro Damtenya, carries deep historical and cultural significance. This sacred place stands as a symbol of the enduring heritage, wisdom, and leadership traditions of the Ondonga community. In honor of this historic legacy, Tateukwanila Philemon Shumba, Nangolo of Ondonga, has initiated the establishment of the Ondonga Community Heritage Shrine at this sacred site. Before that, I should dare to mention that this lesson of the first German genocide should not be considered as just history. It's present here with us. Yesterday we have witnessed the genocide against the Palestinians in Gaza. And I wish, and I want all the Namibians to internalize these phenomena of genocide that is not something that we should forget about it and we should just relegate to history. It's something that Dr. John have mentioned, that there are still people out there who think they own the world, and they will not be satisfied until they annihilate a people in order to rob them of their human dignity. The crime committed, therefore, against the Palestinian people should remind us that it's not yet over with genocide. And as we speak, I'll tell you later, the impending genocide against the Cuban population. This project that the Tatonkwanir wa atameke ngashindati kucha opo oshiwana shisimaneke ekarandino onkwanirwa okwali atokora nokuvaneke nokucha ekarandino ojino kukara onga ekara, for a lack of better way no shindonga, a holy site, a sacred place. Oku hatueta tatuinyo, tukari hatueta tuinyo ngamene. Oshoka olinonjo konona, yonkwanirwa, nangoro damtenya, yene omtekururwa we, okwati nena shikaronjo konona, okuturapo omandidhiriko gasimana pekara pano. Hakuchashike okobwakali morukaro monkurumbara nanangoro dantenya opotumpano wo the first German missionary Karl Hugo Hahn visited this palace in 1857. In preparation for what they call a Christian mission to this part of the world of Amboland. I'm imagining gani ombara shari mpaka ako mimono tayane no matemba pano opo yata meke andora oko vita evangeli. So this project represents more than a local cultural initiative. It is a national heritage investment intended to preserve history, promote cultural education, strengthen tourism, and empower future generations. The omangongwanirwa inan tokora etokoronjo no kuchampano putrompa mbajo no mpampa dije onkwanirwa kwali atorapoka ngunduntima kalundurure ye ka restoringe ombira do inakuru ano ompampa restoration committee ombira
adikendo no ompampa onkuruda kwanirwa ndonga onkwanirwa okwedhitua endhidhiriko epejiri ngashi ombiranjo yonkwanirwa nangoro damtenya omotarara mono ngero uyepo mpano omvura mbari ndatu dapitipo okwajara kuniti zono mumame nomyengao nde adikenga ingezi mlongo na mbali nasha ako mwaru wakwanirwa ndonga ngoka mwaru wali uli sigombano kulinga kwanirwa mlongo na ketatu ye tate kwanirwa na kwaterwamo mboka ya tetekelemerero ya ndonga mbane yakara yadhikashashwa mu Kriste elingamo maendo gaoga Kriste inagadhikirwa mpampa ijengono wake kega yadhikire ina shasheru Kriste ogaturo mpampa dhilingao ikempanone okwatokorane tapukatua ompampayo shinanena etungo jo shinanena rera ya o paniro kwaturapo kangundo katakawirike oka urikeje ndininge mnani wako notpafika si oponga tujikanga ingei kucha otatu ya moshi wanane pamwe nonkwanirwa opo tupure omaambidizo tu umbenyongaro tuture ponguru ya changao tayambidhizwa ke pangero ya Namibia no ke pangero ya Finland mokata mkaturwa omniro ko shirombo shandonga no mamanya gao gashigamwe gaiga garua ko Finland yetewe movo mavigari no mirongo mbari nandatu kompangeri wa Finland arikonari. So there is that commitment on the part of the government of Namibia and the government of Finland to assist the Ondonga community to set up such a shrine. Ndati mbaro tujeni pano ombara onkuru mbara watara komitine huya watara roa huya okunepsa epsa ndono ojari ne muhamdani wa okango di tsari ne gumbo janamganga ono pahara ne kuturapo o botanical garden opo iturepo o miti vinashano jokono na ewambo o miti vino shionga monziriro etu o miti hadi panga o miti hadi tungu kasho kutunga magumbo no shotu o miti vinasha neitaro ni menka igege tiandonga utandi katsi kwane na kwashi wana na yampano utamkakara mwakusa ombinga wa development ya changao shaishota iketa uwanao uji ano tatuti mburu kwane sikundino na tuiture mome kumo komeho opo to making sure kucha we succeed in our endeavors. As we stand beneath the skies of a free and independent Namibia, let us remember that freedom was won through sacrifice, resilience, and unwavering courage by a generation of brave men and women who refused to surrender their dignity in the face of the oppression. And I'm sure that We all must dedicate ourselves to national unity to make sure that we do not allow such kind of genocide to revisit our land. In many ways, our forefathers were defeated, not because they were not good fighters. They were heroic fighters, but they were not united in their effort to confront a strong enemy. Despite the fact that, yes, there were mutual assistance in one way or another. Hendrik Witbooi, for example, realized late that the conquering against the Hereros would not do him any good. So ultimately he had to join the war to participate in confronting the Germans as they were confronting the Hereros. Also here from our side, there were, I'm sure I'm not qualified to say more about that, Taton Kwanira can say more about that. Also men were sent from this land to go and join the Hereros in the fight against German extermination order. In fact, maybe I should cite a bit of what the notorious General von Trotha had to say. And we are not sure also that we would have survived if the Second World War did not intervene afterwards to dislodge Germany from here. So this is what General von Trotha reported to the Bundestag, the parliament of Imperial Germany. The Hereros' indictment has come to an end, and they have ceased to exist as an independent people. That's what he reported, General von Trotha, the murder of the Ovaherero and Nama people. There should probably not have been assurance that the next one would have been the Ovambo people. Thanks that the World War rescued the situation. In this regard, therefore, we as a people must stand united in favor of the reparation and restitution of the dignity of the people of Namibia who were victims of colonial genocide, and should remain behind for any reparation, including the reparation for the African people who suffered under slavery. In this regard, may the memory of all victims of colonial genocide forever remain alive in our national conscience. May God bless the Republic of Namibia. Long live national unity, and long live the Republic of Namibia. Having said so, may I now have the honor to invite Mwenego Makuya, Taton Kwanirwa, Apopitoshi Wanashe, o Mapumba Kisha Kutseifa, Kwanirwa. Tatushani, Taton Kwanirwa.
Yaro, natu kutumben. Tangi umwiriki okupitira mutate kanguro hiyo pape jokito ponje lichesha nina pano moshi tufishi oshinene shokudimburukwa kumadhipago bakena ngenda ngono gari ganingirwa akwashiwana yetu yo Namibia okuza mu mikoko ngashi dali datumburwa meteteke ndakhala woku koneka nokundindiri komakaroko gantu ngashita karandula ashona ashike ndakhala mukwatherenje opondiro ngise itetekeri chani tumbuliwa na wayadhoga yali yarongithwa ku governor okutumbura mbono yelimo yakungo kutumbura nenge ndiche ana madina yeno kukara yatumbura monshorondo ngashe yatumbura nzono na ikali itetekeri chanje na keke umwe tokara uvite na kuja ndekutumbura okupitira mwashono shali chatumburwa ku comrade governor mpa ndakhala sokusimanike kalepo ja governor wetu ekarepo nompeha na shikanjo ondangwa ekaropo jamwene konkundo ondonga ngonweli omwameme Oscarishe ama ekaropo jo minister nduvu datumburwa mpano ongambu shanje unga minister umwe ina nduve linaje kuchoeje nawo jatumburwa ngandine ndijuva nawo ondakhala wo ukanda nindirika ekaropo jo nakurwakuru ndakhala ukaranda nindirika ekaropo jo minister leto nkuru ndono dali da toto pono da vutu epangero ja Namibia shopo jali jatameke okuzira hono kwali kuna ako jali manguru kongere omependukeni ongere otate elmutangura ngwazi mpano noyenji muri mwako jero manguru ko mulimo nena tatupandura epangero ja Namibia konono tatupandura umpresidente ngono eliko woshirongo sha Namibia hato umpresidente ara umwe afa unkwanyirwa umwe mushirongo shondonga wentumbura ke dinanengi no ntumbura shawa to presidente wa Namibia umwe ashike baharo kumpandura mokutara nawa no meko no ukeka no kupake nangika akaganji maere opo aninge osini mashi shopa shiwana no shidanme pashiwana pa eriji nangashi shali shetwani nako shikoto tatupandura no tatsakumwe no duvite kuchashiri oshini mashopa shiwana apo pia tetekere yapo pinawa no yati osheya shivani nwe mpape khara nenge tuche ponkurumbara yomkwanirwa nangoro da mtenye ashipara shani jembe nangoro da mwikuthirwa kapewa nangoro anu ndiku kutumba mara ngetonga rulire pevi ompu nangoro anu kwatsiro ntunego ngali takiko khia ndo khia njoni na ikhikwa mwe mondonga kakereka pa ifengeta ndano hango ngono ene kuku okuzirira hundavarwa yo ishe kuku kotate yosho mwete ndina nangoro jihandi taniko tatumpandura kupitira mutatangura anjembo shwe tutamba mpano oshokombe koda kwa mpungu keke yamwe evina nongeri nandiro mwera nawa kwadire rantu nando nosiwana chino shako ngarampano ndi nanshimona ka ngeno tatupandura tatekuru shwe tutamba kupitira mutatangura anjembo tatupandura tatangura anjembo shwa karekapo mlilo kwetu koshiro ngondo kokupotsa na kuno tuno kuyarombwera kucha otatukea pomahara gawo otatushona ko genocide shokwatiwa neo ngatandi ande ndipotse huno ngo umpopi asimana ndakara nete Kongo na ningiko madiradiro ganje ugakarata bivenge mumwe no gonsitangu yalimpa ngwali tuvile te Kongo ne teresha ne momambo teresha momambo ndekitsapo ne omimbo bingende veterere kometuo muisiraeli anu okurana mombo umwengo no monenda kada ni oshichasho genocide atashifaturura nana ngashi onkonga jeshi popimpa shono shalisha tamekerwa mopora ndape thimboji itane nzono yuni itirali atokoro kutumo matanga gemwi gakadi paga poranda shono shalisha ningwa shashisho itirali mono matanga aporandi na kuthonje mbo ya konje antu aiko yafika mara ta welcominga a Germany mo mapandanda nokoni mane mbono yakacha inganshitaira aehe au kurukandi nunona na arumendo Aiko yakatura mekala imwende talidipa wapo. Kakutua mopora ndomwe mwathigara kuitwa mbono yakapulwa ya joine etangajitira. Okuya ko mekono kukwatako irongo mbiraliri ko mekono tango itira eitalira. Ngeo tatu potsenyo genocide. Yani ngiroshi wana shetu Ovaherero and Nama kakune skulu ngothigeko omihoko detu ngashidandonga. Ethimbo njono oshimo shajara populatorika ngashimwali muvutate yero mutangura apopi pano kwali kwe ahalifi yini nga ahalifi ashike missionary unsamani wedinanwa iyamboyo nja kwangu ajo nkuruntu we umbondi no jonkwanirwa nangoro damtenya kwaja akoneke na wakuta antumbano kai shahalifi shasho eno matati weni fufuta no kwaja arombero nkwanirwa ne shapurwa ko lumuntu no wedinandi yatumburwa mpakucha oyakaro kukarampano oyakaro kurongera kumwe no nkwanirwa oyakaro kunlonga keni ifufuta ipangerwa oyakaro kunlonga keno matemba hagakingwa nangene imuna haive Europe ina no matemba nsamani wedini ambonja kwa ukwaja etatunkwanirwa nozimina inatupungo matemba inatupumbo kurongwa kene ifufuta hayumbwa so tunana ruta tiwa wanangongo nakasindani utapumbu wisheshiki kasindani moshindonge gonga kwangu wa uviteko alwen banali yarongwe rwanira kaja honga kunangoro dantenya kuchai itatupumbwa onkene otwahara mutana uke etanshuna monsinda weni ngumwe yanagoku noko niba ethimbo unkwaniro kwa jarongwe ragu mentwa ekemo ndonga kucha antu mbeya katushingero taa inengo taa kagaruka na arandurwe etapewa kapinya akuita mbono oyaline yapewa omwana mati wonkwanirwa nangoro dantenya wevina halithanwa anua inanshilimbwa mati nguno kwa janu hata kutengeni kwa kucho yajo macho nkuru ntumu wa muno umnako kombanda yokwali eholike no kwasimane kwa kuhe shoko kwa jo lumendu tarandura kunkwa okumwe hamo muvunga atapopiwa enuno nonjunji shapopisha nangoro dantenya oyenjo yazame zimoja shapopieri oyali yai ita noyali yai mumwe ushijo ya kuyelele kuja antuka ya jahongi onje mbodhali datopa no msama nenguwe vinandingu takuti okwaje yampa upasi empo no matingu no aja asimani kwa konkwanirwa upasi empo ngona wako mbanda sheketerera ngini mwenjinji onjo kono na konita tuiko utwaharara kukosa kucha genocide oyende ngini tate hero mutangano kwa popitati o Hendrik Witbooi okwaje mtondi wa Ovaherero ashikeko ni maitingo shwaka mona kucha shitashiria kwa ona otashikenja.
Thank you so much. As you continue to join us, that is on Kwanirwa Wandonga, Philemon Shumbwa there speaking. That is a genocide commemoration happening at Olukonda in the Oshkoto region, where the governor speak. Before that, we had also former cabinet Ms. Helmut Angula, and now the Kwanirwa Wandonga providing some historical context in terms of the Ondonga traditional authorities' participation in general context when it comes to, that is, remembrance of those that have come before us. We understand now that we are shifting focus and we are headed, that is, to our reporter Ngaria Kavari here in Oshinene constituency, that is in the Ovaherero region, where he is ready for us. Ngaria Kavari, good afternoon, colleague, and it's over to you. We do apologize, it's not live, but they are ready for us.
To call upon the chairperson of Ovaherero Regional Council, Honorable Roko Nguvauva. Orvedorwe. Koma ke. Welcome.
Thank you, Director of Proceedings. Let me start by recognizing our Right Honorable Prime Minister, Comrade Dr. Elia Manongo Shitunga Gurare. And I know why I'm calling that name. And always when I'm speaking to you, I'm always mentioning that name. We are at a historical place, and we were at the holy fires there. And when we are talking to our forefathers, our ancestors, you are just mentioning the African name. They don't know Daniel, Pio, whatever. So that's why I'm mentioning it at this place now. Honorable Governor of Ovaherero region, Pio Marikutugan Ganate, and other governors that are present here, Honorable ministers and deputy ministers that are present, Honorable Chairperson of other various regions that accompany the governors to come here, traditional leaders, spiritual leaders, and church leaders, officials from all the ministries, community members, distinguished guests, and all protocol observed. Good afternoon again. Today marks a sober and sad day for Namibians of all walks of lives, but especially the direct victim of the horrendous act. This senseless act of war was declared by a seemingly lenient German general and brutal executed against Ovaherero, Namibia, and Nama community. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, it will thus be a traverse of justice if, as Namibians do not pause and pay homage to the motions to declare this day a Genocide Remembrance Day. The moving of this motion was not only courageous, but utterly brave. In this respect, Honorable Mamberwa and others who serve in the National Assembly of our 7th administration fully played their roles brilliantly and deserve full credit and standing ovation. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, the arrival of the German troops in Namibia was not by coincidence. It was a deliberate plan move that resulted from the Berlin Conference of 1884 and 1885. At that conference, also known as a scrabbling of Africa, Africa was divided like a cake among the Western power. They came with one goal in mind, and it was to take and own all the natural resources and belongings of all African people. That is exactly what happens. Land was confiscated, cattle were captured. They did not stop there. They caused material and psychological damage that the dependent of the survival of genocide feel up to today. Land is in the hands of the whites. Heroes and Namas, Banderus are subjected to objective poverty. Women and girls were raped. Men and boys were hanged and exposed to mass killings. That pain and trauma is still felt. Government stress includes the adoption of the 2006 motion by the late Nuto president and former Member of Parliament, Dr. Kwaima Riwako, may his soul rest in peace. This motion was adopted unanimously, including the ruling party SWAPO, as a sign of government commitment. The negotiations process that is ongoing, although it is now criticized in some corners, here we can celebrate further. Most importantly, government to recognize and cassette the date 28 May. This is a welcome by many sound-minded Namibians. Circumstances like the ones narrated above call for leaders of unusual courage, skills, and bravery. Some leaders during this war had all this quality in abundance. In that respect, at least, the record of Namibia resistance is stated with brave and brilliant characters like Kahime Mwanguvauva, Samuel Maharero, Hendrik Kamsep Wetboy, and a legion of many others. These leaders were men of unswerving moral purpose, whose characters achieved their full dignity and value during the war. They collectively believe that it is better to die now for something than to die for nothing later. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, many of these leaders died different deaths. For example, two of them, Ovaherero and Nama, were killed like renegades through bullets of Germans, and the other one dying humiliatedly in a foreign country, namely Chief Samuel Ovaherero. I am sure they would hated the way they died, but not wrote that to their death. Their blood waters our freedom, because they remain steadfast to their principle and resistance. In diaspora are remnants of these victims. They are strewn all over the continent in Botswana, South Africa, Togo, and other countries. They should remain constant reminded of what happens to their forefathers and mothers many years ago. And I want to mention this with your permission, and I know that Prince Villa will not stop me for saying that. And I will say it in the vernacular language whereby my chiefs will listen carefully. Hindi ngudari hakutukasha turu ovanene tushiwa karwa. Dr. Sem Nyoma wakasa no resolution 435. Njai taushe hindi kutuki. Nusha sasa ne hiyo nanjo o resolution nanjo. Matu shwa ya parino inda shiambia tuha kura mara washa hingari kutuke. Imbiaro matie kutuniambo kuyenda ko murungu. And today we are seeing the committees of parliament that are moving around in regions, especially the constitutional and legal affairs committees. What are they doing? Mawepa hoku tuna bimunda tuna ushabimo constitution anguda kaviri nawa. Mehingire kuyo mambonga wa dombarada njeno merithithu parihiro. Mewango kushanei. Mwasho wa mamangu riko kahanja. Puno mutido wa shihavero nguro nongo mbwaye tunjaripo. Vashavi alika nangava nanji. Shwa panjaritho do mirongo ivarideri mokuti. Amote da uriri. Shwa kwa muno murongo nandatu. Kona gude tho kapito shamoka pahando hamo mbari ndeheripo. Mutu mopa hao kuongera moshunda. Kwa mboka pahando dharo ishadheripi. Nakusho ya mamu njidhu shamesha shike. Pothiani yondi matu hingire oshithuta. Oshima tu hingire mbara Ovaherero, mbara hoveka, ngundwanje mbara Ovaherero, oshima tu hingire. Pothia mutu njidhu virembo shambasha shike. In conclusion, Prime Minister, Director of Proceedings, the Ovaherero region at large are honored and delighted to host such a remarkable commemoration, and the entire leadership congratulate the President, Her Excellency, the Iron Lady, the Iron Woman, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, for her visionary leadership to direct the events to be celebrated in all regions. With those few words, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Regional Chairperson, Honorable Rocco Nguvaova. Omake. Bathuano muhingire umwe uriri. Shimba dhumbatia ko keynote speaker. Atuya kulitho makete. Chitwa dhumbu hanjet famana. Kanekale no muleti makatiti uliokuhepa mwahama na washinene. Mamuleitha jamamu pratene. We are only left. Mamuri nambano na irika ne sedeki ambahepa. Allow me to welcome Honorable Governor for Kavango East Region, Honorable Julius Hambiuka. Honorable, you are welcome. Koma. Kinga tuthikame. Over na nevetu. They are our leaders. ovaenda vetiere valuko kule okie kukala puna etendino nikatupezeka mene ulili. Honorable Governor, floor is yours.
Program Director, Honorable Elvin Kachideu, former Regional Councillor, Ochinene constituency, Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Elijah Chitunga Ngurare, Honorable Pionga Nate, Omaheke Regional Governor, Honorable Samuel Sem Nuyoma Jr., Governor of Commerce Region, Honorable Rocco Nguvava, Chairperson of Omaheke Regional Council, Honorable Stephanus Ndengu, Chairperson of Commerce Regional Council, Honorable Stephanus Sinonge, Chairperson of Kavango East Regional Council, His Worship Elvin Gariseb, Mayor of Obabis, all regional and local authority councillors, all former regional and local authority councillors, members of parliament present, as well as former members of parliament, regional service chiefs, regional commanders, veterans of the liberation struggle, traditional leaders, distinguished guests, and fellow Namibians. Good day to you all. Greetings from the people of Kavango East region.
Thank you.
We gather here today alongside the Governor of Commerce and our gloriously host from Omaheke to observe the Genocide Remembrance Day. This day is written into the hearts of our country's history. Between 1904 and 1908, German colonial forces carried out unspeakable atrocity against the Hereros and Nama peoples, atrocity often called one of the first genocide of the 20th centuries. In August 1904, at the Battle of Waterberg, the Herero forces under Samuel Maharero fought bravery but were overwhelmed. They fled eastward into the Kalahari Desert. German troops then poisoned or closed all wells. Thousands of Herero men, women, and children perished of thirst and hunger in those sands. Those who were survived were hunted down or forced into concentration camps. In places like in former Czech Island, in Luders, captured Hereros and Nama were worked and starved to death. By 1908, more than 2/3 of the Herero nations had been wiped out. Only about 1 in 5 survived. And about half of the Nama people were lost. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, this event casts a long shadow over Namibia. Even families in Kavango heard their echoes. Our elders told us how refugees stumbled in, how news of massacres and stolen lands reaches our villages. We felt the pain of our brothers and sisters from other regions because we are all one people. Today, we remember the faces and names we know, heroes like Ovaherero, Captain Hendrik Witbooi of the Nama, King Mandumeya and Mfayo of Ondonga, Homba Kanjimi Hawanga of Ukwangali, and Paramount Chief Hosea Katikururume Komombumbi Kutako of the Herero. We remember also the countless unnamed souls, women and children, mothers and farmers, whose lives were cut short. We honor their courage. Namibia, land of the brave. Those words of our anthems ring true because of them. They stood with extraordinary bravery in the faces of evil, and their blood waters our freedom. Given us Namibia, we know today. But this day of memory is not only about mourning. It is a day for unity. In the words of our national leaders, Genocide Remembrance Day is a day for the unity of the Namibian people. No matter our tribes, region, our tribes or region, Kavango, Komas, Omaheke, or any corner of Namibia, we stand together as one nation. Our Constitution promises equality and dignity for every citizen. Today we reaffirm that promises. We pledge that what happened to one community will not be forgotten by all. What hurts the Hereros and Nama hurts all of us. We move forward together, determined that such darkness will never return. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we also honored those who made this day possible. In 2016, former lawmakers, Honorable Shutwaiye Maumberwa, tabled a motion for a National Genocide Remembrance Day, ensuring it would never be erased from our calendar. Former Special Envoy Dr. Zedekiah Ngavirwe pursued recognition and reparation for our people. In 2018, acknowledging this wound, in 2025, we held our first official Genocide Remembrance Day in Parliament Gardens. We stand on their shoulders and will continue their work. As Governor of Kavango East Region, I promise that our region will keep this memory alive. Our children in Rundu and our settlements will learn about this history, not as a distant story, but as part of who we are. We will teach them that our nation's flag flies today because of those who fought and died for its soil. We will save and lead.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We were there in Omaheke. Now we are moving, that is to the Karas region, specifically in Lodret, in the Ngaminos constituency, where we understand that the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Philip Katamelo, who's also the keynote speaker, is getting ready to address the hundreds of descendants and attendants who are there for the joint Genocide Remembrance Day there in, that is at Karas region. We now cross over to that feed so we can bring you that delivering of the keynote address by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
Okay. My dearest people, I'm a little bit emotional because there is the priest or father or pastor that came here. And allow me to start like a minority. All protocol observed. Am I? En al uw dandighede wordt u ten volle erkend. Kijk, als je die herros wil scannen, dan praat je Afrikaans. Er is één natie in Namibia wat niet Afrikaans kent. Maar als je met een Nama wil praten, dan praat je niet Engels, nie, dan praat je die broertaal. Want die broertaal wordt verstaan in die zijde. Daarom zullen zijde maakt vrede. Amai. That man prayed, and they taught us in one Lord. Ons mag nie steel nie. That person deceive us. You can steal with your eyes and ears. Nobody will ever prosecute you. And when I came here since yesterday, I was the nation, about the tribe, about the people who are together and who don't want to be together. And that is why I said, julle moet vir my daai lied sing. My gees, my siel, my lichaam. Voor jy vergifnis gaan soek by die ander persoon, begin die vergifnis by jouself. Huh? My gees, my siel, my lichaam. Ata aitsma tita wanga sen no kwe bitrasing habisa wa here. Am I? It can't be that only you is right and the other one is wrong. It just can't be. And the presence and diversity that we have given, if we are sincere about the skulls and the history of these people who lie here, you want to forgive the Germans. I'm not pointing because of anger. But you don't want to forgive the one with whom you were born. Die ene wisse pa en ma jy ken, die ene wil jy nie vergewe nie. Maar jy wil kom die ander ene wat jy nie eens ken nie, vergewe. Arikana, let us not deceive each other. Am I? Die Bijbel het vir ons geleer, daar was Moses, Johannes die Doper en so. The likes of Sam Nujoma and Nelson Mandela were the Moses, the people who lead us to the promised land. The Johannes the Dopers became the Kenkop and the Thabo Mbekis. From there are no other extraordinary human beings. There are only us who can make extraordinary efforts to make it possible. Am I? So with that, I said I've stolen and I've listened. And you could hear, Governor, you could hear the others, that there is a cry. Now I can tell you, I'm a firm believer of God. Maar die Here sê vir jou, ek het vir jou alles op die heelal gegee, en jy moet jou gedeelte bring, laat die Here sy gedeelte kan uitoefen. As jy as student is van UNAM, probeer die hele jaar speel, en 'n dag voor jy skryf gaan bid, elobou slagstide, elop jy uititide. Amai, ek gaan nou heel dag bid. Die Here sal jou nie gee nie, want die Here sê, ek gee vir jou alles, en op die krag waarop jy doen, sal ek my gedeelte neerbring. As jy vergifnis vir mekaar soek, begin eers by jou. Try, jy gaan dokter toe, jy sê nie vir die dokter, hier is my liggaam nie. Jy sê vir die dokter, my regterarm is seer binne in die kreke steek. Dan begin die dokter daar vir jou ondersoek. Maar jy doen die analise jouself. Amai. So doen die analise vir jouself. I've got a written script and I don't know where to start. But I wanted also to speak the tall men. Haiko, I've seen you in soccer, most predominantly at the Namibian, the back page. If you are sincere about paying the dues of your ancestors, you take a commitment and relive soccer. because the German Professional Soccer League is one of the best ones. And you take that initiative so that you develop soccer. I know there are troubles in soccer. It's not what you concern. You take this soccer and bring it to Premier League level with Deutsche Mark. Then your words becomes meaning. Then your efforts in your expertise becomes a solitude for the leverage of these people and for the dues that they needs to be paid. Heinefen, I listened to you yesterday and you sounded too good, but you were also economical. It was my lady, a Nama lady, Biekes. If you have got a duty to fulfill those job employments, those figures that you presented there, you don't apply an economical philosophy to achieve it. Because you have got a moral and a conscious duty to do and uplift this community. If you are sincere with your words, you start to look at it. There's one thing that we go wrong, and is to apply the same kind of thinking that causes a problem. You can't apply the same kind of thinking. Economically, you will may be right. Socially and politically, you may be wrong. So you have got a moral duty, and when you look at the projects that you have promised, you can't look it from an economic perspective. You need to look it from the social moral perspective, because it's that duty that you own your words and try and uplift the communities for the dues of the privilege. Africans, the world is a very, very easy place. The people who lie here, we are also going to come here. Nobody else has started life any differently. If you challenge that, you can read the words of wisdom. I think it's chapter 11. The king is just like everybody else. For all of us, there is one way we came in this world, and there is one way we get out. Even the Son of God, Jesus himself, was not spared of death. And the unfortunate part of it is pastors and everybody, we all live to go to heaven. Am I? Amagada como elop ngarati kose komkao. Ons glo in God, laat ons die ewige lewe kan belewe. Maar die enigste manier wat ons die ewige lewe kan belewe. Governor het net nog gesê, was in die tax force. En toe word hy opgetel en hy word governor. Vandaag is ek deputy, ek was 'n backbencher. Toe word ek deputy speaker gemaak. As ek môre gedemote word, dan sal ek vra hoekom. Maar toe ek opgaan, ek het nie gevra hoekom nie. But you will realize that the ultimate goal of Christianity is to enter heaven. And yet, the only way to enter heaven is through death. And yet, none of us, even the pastor, even the bishop, will make that voluntary exit in order to reach the goal. When it is the time, let me go on my time. I don't want to go there. That's the strangeness of life. But if what starts to have meaning, we need to solve problems, because leadership and as human beings are sincerity. But if we use words to deceive, time will catch up with us. The young ones, you have spoken, and you are saying the future belongs to you. I don't know, the director of ceremony was saying we should be out by 2 o'clock. And of all people, I'm paid to talk. The basic definition of a politician is to talk. Now, whether we talk sense or not, that is for the audience to judge. But for us, is to talk. So let me deliver in 6 minutes what I've consumed. But for the young ones and for everybody, I've got just one simple message. I wanted to fulfill the 2 o'clock. And I say today we are gathered today at Chak Islands with hearts heavy and with memory and eyes fixed on the truth. This is not an ordinary place, and neither is this an ordinary occasion. Here at this shore, the island itself speaks of suffering, endurance, loss, and the unfinished duty of remembrance. Shark Islands was used as a concentration camp by the colonial regime between 1905 and 1907, where countless Herero and Nama prisoners suffered hunger, forced labor, violence, disease, and death, and forensic architecture. You must mind my dates, ne? I said 1905 to 1907. And when the doctor introduced me, he acknowledged to say I was his scholar. And I'm a scholar, but not of note. And I have taken reference, and I'm sure the director of ceremonies must take it, he's also a doctor. And there you will see that the forensic architecture captures this date as 1905 to 1907. It's semantics. We don't need. What we are requiring is the principal duty. Whether it's 04 to 08 or 05 to 07 is not the year. The same way we are fighting about 28, 12 May, 2 October. Who elotsi? Ne kwen gara kainyo tira ayo tai amse o ta keke tunga tau kata keke si koe onke kwena tatums amsira kam tui tons tu kwena ikaya tai ni ti tatumska ngasau so ure kanisa chief. But I take note that the official date is 1904 to 1907. But because there was no 1904 to 1908, but that one says 1905 to 1907. But because I was introduced as a scholar, and every scholar, when you do your research, you must make reference to your source. So that's my source. If it's wrong, it's not me, it's the source. And you are a PhD holder. Today we stand before the silence of this side to give voice to those who were denied dignity, mercy, and justice. We came out to reopen wounds, but to acknowledge them truthfully, to honor the dead respectfully, and to strengthen the living with memory that educates and heals. More than a century later, the pain of genocide remains present in families, communities, and collective conscience of our nation. Shark Island is a solemn reminder that genocide itself does not begin with the it begins with the dehumanization, dispossession, and the calculated destruction of people's humanity. At this island, colonial cruelty was not accidental. It was a systematic, deliberate, and devastating historical accounts that describe the extreme environmental conditions, starvation, forced labor, public execution, and mass death, with thousands estimated to have perished during the camp's operation. We remember the Ovaherero and the Nama men and women and children whose lives were cut short, whose names were nearly erased, and whose remains still call out for dignity. We remember the survivors whose bodies endured hardships and whose descendants continue to carry the burden of inherited pain. We remember that the islands was once turned into a place of captivity. Extermination must now stand as a place of conscience for the present and the future. Only time the present and the future and the past is not together, because here we safeguard our present looking into the future, but having a sole determination of acknowledgement of the past. As a nation, remembrance is not only symbolic, it is a duty. It requires from us honesty, courage, and responsibility. It asks us to protect the historical sites, preserve memory, teach our children the truth and absolute truth, and ensure that the suffering of the past is never minimized, denied, or forgotten. The work of remembrance is the work of nation building, because no nation can be whole if it is unwilling to confront the deepest wounds of its past. We must therefore guard Shark Islands against any form of erase, neglect, and desecration. This site belongs not to oblivion, but to memory, not to silence, but to testimony, not to indifference, but to the moral education of our people. The descendants of those who suffered here have made it clear that this place carries scarred history, and their voices deserve to guide how we preserve and honor it. Under healing and justice, remembrance alone is not enough. It does not lead towards remembrance is not enough if it does not lead towards justice, healing, and reconciliation. The memory of genocide must challenge us to build a society in which dignity is protected, diversity is valued, and human rights are defended without compromise. It must also remind us that the healing requires truth, and that reconciliation can only grow where truth is acknowledged openly and with humility. To the descendants that are gathered here, I say your pain is not invisible, your history is not forgotten, and your call for duty is heard. The government of the Republic of Namibia, under the leadership of Her Excellency the President, will continue to honor the memory and the victims of Shark Islands and all sites of colonial genocide through education, perseverance, steadfast commitment, and restorative justice. We cannot change the past, but we can choose the moral quality of our response to it. And on that vision, I was profoundly happy that education has taken place. And the youth of today, you are actually in a good space, but also in a bad space. Everything is dumped on you, and everybody wants your soul. And for that matter, I want to illustrate and thank the governors for what you have done yesterday. A parent can only upbring his child. What a child do with his life, unfortunately, is to the child himself. En in Afrikaans sê hulle 'n gesegde, alhoewel 'n boer en 'n vee-eienaar almal diere besit, is daar 'n groot verskeidenheid van 'n verskil tussen 'n boer en 'n vee-eienaar. In as much as a farmer and a livestock owner all owns livestock, there is a big difference. En anders ter weer gesê, daar is 'n groot verskeidenheid verskil tussen onderwys en opvoeding. Baie mense het onderwys, maar hulle is glad nie opgevoed nie. Baie mense het onderwys, maar hulle is glad nie opgevoed nie. En dit is een van die belangrikste. En onderwys kry jy by die skool, opvoeding is dit by die huis en die gemeenskap. En soms is dit ek sê altyd vir julle, miskien moet ek dit nie sê nie, maar ek sal dit sê. Toe ou president in die chamber gesê het, I'm not your child's mother. I don't think he was speaking English. I think he was speaking Tamara, he just expressed it. Because in Tamara, it's where it carries the most profound meaning. But in English, it has got no meaning. But if you turn it in Tamara, so now, I say I've got also to the educated PhD holders, here is the report.
Thank you so much for continuing to stay with us. Now that was Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, that is Philippus Katamelo, who delivered the keynote address there, the joint commemoration of the Genocide Remembrance Day that is at Ludret in Ngamenu's constituency, that is for the Karas region as well as the Hardap region together. We are now crossing over, that is to Ochinene in the Omaeke region, where we understand that the keynote speaker, who is the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, is ready to address address that gathering. We are now bringing you that live audio that is coming from the Ovaherero region. Let's listen in.
Evaristus Karonda. We have worked together in the youth, but now he's forgetting that he's a youth. Now he's an honorable member of parliament. I'm very happy to see you. And my leaders, and I want to take off my hat to our traditional leaders. And that is Chief Chodohongo Nguvaova, Chief Shenani Maharero, Chief Simeon Murangi, the professor, Ochiri, he was talking, a good professor, 90 years. Chief Turimuro Hoveka, and the senior councillors that are here. I want you to know that I started singing that song because of what I saw happening here. I saw the flag of red, the flag of green, and the children under those flags, they were all here. And because this morning we also went to the Holy Fire, I want us to give a round of applause to that sign of unity. I am so encouraged what I saw. And I think all of us are going back today very encouraged. And while we are speaking of our traditional leaders, I am also encouraged that I was able to speak to my leaders, Professor Rirwako and Professor Kashiwa. I spoke to them on Sunday and Monday, and they all committed that their people would be here, and I saw them here. So let's give them a round of applause too. We can achieve anything and everything if there is unity. And I therefore said to our ancestors, today indeed here in Oshinene, unity is being displayed. Our brother was representing our sister from the Chimurenga country of Zimbabwe. We welcome you. Chimurenga cha kusungura Namibia na kusungura Zimbabwe. Chimurenga cha kusungura Africa. Distinguished guests and young people that are here. Indeed, today, as we have heard, as has been said, the 28th of May marks the second Genocide Remembrance Day following the inaugural Remembrance Day launched by Her Excellency President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah last year, attended by a great number of us that are here today. So today, here where we are, this celebration attended by Commerce and attended by Kavango East. But it is also a celebration that is felt from Karas region, Hardap region, and indeed Erongo up to Ohangwena, up to Oshana, up to Zambezi, up to Kavango West, is a feeling that every Namibian is together today. If it is mathematics, the common denominator is our pain that we feel and also the memory that we are honoring today. It is where we say one Namibia, one nation, because today we are one. Professor Ervin Kashideu, this morning you started with us at Omtinga Udepo, and you were lecturing. And I met a young friend there, a young boy who's in grade 6, who wants to be a policeman. And then I met another young man who wants to be a pilot. And they were marching as you saw them, and they were dancing as you saw them. It is because, Odombara, take credit. What you are doing, in other words, investing in these young people, they are following just as you have followed in the footsteps of those who have gone before you. So I take my hat off to you. Professor, continue what you are doing. Even if you do it louder and louder, you can also enlist others like Professor Karonda. They can also continue to do it. And let's continue to talk. Let's continue to educate our people. I recognize the police representatives that are here, the army representative, the correctional services, and all public servants that are here. It is clear, indeed, Omti ngaudepo endodhombu dhovindimba runa omakuruhungi omanene mehiretu o Namibia. Esteemed traditional leaders, ladies and gentlemen, when the president launched the inaugural genocide commemoration, she said, and I quote, "We may be all aware that consensus does not mean unanimity. Accordingly, I'm calling on our people, in particular the Ovaherero, the Ovambanderu, the Nama communities, to understand the situation and to say, finally, we have a day in a year that unites us as a nation to remember the victims of 1904-1908 genocide. A day on which, as individuals and communities, we can come together in any form and at any place to remember the dark chapter of our history," end of quote. Genocide Remembrance Day has therefore entered our national calendar to symbolize and strengthen the unity of Namibian people. It symbolizes unity of purpose, inclusivity, and nation building, bedrocked on our shared policy of national reconciliation. Our history is one, so too is our shared national collective memory. Though at times painful as it may be, we face our painful and also heroic past as a nation in unity. Therefore, at this juncture, may I ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence in honor of all the victims of the genocide and also our forebearers who championed its recognition. Attention. At ease. Okuhepa Shinen. Director of Ceremonies, Professor and Schoolwolf. It has not been easy, as we listened to Odombara when they were talking, that the process has not been easy to reach the stage where we are today. We should always remember that 28th May could not have been declared a Remembrance Day had it not been for our collective resolve and efforts to address this genocidal chapter in our history. And it's also good that the former Minister of Justice is here, and the other members of Parliament are here. And I also learned that the first governor of Maheke is here. Let's give them a round. So we therefore, yes, there he is, First governor. Now, Honorable Nganate is saying, hey. Yeah, because he's an elder. Then, yes, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Remembrance Day, therefore, should be dedicated to the unity of the Namibian people as we soldier on towards shared destiny as a nation. You have heard it being said, when the late Paramount Chief Kwame Mariruako tabled and introduced this motion in Parliament, everybody in Parliament, regardless of their political affiliation, supported it because it's a common denominator that unites all Namibians. We salute the memory of the late Paramount Chief, and that is what we mean, that we salute all those who sat in that house of laws, of Parliament, and forgot all other differences and said, it's better that we stand together as Namibians, regardless. And then, of course, you know that it was unanimously adopted. And with that, national debate began, a debate that many partook. And it is also well understood that another motion tabled in Parliament in 2016 by the former MP, Honorable Maemberwa, then Swan President, that day, 28, which is today, was chosen because it was a date when all concentration camps in the country were closed. We have indeed been, as a nation, heavily involved in this process, being chosen for this occasion as 28th. So the place where we gather today, therefore, as Professor, our Master of Ceremony, has taken us through today, is a place of major historic significance for our country. The Councillor for Oshinene was giving us some directives and to say what we must do of these places, including Omti Gaudep. What is it that must be done in order for these places to remain historical milestones wherein every Namibian can travel from far and near to come and see and learn. We have also seen the hill where Van Trotta stood. We have walked on it. But Professor explained it even further, that it was the sweat of the victims that put it up. And it was also explained in terms of the borehole which was poisoned, and hence the name of Odombudo Vindimba. The order itself that was made west from here was explicit in its intention. Its purpose was to remove the people from their land through brute force and total elimination. As a result, more than 100,000 Ovaherero, Ovaherero and Nama people were brutally murdered by the German colonial government. But today, as we listen, when it was explained, it is even more brutal than what we have read. The extent to which a human being will be skinned like an animal. The extent to which that there was so callous disregard for the humanity of our forebearers. Others, as you have heard, were forced in concentration camps where they have to starve to death. Others were forcibly driven to then Omaheke Desert, which we learn that in fact this whole area here there were no trees, it was just a desert. Deforestation, or what do you call it? What is the ecological word? Bush encroachment. Yeah, he knows that because Omaheke and Oshodonjupa, they have a lot of virgin lands. So bush encroachment. But by the time, and at that time, this whole area was barren land. And therefore many were left to die. And some were forced in the unforgiving sands of the Kalahari Desert, where death from thirst and starvation became part of that deliberate machinery of extermination. And yes, as was said by our traditional leaders, this was pure genocide, calculated, inhuman genocide by someone sent from East Africa to come and do the orders here in Southwest Africa. Nevertheless, as we have heard, our people never gave up. That period revealed the courage, dignity, and unbroken spirit of our people, the resistance of our forebearers against dispossession, extermination, and injustice became the moral and political foundation upon which later generations built the struggle for independence. Those who rose in 1904 and those who suffered through the years that followed lit a flame that would later guide Chief Hosea Kutako, Samuel Maharero, Chief Kahuime Mwanguvauva, Jacob Marengo, Captain Hendrik Vetboy, Chief Mandume Endemfayo Hompakanjimi Hauwanga Skongo, Gaub Hamsemp, Chief Ipumbia Shirongo, Sem Nuyoma, Andimba Toivo ya Toivo, Hifikepunye Pohamba, Brendan Simbaye, to mention but a few. That is why we sing in our national anthem, "Their blood waters our freedom." We are not merely reciting poetic words, we are acknowledging the sacred truth that the freedom we enjoy today was paid for through the suffering, sacrifices, and blood of those who came before us. Their pain became our purpose. Their resistance became our foundation. Their sacrifices became the freedom of the Republic of Namibia. As we commemorate Remembrance Day here in Omaheke, so too across the country, we must continue to preserve historical truth, promote justice and national reconciliation, and strengthen our collective commitment to nation building and social cohesion. This day serves as a unifying platform for all Namibians to deepen our shared understanding of the painful experience that shaped our history, while reaffirming common aspirations to build peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous Namibia. As we preserve the memory of these atrocities, we must also encourage continued academic research, documentation, and publication of this dark chapter of our history. The stories, testimonies, and historical realities of the 1904-1908 genocide must continue to find expression through books, archives, universities, museums, films, and scholarly work, both in Namibia and across the world. And here is the challenge. I say these words not to appeal to scholarly work or scholars or academics beyond the borders of Namibia. I am speaking about you in front of me. I'm speaking about people that are part of 3.1 million of Namibians. I'm speaking about young people who are today have degrees, some up to PhDs, etc. Come and humble yourselves, be with the traditional authorities, be with Professor Murangi, and start collecting the knowledge from Professor Murangi so that a book can be written about the authentic history of the struggle that our people has endured. We call on our young people to come and be near the holy fire, and listen. Because today, we have all of us, including many of us here, we have gadgets we call cell phones and smartphones, etc. And now we have even something called artificial intelligence. But we must find meaning and word to explain artificial intelligence in Ovaherero. What is artificial intelligence? What is Bluetooth? What is wireless? And therefore we will find meaning. What is the significance of the holy fire in the journey of our nation building? Because if we do not appreciate our own, we are likely to repeat the mistakes that others might have committed. In Kavango, there is a saying, "Tukokwo kuzawa, tukokwo kutunda." Insult where you are going, not where you are coming from. Therefore, our own culture is cool and sweeter than any other culture outside our cultures. The best way to honor those who sacrifice their lives in defense of our country is to uphold the value for which they fought for, they died for. Those are, as we have heard here, as was explained by Professor when he was standing on that hill where Fantrota stood. He said people were moved from as far as Okahanja and other places. And they said, we have had enough. From here we shall not go anymore. And we will do what? We will fight back. That's what the professor said, isn't it? Yes. And they fought for what we are enjoying today. They fought so that Namibia, that is free 36 years now, should be free 100 years and beyond from now. Let us therefore move forward as one Namibia, one nation, united in purpose and determined to build a better future for our people and generations to come. Let us reject tribalisms and divisions, hatred and exclusion in all their forms. Let us preserve our rich history and ensure that future generations grow up with a clear understanding of where we come from, who we are as a people, and the responsibility they carry in safeguarding the sovereignty and future of this republic in the spirit, pardon my Damara Nama, Adama Traore Tikweko. Is it so? Yeah, Adaman Haure Tikweko. Yes, Diane. So I'm trying. Give me a round of applause. Distinguished guests, from the ashes of 1904-1908 genocide and the many rivers of blood crossed in between, Namibia emerged a sovereign, proud, and independent republic on the 21st March 1990. We can only truly honor and treasure their sacrifices through unity of purpose. But it's a unity of our current struggle must be a struggle for historic justice within the broader Pan-African march towards total economic independence and absolute sovereignty over our God-given abundant resources. The Ovambanderu Traditional Authority spoke to this issue, the shifting sense of geopolitics, that if we are not united, not only as traditional leaders, not only as countries, but as continents, as a continent. Because Fantrota was brought from East Africa to come here, but it is our Africa, it is not their Africa. Therefore, true sovereignty and our resources must benefit our people. And this is the cornerstone of what the president often says. We are too few to be poor. It means our words must translate in action. We cannot continue to talk only, because otherwise, if it's only just talk, we are betraying those who sacrifice with their blood. Our survival carries a collective responsibility to remember, honestly, to lead with maturity, and to ensure that genocide, racism, and the dehumanization of the African people never again define the future of humanity. Finally, to the young generations of Namibians, including Miss Namibia contestants that are here, including my friends that were with me there, there were three. Two in grade 6, and I think another one wants a pilot somewhere. But I want to speak to them. Those who are here and those who are at home. Our elders, including Professor Murangi, when they were little, the university #1 was around the fire. The university #1 was the parents. The parents remain professors. But today, the fire has become the gadget. The fire has become the television. The fire has become the smartphone. The fire has become the app that runs these gadgets, as you were then. In other words, we must be jealous in ensuring that these smartphones that we are speaking of, they must not be tools that bring disunity as opposed to unity. They are technologies of other people, not necessarily our technology. But we can use this technology for the good of our own countries and our own villages, our own households, our own regions, and our own continent. If we are to get into a car that we have not manufactured, do we get in a car and start driving the car to bump somebody? But we use the car to move from point A to point B. So therefore, young people, you inherit the freedom secured not only through immense sacrifice, but you also inherit a heavy responsibility. Defend your dignity. Do not allow your history to be diluted or distorted by sleek public relations. Do not allow the genocide of your ancestors to be trivialized. And do not allow historical memory to fade into indifference. A nation that forgets its foundations weakens its capacity to navigate the future. The memory of this genocide must strengthen our collective commitment to human dignity and economic equity for all Namibian communities and unyielding remembrance for generations to come. As we stand here in Omaheke, the message is clear. The message was demonstrated. And I want you, the women that were here singing and talking, I want you to know that your message has landed in a soil that is productive. The men that were here, and also there was a woman who was taking a small child on the back. I want you to know that message is loud and clear because it says for these children to go forward, they can only do so when they are on the shoulders of their elders. To the men that were here on the horses and narrating and speaking, we want you to know that your message has landed on a fertile soil. That we will only overcome when we work together, women and men, boy child and girl child. We shall overcome. And I want you also to know the reverend that was praying here. I listened to every Ovaherero word that he was saying. I want you to know your words have found meaning, every one of us. Indeed, Mukuru has listened. If Mukuru can get a WhatsApp, Mukuru has gotten the WhatsApp. If Mukuru is to respond on Bookface, Mukuru will respond on Bookface. If Mukuru is to come down here in Omaheke, Mukuru will say, yes, my children, prayer without action will not yield much. Therefore, let's pray and act. And let's do it, both the holy fire and the prayer, because they were all created by Mukuru. May the blood of the victims continue to water our freedom, and may their souls continue to guide our march towards economic justice, dignity, and true national unity. May we live from here, and all others that are watching, that we are one people, from Zambezi to Kavango East, from Kavango East to Kavango West, from Kavango West to Hangwena, from Hangwena to Oshana, from Oshana to Omsati, from Omsati to Kunene, from Kunene to Oshikoto, from Oshikoto to Erongo, from Erongo to Ochodonjupa, from Ochodonjupa to Komas, from Komas to Omaheke, from Omaheke to Hardap, from Hardap to Karas region. One Namibia, one nation. Okuhe pashinene. My friend is here.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Your message was very loud and clear, sympathetic, if I may use that word, and we are looking forward to the next year commemoration somewhere in Omaheke region, at national and regional level. Now, we are moving towards the candle lighting ceremony. We have 9 candles. So when I call you, please come forward. The Right Honorable Prime Minister is the main one. Then Honorable Governor Pio Nganate, Honorable Sambuka, and Honorable Sem Nyoma Jr. He's like me. People are saying, former councillor, no, councillor or nothing. Former, like I'm dead. Then we have the Deputy Minister of Information, the host councillor, to make sure. Chief Maharero and Chief Murangi.
And that was such a powerful keynote address by the Right Honorable Prime Minister Elijah Ngurare. My name is Crystal Nassau, and I'm taking over from my colleague Lotto Manamata. And we are here celebrating the Genocide Remembrance Day, as NBC is broadcasting it from all 14 regions for the first time in its history. And we now cross over to the Karas region for some more information on the commemorations taking place over there.
Last round.
Hello.
Nam
All right. We are done, horses? Oh, okay, excellent. They are just parading here. They are well trained, so don't mind them. They will not do any harm to you. They want to be part of us. They want to feel it. Let's be standing. Let's stand. Whilst they are removing.
Sombre yet a very, very celebratory mood there in Shark Island with the traditional song and parade of the horses around the victims' skulls of genocide 1904 to 1908. We now cross over to the Kunene region where Dr. Kaire Mbwende is delivering his keynote address in the Opuo, Kunene region. Crossing over to you.
As established. Alikana baonukia kula abahene nduwetu ebali nokuja alikana muwo alikane umumu yakulire amuhe chujwana ja kunene nuwina omume yakulire obahona betu mbetu tidira oviwana. Nabano anajombero yanje chimihungire ne hapo mbapira njo yo mambo nga kutwa changa bapatulura poka patululire oya mejo kuje minyo yawe na biri mwamake kujana wana makale thambitwa hungire po maka hungira mbiri mu mutima we po makale thambitwa changa po maka hungira mbiri mu mutima we hikachukise wana ka uyoba omuhungire we yoba no chime cha myango myotoka kopi uli nei mbimakereko myango kumakera nei chiwana chetu myango kumakero kucha uchitenga meanjo kunene kuhepa ko presidenda yehiretu o presidenda Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa ngwahinda obanane ko biwana kukana no biwana ngwahindo banane ko biwana okukuramenapo obiwana okunana obiwana puno banane bakwao ochichitwa hi no chichitwa chongutukiro na vyalwe mbitwali navyo ivimwe vyo binambi o president ambi araitho kucha amemeba ngo kucha omunda uhe onga apehemba pupa mapeta muno Namibia mapeta muno chichitwa cha Namibia omunda uhatoro chichitwa ho chirire ochichitwa che wina chopo yao chomwe yao chopopao puvekara putwalo kuhama bandinondi chimba ono kuhungira mambongo nuchitwa lubiro kuja chichitwa chonga endero yongutukiro chomale mbulukiro chitiro chinjanja maji ya mulukondwa mimbino ina yivali mimbale hedi pula okuja ochiwana chetu ochitiro chinjanja cha luva ochiwana chetu nantenguwa cho hapo onjito nja chitwa kwete njo cha luva chiyi hapo madhe ya tudhembuluke yuando chiri mwana wajime yangu kumia ruliro kuhepa uka sanamba monjiviro yokuchiwo kuchananga hino mitanda obina kubiombi omanyando no manyanukithiro imbi mbyaka sana kuimbi ibali mwe ota kongo twetu twatoko ihavero mathere 350 chajitwa juo kujo banene nanga hino mmabe ko mulungu mba twako bichitwa twako ihavero omathere yane okuje kutwako no kuyithako memuno kuja chinangala mulume nduwaka ndundu muhoko wanje macho nanjo mbutiro menga afi omaandero maekalira kuja ochitiro chinjanja mukunenemwi makalira chimwe cyo bichitwa vyoluhove chimwe cyo bichitwa etetmato cyo kujavi ochitiro chinjanja chitutuna no chitutuna obasanapi amano nawo kya rembo ralo ko mitanda kudambia aruka ko jungura ya chimberemba mitanda ochitiro chinjanja mwatete ochitiro chinjanja chaihamitha ete abandu behindi chaihamitha ete omuhoko buhungirera kandi chaihamitha ete omuhoko buhungira eraka lochikwekweko bapa po lochikwena ochitiro chinjanja chaihamitha omunamibia ingunguma chuko cho munamibia olupa lwa Namibia be okuja monao bichitwa chaimbi ovyetu okuya okulihonga okutolera mbendo tutwaye ko mulungu obanene eyo bandu beheripo ongombe chima yuto kukaonjo njira yuta imwe njiri ko mulungu olongwao chalumbo njira nja itopoka liyo njira olongombe mude kaonja jihino mawe jihino miti jihino makui chima tuhungire okuja hosea kutako munyiwenga uthuithiwe muhange mbara Ovaherero chako toka kuthako utaule chima hindi o president aeto ndenga okuwaka kutulehi chanje mawe totonjira onjira njatotwa okuthako njembo ndenga nja umbo jima yuhungiro mulwendo akatupamba kuja yathu pomwe chimukalona ngwatu jima yuhungiro kuja yathu pomundu ngwatando kuja mahula hiro mukwao ngandu jima iya mu mayiva lino milongo mayiva lina hambo umwe ombara kwa imalirwa ko jima hititha erando mu parlamento kuja alikana ochitiro chinjanja o mafutiro wacho ko horomende yo bandu hiji kuthuto bandu wetu ngachikaleko onjira njima itotwa numa itotwa bandu mabaitha kwa kwao chitu heripo maliro bahona wamauhona pale ombuma benene okuchukithe kuluhu ngindo ete chali panjala cha halukulu atupanjalitha ochifuta chetu nongwa chimatutho kuja ochithuta chathauka ponu twathauka rapo ochitiro chinyanja kachitutunuvi ndino ndia mechichongone ya kunene ambino chiwana choba chimba chichiri mokanja ngombe kutuhawe mokamanyi chichihine hupo chichihina erambe kwa mulungu kuja haponei matuka hupapi kanduku ndino ndi o president aehije anjero mara kuthano kuhakaina na kuja odofara manderio ngondoroka chiva kuuna chimbe kumunumba nderio ngondoroka na kamanya ngapechito kuja okamanya obandumbo behandulithiwe vadha pive kukarambo vadha modo farama maave ungula chima ave ungule nao chanje ke hiyo chitiro chinjanja chichanda po chikwalonga chileme oandete twa utu kungula modo farama kachitu tuni nevi dino ndi amirero chimbara mehingi kuthako kamanya meiko mea munonu mbiende ko Kongo ko yitwa icharingo emuno ngeama poko uchete poka mokatiko vandu hapanda kukatutire obandacha vela muchitambi kavekotora hapanda kukatutire acha tuhulwa pupathana mbu kuundulwa okujatie kukwanenwa mokahinga ndino ndi oulumbuchiwe yaputu hina kutienda hapanda kukatutire okaoko pwehile tunda lilimwe kuthamba nganduko chithingwe ameukwa kwatara tati mukululumi hapo hindi ngunde anda kukalimwe kacha tulilo bandu bemwe baina imwe putu hupa pamwe pothia twata chitwata nao chimakonje mbo yalimbo bandu chapmape hungirwa kaitulimbiro tuweze tokuhupa onje mbo yetulimbanga nduko ngalo zetu zokuhupa nulombara chiwana chetu cha kunene chiwana cha kaoko chiwana cha France Fontaine cha Nderita cha heundo kori hasa cha kamanyi cha ucho choba heikumu bebango kuningiro kuja okuthamba kuyenda ku mulungu atuyanjere omalimbakane ngutwalimbo njembonji okucha ekaonje ku mulungu okuja etulimbe ngalo zetu wina olondu mae tunuko mitanda chimecha nao mechavi omalimbakane wetu yetupo hani mokatike toveni atuhanika mwakanake mwakatiti atudhembye kuorongana nokuwana mochinahi mumatutho kuwana twadupongombe chiwadupongombe twahanika okujondiro kati nokupaka pamo mundu wake nokupakwa po ngundwanje kenokupakwa pwi obanache banje kabe nokukupo mundungu menalo kuja twahanika owachirimbo mauhungirwa mundungo noviwa mbiri mu mundungo kabithero kumunika po mbiri mu bandumbo kabithero kumunika olondu twahanikale ohaninjo ete chovana ne ohoro mende itupa outheu okuhupitha oviwana vandu vatati nukapena pumatuja kaino kuthango numuhukama itunu kuthundithio na kihuporao monao kapatana wangu na mbia yako kujiungula ichimbe eremba monao othoromana twatoro ndando yokuche ohaninjiri mu biwana yoma uhona pale no lombalu kaino kututhuna matungula mbi matotho kuungula okucha tuhupisa vehe kucha veri mundaune wahaninjo monao chimatuithana uhengwi ngwacho mbara popepo yao matuithana ombara mena kuja po yawithana wanao pothio kucha mwachirio pomba menalo kuja twahanika oluveze ntutukambula okuyeta hombo ko biwana vyetu olungi menalo kucha po mwehepo kupitira po mwehepo kukaonja yo mwakaonja ko mbando mai menalo bipotha bikitu gunda maturu okucha twahane onjembo ongalo yetu yokuva ngokuhanika nokuhanikirira dango matumununu chimatumunu ngatune okucha ehupo letu okudhamba tukaende pamwe mongalombwa tukaende pamwe mwehupewa atuyanjere ohaninjo kucha itu hite nganga ndune ichi ahita mokatiko wa Namibia avehe mbehungire rakandi na mbehungiro maraka walwe na okucha obandu ichi ndinondi vene nokuchuo kucha bandu mbaka veri pamwe monao putwa he twahe katuno kuya ku tubango mathutiro tubango njothiro tubango njiukiro yokucha ete twatano twatati ochitiro chinjanja ohani yetu kaino kutia njera yetu muno chithuta chima tubanga hani yetu kaino kutia njera okuja bandu ichi bekaye mu mutima wao bepaturo mitima kuja chiri obandumba twathepa ochitiro chinjanja osori yao maika ako mina indu chituheri pamwe mambongo myango kiaroka ko mambongo obandu bebalimba ongweya ku mulungu wanje nangweya yanje myango kumutoka kujalika ne imbambere sana wana toroka na wakabechikambura ihungiro minister mutse were wina ocho muka inditho odombudhe pocho muchukitho odombudhe ngungula ke hongondono neno investigative journalism nu twango kukudhuba honorable minister pothia menalo lubede tukudhuire nawo lima tuhungiro kakambe katwelu kukeya kutuhungirira mujitiro chinjanja omwache wechiwa nai ndino ndingwe kuru ngwalire ohongothe ngwalire ihe mochiwana chetu chobaherero chobahimba chobambanderu nomunda uhenguhungira rakandi ochiungula che kuhongorero wa Namibia kajia utandino jina chipahewa erero wali mutanda mbulathe odombwa lo mutanda atora njero nondando yokuja mimei penje meka chitokuja ehiretu likutuke ndino ndi twakutuka mena eyo umwe wao kutwakutukira ndino ndi umwe wao ochiwana yijuhungira rakandi jimajitho kulipambara mochali okuja tuno mundo hongothe ngwetuyeta putuli ndino ndi andako katwa kuholeka sana obichitwa Dr. Kaire Mbwende ehijima likutuka yumwe wao ngwa muniku o president ondenga hindi nu ihe ochiwa nahi okuchomwa chengwi omutandangwi mulumendungwi metwa mo ministry inji yotutumbono bikuno omumadhu changu mahungirera kandi eyo tukulamena po onamibia komihoko omikutathani ndino ndi ambassador Mbwende uhongolerapo omekulithiro Namibia Lumwe lukondwa ndumalufu kukula urukondwa lwa kunene. Lumwe muhorolerepo urukondwa lwa kunene urukondwa ndwa tumba motukondwa twa Namibia. No balume nduwe balimba hama Honorable Amutse Chambutu no video mehyo maweto mawangane ngeulitho bane hyali henei yumo bandu etembu matutora ngumarufu kututwa kihire tuloria nondo changuro minister njo. Honorable Bwende changu mahongolerepo omekulithiro yumo bandu buma betietere owa wodonjiranda ondo kapena mbi hapitire mehi kehie nale. Honorable Bwende wea kwenu wea ko bandu we bandu chibandalire chibeyanei mekambulu kujabango kyo kumuna ikana katunu kukunanga kwenu kiye kungira kuno bandu we onaho ochibula chiwape okudake yulu olubede olwe ungire no bandu be kunene kwepa.
Iya katufeka me tuyakure omuhingire weyuba nunga tumwe hakerere wina. Yeah, please bear with us. The keynote speaker is just coming forth, and we all know that the governor was just doing introductory remarks of the keynote speaker. So there is no need for much of the interpretation on the introductory remarks. Yeah. Yeah, mutu naika atu murilisa nambano.
Director of Ceremonies, Comrade Koyova, and Comrade Kavari, Co-Director of Ceremonies. Honorable Minister, Comrade Amte, Honorable Governor, chiefs of various traditional authorities here, former members of parliament, former councillors, all protocol observed. We have gathered here today to commemorate Genocide Remembrance Day for the second time in the history of our country as a national day. I would like to underscore a national day because we have many days that we observe culturally, such as Hipawe, we go to Okahanja, but those are not national days. This is a national day and it belongs to all of us. When we talk about genocide, we normally talk about German brutality, what they have done to our people. And by so doing, somehow glorify the role of the Germans in history. I would like to look at the genocide from the standpoint of where I am as a survivor of genocide. Whenever our people talk about genocide, they feel sorry for themselves. They say we are killed, yet we are alive. And tushavi eto shiwandaketu shata. But I would like to look at it from a different perspective. Etemba owanduishi mvetur. Owanduishi amaitu depa atuveur. Twauru owanduishi. Vade pota te pothiwete mangamba tokura mamba. Okusha ngatuka no muto ngatima. Simatu le mruge kuru hungiretu. The genocide was a culmination of two processes, namely German colonization and the resistance thereto. German colonization involved the alienation of land and livestock from the Namibian people, primarily Ovaherero and Nama, but colonialism was resisted from the very beginning. Prior to the genocide, there were at least 5 uprisings against German colonialism. 1896, the Ovambanderu under Chief Kahimemwa rose at Oshunda. The Kawa people, Nama people under Lampart were also rose against German colonialism. In 1897, African people also revolted against the German. The same year, Swartboy revolted against the Germans. 1903, the Bondel Swarts revolted against the Germans. And then 1904 to 1908, that is the war of genocide, both in what was the Rowland, as well as also under Samuel Ovaherero and as well as under Hendrik Witbooi. The genocide was meant to put down resistance once and for all. In the process, 80% of the Hereros and 50% of the Namas perished in the process. and fled, as we heard, to Botswana, Angola, and some ended up in South Africa. When we commemorate genocide, we all have to remember those neighboring states that provided refuge to our people, the people of Botswana and the people of Angola. The genocide did not put an end. Oh, sorry, there's some water. Sorry. The genocide did not put an end to the people of Namibia's desire to free themselves from the yoke of colonialism. The spirit of resistance continued and was passed on from generation to generation. After the defeat of Germany during the First World War, Namibia was placed under the League of Nations trusteeship that was subsequently transferred to the United Nations as mandate to be administered by South Africa. Resistance to colonialism continued in a more organized manner, following the formation of political organizations such as SWAPO that waged the struggle on three fronts: political, diplomatic, mass mobilization, and military, that ultimately culminated in the independence of Namibia in 1990. We are today commemorating the Genocide Remembrance Day in a free and independent Namibia, thanks to the collective efforts of all the people of Namibia. The adoption of a Genocide Remembrance Day is a culmination of concerted efforts, particularly by Chief Kwaimari Rwako, to keep genocide and restorative justice on the political discourse of Namibia. He championed a resolution in 2006 in the National Assembly that was adopted unanimously with some amendments. That resolution put in motion a process of negotiation between the government of Germany on the one hand and the government of Namibia and representatives of affected communities on the other. Substantial progress has been made in the negotiation, but there are still some areas to be addressed. Outstanding issues are still to be ironed out. It is important to underscore, however, that negotiation is not a zero-sum game of all or nothing. That is, there is no agreement that is perfect. It's not that you get everything or you get nothing. I recall during the struggle for liberation, when South Africa insisted that Walvis Bay is part of South Africa, there were those who said, no, we cannot accept independence without Walvis Bay. But others thought strategically that, why can't we accept independence without Walvis Bay and then start the process of acquiring Walvis Bay? And that's exactly what happened. So the negotiations and the joint declaration may not be perfect, but it may be a starting point for better relations between us and Germany, apology, and restoration. The negotiation between the government of Namibia and the affected countries and Germany inspired many people around the world. It took many years for the Germans to come to the negotiating table. But due to the diplomatic acumen of our people, we were able to bring them around the table. These negotiations inspired others. Mr. Kandundu, Honorable, it was not today the AU resolution that was adopted in February 2026, and I was in Addis Ababa with our president when that resolution was adopted. That resolution was inspired by Namibia's efforts and the progress to date. And therefore, even when it was being adopted, reference was made to what Namibia was doing. It's a question of who's learning what from who. The AU based a resolution on Namibia's experience, and please bear that in mind. To honor the memories of those who died during the resistance to colonialism after the struggle for independence and the struggle for independence, it is important that we preserve peace and unity. Our motto is unity in diversity, economic diversification for sustainable development. We cannot honor the memory of those who have died during the struggle, both during what we call the period of primary resistance, leading up to the genocide and thereafter, as well as those who died in the struggle for liberation after the launching of the armed struggle by the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. The only way we can honor them is to make sure that we develop our country, that we live in peace and harmony. Namibia is a rich country, has been described by many as a rich country with poor people. And the same can also be said of this region. And therefore, we as a generation that is in power now, our responsibility is to make sure that the resources of this country are used to the best interests of all our people. With the kind of, our president often says, we are too few to be poor. And that is true. Development is ultimately a collective process. It is not only a matter of what the government will do, but is what we can do collectively. We are committed to change the lives of our people, to diversify our economy, which is one of the reasons why we have not been able to attain the level of growth that we require because of the structure of our economy. And for us to do the restructuring of our economy, education is key. We need skills. We need skills and capacities. This development ultimately depends on people, what the people can do with the resources at their disposal. And therefore, when I look around, Comrade Kauyova and those of you who are in the education field, let's please give attention to education. Let's educate our people. Let's develop technical skills. It's not everybody who's academically gifted. And through that, we should be able to bring about the development that this country needs. And I thank you very much for the opportunity. Ovaherero uthupi uriri moi kutoroko bino o akwetu ngatutashitiro chinyanya nawa oshitiro shinjanja machituhongo bino bingi matuhongo kushavi obandu betu bata nundu adu mori hongo aruye kushavi wete mutwata kokara no matha akutheka mokunguro shina shimori nyingitho njendo mwi etu anashe odombande etu wanashe wandu mbaro vita ba de pondo ishinga nima beshavi na banonga tuka wede o trupa wando ishinga de wede orondo anumba wandu behindi be tour ngandishima bekaeta fontrota ngwa shukwa oshomudepe omuhina mbinduko mutima ngwa kama mahio mengi nuhanje wahunga mo vandu odombande odombangane okusha ombepo yubandenchi onyima tutho kutora atukawanja nao ko mulungu muabihe matungura vesha shitependa nitwa thekama atuthekame no oshuraisha thewako nambano oshirwa shime ulire sho kuithamo onjara no uthio na moshuanda shetu no kuithamo onjara no uthio na moshuanda shetu matu hepo kungura kumwe matu hepo kuithamo hanemu katiketu nishitwa kura mapamwe veshavi epango liuro udheu okujo shimatu ike hiro roriano ko shihungire jitiro shinjanja shihungire shikawanya ko mulungu shakaonja mbadhe nu ongrami no horomende ishavi kapeno shua na shicha patrua penje uri orupa mo shihingiro jitiro shinjanja nu mtengwa katupa padumbo kushavi kapeno mundu ngwa patrua penje nangari histiro shea pondo na poshirihi ponga tuhingire mbori mushavi oshitiro oshihungire oshaka onjo ombulo murongo pokati ku horomende etu na horomende obandu ishi nwakura mene po biwa na byatire nushimo shavi obyungura na mbulo muronga twimbira hituturure mutu ponambo pade ukatiti inje tukaonje pamwe o mahina ya kaonja au hengumango kuronda marondomo misho hatno unongo peke au haeto unongo weko shitie kushavi komandre yuva tukamune ondoneno okuhepa
Yeah, that was the keynote speaker, Mr. Kavari, just filling in some of the parts which the Honorable did not interpret.
Yeah, tonene muneno make. Ya mambo jiwa munywa hakurako. Wautu chautu wetu minike mobito etatu heji turimba. Etu mburuki sakucha ochichitwa hicho kudemburuke yuvandi ochichavari yuvandi kara kulirwe umuranja zoko chicha kulirwe na ndino ndi chicha hindwa kotukondwa tuhetwe hindi chima tudemburuka ochitiro chinjanja atukotora po bandukani po mihoko kani ngatukare no ulidemburuka kucha ochichitwa po onjito njatuna kehyarihe no chichitwa chima chidemburukwa ovatureve hindi avehe chitiro chinjanja chadha monjito mbi yovando ichi koviwana imbimbya ihamisiwa ocho chadhapo vina vivali ohulire njaetu ovando ichi ko Namibia omapirukiriro wohulire iyo vakwena no Ovaherero ombya chita kucha pekathekame ochitiro chinjanja odo njitondo mbalinto nuko murungo chitiro chinjanja pario virwa vitano ovinandengu ochiro chitengo cha chunda chicharino vambanderu hiyo munene kahimemwa apekaro chiro acho bakwena wina umeyobiri mwe no mathera hambo ndu no mirongo mubyu na hambo mbali oba afrikanera beru isabando ichi mumburo ngajinge yonjo obandu baswart boy aberu isabando ichi noho moyobiri mwe no mathera mubyu nonora nondatu omuhogo mumakudhu oba mbondol swarta bakwena noho aberu isabando ichi noho ke hiyo maudhe unga nguma yanga obandu ichi opo bakahamena ngandu ochitiro chinjanja achituapo eraria ndora kachombondi chimatu dhemburuko chitiro chinjanja wina ngatukare no njodhikiro njimati anja ko mahi ngakuro bandu vetu nungetidho bandu vetu ngamba ehichina ombotswana ochawana ehichina o Angola kukuhupira o bandu vetu nu chimatu dhemburuka eyubandi ngatukare no kucha no uri dhemburuka kucha o parlementa ya Namibia no horomende ya Namibia ya kure yubandi nu o makuliro waro maedhu ko ke punda hitithiwa I ombaro chitambi guheri punateru kwao mo mayovie bali na hambo umwe ndakulwa I onjuo ndio dhoveta ya Namibia no kuhina mapirukiro o ehungi rojitiro rojithuta likaenda no bandu bebali ima behungiro hungano china kaperiro pano papupu ingwike yache njipambi ingwache inkamburambi ingwike yache hinakukupahi ngwinache hinakukamburako okucha ochihungiriro he kuchiri chikaenda ko murungu nuka chipupu pofia chikaenda cha onamimbia cha ikutuka pari vemwe ba veri pura kuja o South Africa icha matu kaina kubanga okuyanjo na ombae puno Namibia ihe mwimbo barwire ongutukiro bemwe chimumba chima chiri pura kuja onamimbia okukutuka no kuhina mbae kaya kutuka bemwe abecha katuka mburo Namibia orupando rumwe chana tuchitwa dhuno ku hitamo horomende tukahame tukauto kuhungirira ko chino chichabari chimachirire omakutukiro ambaye Namibia ikutuka mu mirongo mubyu odhombura ine ko mbunda nao ombaye ikotoka odhongaendero dhobihungiriro zekaenda nao parisi wamba kuja oruano rwa Afrika rwa kulirepu ndimaricha odhonjito dhochitiro chinjanja no dhonda tumisire dhokwisapo bakarerepo bandu bandu kuriso bandu bakarere ongatukiro koundu okucha orutu rwa orutu rombaneno ya Afrika ruya kurepundi chanje mabeisire kongura meno ya Namibia mochitiro chinjanja no chithuta chayo ochina chimatie nene ondatero nondengero nonjevikiro nyimatie nene okuyanja kuimba mbata okudhako chitiro chinjanja.
That was Dr. Kaire Mwende doing his heartfelt keynote address from the Konene region. We will now take a look at some of the earlier speeches that took place in the Irongo region, and we will start off with Chief Gasip. He is the chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders as he delivers his welcome address. Let's have a look.
Kind class. Moro. Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers and Members of Parliament, fellow traditional leaders present here, religious leaders, the sentence of the victims of the 1904 and 1908 genocide, your Young people of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today we stand together on the shore of Swakopmund, a place of beauty, yet also a place marked by deep pain. Beneath this sand lies a history writing in suffering, relation, and memory. It was here where concentration camps once stood. Here our ancestors endured hunger, forced labor, humiliation, and death. The colonialism and revealed its hardship cruelly. Yet today we gather not only to mourn, we gather to remember, we gather to honor, we gather to reflect, and above all, we gather to heal. Together is one nation. My fellow Namibians, the Reconciliation Genocide Remembrance Day reminds us that truth cannot remain buried forever. It stands as a testament to those who for decades carried this memory forward with courage and testimony. When the motion for this Remembrance Day come before Parliament, every representative of Namibia people vote in support of it. We also take this moment to commend the President of the Republic of Namibia for her steadfast leadership and commitment to unity, reconciliation, and national healing. Her dedication to building an inclusive and just Namibia is deeply appreciated. The examination order issued by General Lothar von Trottoir against the Ovaherero and Nama people are well commended in history. The intention was clear, to destroy entire communities. The genocide against the Ovaherero and Nama people was deliberate and devastating. Tens of thousands lost their lives. Families were destroyed, land was taken, and dignity was stripped away. History must therefore be told truthfully and completely. We also acknowledge the suffering of the Damara and San communities. Their pain too is part of our shared history. This remembrance belongs to all Namibians, because the pain of one Namibian must become the pain of all Namibians. Early this month, Namibia commemorates Kasinga Day is a national. We pause to remember those who died there. Today again we pause together because remembrance is not division. Remembrance is responsibility. Remembrance is humanity. My fellow Namibians, this day was never created to divide us. It was created to unite us. Remembrance must never divide us. It must unite us. Tribalism divides, hardship destroys, division weakness. Namibia is too small for hatred. We cannot heal the wounds of the past while created new divisions among ourselves. As traditional leaders, we are custodians of peace and unity. Our responsibility is to guide our people towards harmony, dignity, and coexistence. My fellow Namibians, as we pursue restorative justice and reparation, we stand in an important moment. We recognize the significance of the acknowledgement of genocide. The truth matters. But we must also listen to the voice of descendants and affected communities who feel excluded. Their concerns are valid. True healing requires inclusion. A divided people cannot move forward with strength. We must come together. We must speak honestly. We must find common ground. Because unity is power. And therefore, instead of attacking one another, we must create for honest dialogue. To support this, the Council of Traditional Leaders will establish an inclusive consultative platform, bringing together all stakeholders to promote dialogue, consensus, and stronger collective voice. Government and society must fully recognize the importance of traditional leaders, continue to play in nation building. No one must be left out. Every voice matters, my fellow Namibians. Healing requires truth, humility, and courage. It demands what they listen to one another and build bridges between our communities. The traditional leaders from the directly affected communities, especially the Ovaherero and Nama communities, must come together. You have to come together. We must ultimately speak with one voice. We must teach our children that every Namibia belongs, that unity is stronger than division. We must speak with that unite and instill.
We apologize for the poor sound there in our insert. However, we are still continuing with the Ironga region and the speeches that took place earlier this morning. And up next we have Mr. Kape, and he is giving us a historical reflection in the Nama and Ovaherero genocide, crossing back over to the Ironga region.
Protocols observed. I hope and we'll learn something important in our entire life. May the God be with us through our Yeni back, safe Yeni to all of gatherings today. In
there was a concentration camp, and in town, from the hotel to the side of our office of the general office. That's the area where was the big concentration camp. And opposite that there is a church on your left side. At that church is where all the evil things was happening in Swakopmund. Where the head was cut and it was given to a lady or to a woman to take the meat out of that head with bottles. So those evil things was happening in Swakopmund. And there was also smaller, so when we are saying smaller concentration camp, it's just to say that those who can work, those who are able to work, so it's those who were building these all beautiful houses that you see in Swakopmund, those who are building 1906 and those houses in town, and our police officer and our prison, those buildings was built by the prison of war. And our jetty was also built by the prison of war. So no mind you, and take yourself in those years, those people hunger, and they were forced to do those jobs. What is in your mind? What is going on in your mind? So that's the repetition that we are saying that now. We are talking about the 28 May. Now I just want to read just a few sentences here that reflect where I am. I'm Ovaherero Kape, who carried both Ovaherero and German bloodline. Direct living testimony of the violence and painful history of the genocide, utter profound weighting in the discussion. My family story, Rome, remain that these are not the shortest and the historic textbook. They are open, wooded, carried across generation. The date, 28 May, carried immense heavily historical significance as mark the affair and close of the concentration camp in German Southwest Africa, 1908. The push of the Namibian government to use the international legal framework to solidify May 28 as a globally recognized first genocide of the 20th century. That is our request, that this day must go to international to be remembered. And then that we are saying we shift the power that all over the world, the first century genocide or remember day, the 28 May start to be remembered in the whole world. So that's the things that we want our government to push. And for us also, now it will take us now that we can, when we are talking about genocide, the first genocide, you are talking about international laws and those things now. So that's the only short that I just wanted to say, and to tell the community that really we mourn this day, and we thank our government that it gives this day for all the Namibian people to learn the history, and especially the youth. We want the youth to participate in this, and from the schools and the teacher principal, please make sure that our students know when we are referring to the 28th, although sometimes it will hurt and it will have pain in your heart, but nevertheless, this history must be known to everyone. I thank you so much.
And of course, we are still recapping on the Genocide Remembrance Day in the Irongo region and their earlier program. Up next, we have a speech from the traditional authorities by Chief Manasseh Derewa, giving us his remarks from the traditional authority. Let's have a look.
Uro. Good morning. My first remark, thanks goes to Pastor Brethren, who gave us a beautiful word of God this morning. Also appreciate the presence of the Honorable Minister, Members of Parliament, the leader of the official opposition, councillors, the standby protocol is already established. Distinguished members, invited members, today we are gathered here to pay our homage and remembrance of our ancestors who paid for their life in the defense of our country. This place where we are today is simply not just a memorial. It is a warning carved in bones. Each skull belongs to someone who once loved, worked, and loved someone. Now they are all silent. essentials of our past, reminding us what happened during 1904 and 1908. The program says I'm here to represent traditional leaders. And I'm sure that one you refer to those ones that are Chief Assembly. A bit of a background. I was part of the government component that was my traditional authority. That was now discussing the JD that we call today JD, Joint Declaration between Namibia and Germany. And all along I have been making myself very clear. Should at one point I realize that this one is not going to be in the interest of my people, government shall part ways. And I did that. Today, I am part of what today is called Ovaherero Chief Assembly, consists of 8 traditional authorities. I'm sure you know them. Now, I'm not sure whether to go ahead with my statement, because I know you people must have already read in the newspapers about the statement that was issued by the Ovaherero Chief Assembly. Now, if I have to stand here and talk, I'm just going to bother you, because you have already read the message from the Ovaherero Chief Assembly. However, now that I'm on the program, I cannot just sit there and at least I say something. We from Ovaherero as Chief Assembly, our position is very clear. Based on the resolution that was tabled in the National Assembly in 2006, that calls for dialogue between the two governments, including the affected members of the community, that is us and Namas and Banderos. But it turned out that somewhere along the way, the two representatives of the Namibian people that were affected have been left out. And we have been calling that they must be included in any negotiations. Because we know history has said that once you impose a settlement on the people who are not representing themselves, that settlement is bound to pay one time or the other. That's also our help now. We stand by those who are opposing the JD, who are calling for a national dialogue, a national conference that all of us, from all regions of Namibia, to come together, sit around the table, including the GMC if possible, to come discuss about the genocide issue, restorative justice, reparation, and apology. The apology that is given by the German government, I'm not sure whether it is to our satisfaction, because it is only themselves who drew up that apology. We must buy in that apology, because we are the one who have been affected by the genocide. Secondly, they are talking about, not only talking about the reparation, they are talking about bilateral agreement in a form of so-called reparation. Now, if they are talking about building schools, for example, building roads, and all those things have got simply nothing to do with the genocide. It is simply not a reparation. Because if you are to build, for example, they are going to build a road in a seventh region. Let's take Omaru, for example, Ovaherero region. How many people live in the Ovaherero region? From different ethnic groups. Not only the Namas here. Now, if you see some ethnic people driving on that road, they will say, no, remove your car from this road. This road is only for the Ovahereros and Namas. It's not going to be possible, isn't it? Therefore, we regard that as only bilateral assistance, not a reparation. The same will apply to all the other regions as well. And you are saying, government, there is still time. Nothing is closed yet. There is no point of hurrying. You have been accused of isolating the people that are supposed to be on the table. Now, to set your face, and honestly speaking, why can't you agree to a national conference? I tried myself on different occasions with the former administration. 2 or 3 occasions. I went to State House. I tried to go for a national conference, but I'm afraid I failed. Now, repeat again today. Why can't we have a national conference? All of us who feel that they've been one way or the other affected, let's come around the table and talk about national conference. From there, I'm sure if we agree, we shall come up with a nice meal that is prepared for us, and we shall say, Germans, this is what Namibian people want, not paying them to tell us what we should get. Also, we all know that our people struggle here today. As I said, paid so much to defend the territory of Namibia against colonialism. We all know about the genocide orders that were given to the Ovaheros and the Namas. We all know. We all know about the concentration camps. And mind you, Mr. Gakpe, he just mentioned that these places, jetty, those other places, were built by prisoners of war that were kept in concentration camps. Most of them came from Maruru, Omburo concentration camp. Please take note of that, please. And we are saying, it is good that now all are here now, the government, through the effort of Honorable Mandela, he works so tirelessly to convince members of parliament and government to agree to this particular day. I was part of that as well, because that time I was a staff of parliament. And we were going together around the whole country to try to convince people to accept this very day. At one point I was asked, Manasseh, are you a member of my parliament or a staff member of the institution? Because I was playing both roles. And I'm happy that I did that. Here we have this day today. Now this day has got 2 meanings. To remember this very day as a day our people finally were released from prisons and concentration camps and were let free. It's a very important day in ourselves. This is a very important day that we send a message to the international community that the 20th of May is a day that the whole world must remember as a national day of remembrance in the Namibian genocide. Against that background, I would appeal to our government to turn this ultra-first museum, whatever it is, into a genocide remembrance museum in Window. And also, if there is anyone from the UN institution here, or through our government, to ask the UN to declare the 20th of May as an international day of remembrance of the genocide in Namibia. Also, very happy indeed that our own government found it so prudently, now we repeat that, so prudently to decentralize this remembrance to the regions. I know some people have some problems with this decision, but I'm happy with it on behalf of my people. I'm happy with it. Why? It gives the people of Namibia, in all corners of Namibia, this to know that indeed genocide was committed in Namibia. Not all of us knew about the genocide. And even professors from the Institute of Higher Learning in Windhoek and elsewhere did not know in details that indeed genocide took place in this country. Now that it has been decentralized to the regions, it's an opportunity for them to know, so that they can also give their hand and support to our struggle for restorative justice. And also appeal, if we have professors here, that, you know, when we have some of us at school abroad, we used to have debates on international issues and everywhere. Our schools and institutions here to have debates, seminars, whatever you call them, to discuss some of these things, things like genocide and other pertinent issues. I hardly hear any, whether it's UNAM or NAST, talking about genocide, or having conferences about genocide. I haven't heard about that. And I appeal to them, please, that educate our people, our students. Our people must be educated. We need all your support. This is no longer an issue of the Nama and Hero people. It's a national issue. It has been declared a national holiday. It's a national issue. We need all your support. Members of Parliament, the agreement is soon going to come to your Parliament. Please, do what you did this last time. If you are not happy, do what you did last time. We are counting on you. Lastly, I don't have to talk too much because you have read it in the newspapers. I just want to appeal respectfully, my honorable governor. I'm quite happy that in a very, very short time of preparations, we have so many people that turn up. I thought we shall not have so many people, but you can see we have got a good number of people. Next time, if we do provide transport to the people to come over here, or wherever the place is going to be when we are going to have our next Remembrance Day, please see to it that we have transport, and you will see a sea of people around here, and I'm sure you are going to be happy. Finally, colleagues, my chairperson and my cousin just said, this is a national issue, we have got to hold hands. And this event should not only divide us, but should also unite us. Because one or the other, Namibians will have been affected. If, for example, we have not been killed the way we were killed, I'm sure we could have been probably 10 or 20 million people. Our resources could not be what we are today, because they are taking our resources, building their own countries. So one or the other, all of us Namibians have been affected. Let's hold hands and see that at least restorative justice is given to our affected and descendants of the people that went through the genocide. Now, on another issue, Honorable Governor and your administration, we all know that the times are hard. The times are hard. Money is not there. Resources are becoming scarce and scarcer. We all know what is happening, where the world is so in shambles. Now, we often receive, and frequently, invitations from your office, the office of Chief Regional Officer, that we must come to Windhoek, to Swakopmund, attending these lot of meetings that are called here. And we wonder how we shall be able to come over here. Imagine if we get only 1,000 for diesel or petrol a month, that is paid over 3 months. For heaven's sake, how shall we make all these trips over here? Therefore, since I will not be able to come all the time, I have my right-hand man here, Mr. Kanyosa. He stays here in your area, Swakopmund and Bausibai. In most cases, if I'm not around, if I have not sent somebody to come and represent me, he's the one who's going to represent me. He's an official appointed. We had the meeting. He's not an intruder. So please accept him. If I'm not here, he's my voice, he's my ear, my eyes. He's also a councillor, a senior councillor for that matter. Please come here so that people can see you. He's quite tall, so I'm sure you will be able to see. Yeah. He's the one. Please accept him as you accepted me as well. Thank you very much. let's continue with our program.
Ochi wana ochohi, ochi wana ochohi, nana vera hewa, nana vera hewa, chikonde bandina, chikonde bandina, na uchi kure na era yewa.
Mourning through song. That, of course, is still a recap from what happened earlier during the Irongo Genocide Remembrance Day. And we are still continuing in the Irongo region by looking at the keynote address that was delivered by the retired Swanu MP, Honorable Mamberwa. And here is he delivering the keynote address.
Whilst we are chiefs may sit and elders may sit, to also apologize because I said it's the first time that we are given these responsibilities. Please, we extend any other mistakes that were maybe made during the process, our sincere apology. It is not intentional, but thank you very much, our doctor, historian, all those who spoke. Yes, we need to know the history. We need to know the depth of the issues in order to appreciate and understand and go forward. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome, welcome to, I did not welcome you. This is my region, eh? This region is bestowed upon me in terms of our Constitution, Article 110A. Ne? So I must welcome you to my region. I did not do that. Now I've got the honor. When we were given these responsibilities, we were looking around, we were checking around, we were doing our little bit of a tracer studies, reference checks, and then we said who could be the right person to come to Irongo region, to come and tell us a little story about this genocide. And then, as I said, the wisdom is so plenty. When God is with you, sufficiency is countless. Then I approach here and there the chiefs, and then collectively, as a region, we have chosen one of the brave sons of the soil, an honorable member, through the wisdom, through the divine inspiration by the Heavenly Father, stood in the year 2016 when he was a member of Parliament, through studies that he has conducted, through consultations, through the signals from the ancestors. He stood brave in the Parliament in 2016, and he moved the motion for the Genocide Day to be declared as a national day, and he motivated. The documents are available. Therefore, we are really honored and privileged to have Honorable Usutuaya Mamberwa, who was a member, and he is still the honorable leader in our Republic of Namibia, for his acceptance to come and be our keynote speaker. Honorable, we are very proud to present to you. Commissioner said, I will be not protected anymore. I did not, but I greeted all of you because it's not our day. Ne? So, Honorable, please help me to welcome our keynote speaker, Honorable Usutuye, to come and address us at this occasion. Thank you. Omage for our keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good morning. You may be seated. As I was introduced, my name is Usutwaye Mbirwa, and thank you very much. Honorable Governor of the Erongo region, Natalia Kwahoses, the Mayor of Swakop Mund, Swama Kautondokwa, and all the other mayors around here. Honorable ministers, specifically the Minister of International Relations and Trade, who was here with us. Honorable members of Parliament, President of the official opposition party, Dr. Itula, distinguished regional councillors, revered traditional leaders and elders, custodians of our ancestral memory, Chief Emmanuel Gassep, Chief Manasseh Deraewa, respected members of the clergy, members of the media, fellow Namibians, ladies and gentlemen. I must begin by expressing my profound gratitude to the Honorable Governor Natalia Kwahoses and the resilient people of Erongo region for inviting me to stand before you on this solemn occasion. Today, we do not gather merely for ceremony. We gather for memory, for truth, and because the voices of our ancestors still echo across the deserts, the mountains, and the bones of this land. We stand together to confront a historical truth that for over a century was met with calculated silence, and to advance an unyielding demand for reparatory justice. We look directly across the ocean to Germany to name a crime and demand its structural repair. Between 1904 and 1908, the Imperial German Empire systematically attempted to erase our people from the face of this earth, creating a vast historical debt that remains completely unpaid to this day. On a small historical note, specifically the ideology of dispossession under two themes, Lebensraum and terra nullius. The presence of Imperial Germany on Namibian soil was a structural campaign for land theft driven by the devastating toxic doctrines of Lebensraum, which means living space, and terra nullius, which means empty land or land belonging to no one. By treating our ancestral home as legally empty space, the colonial regime deliberately ignored our pastoral sovereignty, willfully overlooking the rich societies, laws, and cultures that had thrived here for generations. They used the lie of terra nullius to justify the violent theft of our heritage and clear our land for white settlement, fracturing the economic foundation we are now fighting to restore through reparatory justice. This genocide did not begin in vacuum. Long before the outbreak of the war, the prevailing settler sentiment laid the groundwork for our material dispossession. As the settler newspaper, the Deutsche Südwestafrikanische Zeitung, explicitly published right here in Swakopmund on the 21st of January 1904, and I quote, "The solution to the native problem can only be found in the total subjugation of the population or in its complete destruction," unquote. Similarly, Governor Theodore Ludwen explicitly declared the ultimate goal, and I quote, "The Herero must be rendered politically dead," unquote. The trajectory that took through the genocide, and that is the extermination and resistance, are as follows. This intentionality is traced through a clear trajectory of state-sponsored, unprecedented atrocities long before General von Trotter arrived here. The pattern of targeting non-combatants and civilians was established on the 12th of April 1893 with Kurt von Francois' brutal massacre of over 80 women and children at Hornkrans. It continued with the targeted military executions of our traditional leaders to render our communities defenseless and to seize their wealth. For example, the military-style execution of Captain Andries Lambert of the Kawas Nama on the 8th of March 1894. Also, the firing squad military-style execution of Chief Kahime Mwanguvauva, the traditional and spiritual leader of the Ovambanderu people, alongside a senior leader, Nicodemus Vikunwa, from the Ovaherero at Okahanja on the 12th of June 1896. Similarly, the killing in cold blood of the legendary Damara leader Haihap Grusep around 1903, thereabout, whose severed head was stolen by colonial forces. I think this head has not yet been found, is still being searched. And that was alongside the disappearance, whilst in German custody, of Chief Medusalek Amsep, or Hamsep, excuse my pronunciation. These actions proved that the German Empire sought the destruction of any traditional structure that stood in the way of their expansion. On the 12th of January 1904, German soldiers fired the first bullets at unsuspecting Ovaherero people in Okahanja, forcing them to defend their sovereignty under Paramount Chief Samuel Maharero. The Schutztruppe, or the German forces, relentlessly pursued our retreating families from Omaruru through the gauntlets of Ochihina Maparero, Okanjira, Oviombo, and Ovikokorero, driving them toward a central trap at the Battle of Hamakari on the 11th of August 1904. There, von Trotter sealed the water holes and deliberately forced our people into the waterless expanse of the Kalahari Desert, or the Omaheke. That was to ensure this was a death sentence. He issued his infamous extermination order, or the Vernichtungsbefehl, on the 2nd of October 1904, declaring that every Herero within the German borders would be shot. Water wells were poisoned and their shelters were burned to ashes. When the Nama rose under Captain Hendrik Verdboy, von Trotter formalized their total eradication as well. He issued a separate extermination order specifically targeting the Nama on the 22nd of April 1905 at Gibeon. With this genocidal intent, General von Trotter equally pursued the Nama nation across the vast, rugged southern part of Namibia, resulting in the systematic killing of the Nama population. Now that we are remembering and talking about concentration camp, a brief anatomy of the concentration camps. Our ancestors were imprisoned in the world's first systematic concentration camps, and therefore, to understand the deep scars that demand reparations, we must outline the exact catastrophic conditions obtaining in those camps through a narrative of systematic horror. First, pseudo-scientific racial experiments that were carried on our people. Our people endured horrific experiments where our dead were decapitated. Captive women were forced to use shards of broken glass to scrape the flesh off the severed heads of their family members, boiling the skulls so that they could be shipped to Berlin and to German universities. Forced medical examinations and experiments conducted by Eugene Fischer and Hugo Bofinger without consent subjected our people to further indignities. Number two, dehumanizing labor under slave conditions. Inside those coastal camps, humanity was stripped away. Under the freezing Atlantic fog, prisoners were forced into hard labor under the whip. Number three, severe starvation and exposure. Our ancestors forced total exposure to deadly material conditions, forced to sleep on open and completely vulnerable to the freezing Atlantic gales of Swakopmund and Shark Island without clothing or shelter. This physical toll was exacerbated by institutionalized starvation, where prisoners were given meager rations of raw and peeled rice that they could not cook, causing thousands of them to suffer and die from intestinal hemorrhaging and rampant disease. Number four, weaponized Christianization. Broken and traumatized, captives were subjected to mandatory mass conversions, systematically stripping away their ancestral identity under the threat of further starvation. These horrific actions are prohibited by the legal framework of the international justice, then and now. Article 2 of the 1948 United Nations Convention on Genocide outlines 5 specific prohibited acts, each of which applies directly to our history. The killing of members of the group, the causing of serious bodily or mental harm, the deliberate infliction of deadly conditions of life, the prevention of births through gender segregation, and the forced transfer of children from one group to another. All these conditions are fully applicable and relevant when we analyze our genocide and what transpired and what happened to us. Now that we have looked at the background of the genocide itself, the history, briefly of course, we are commemorating the genocide using a specific milestone, using a date in the calendar of the year, and that is the 28th of May. Therefore, now the significance of that day. We firmly reject the lopsided, highly insensitive position argued by certain revisionist historians who claim that the release of our people from the concentration camps on May 28, 1908 meant nothing because they continued to face rape and slave labor on German farms. Yes, conditions outside were brutal and oppressive, but they cannot reasonably be compared to the industrial slaughterhouses inside the camps. And therefore, to minimize the significance of that release, the release on the 28th of May, is to diminish the lived reality of the survivors. The eventual closure of these camps was and remains profoundly significant. It was not an act of colonial charity or mercy. It happened by the will of our forefathers and their Njambi or Tateno Njambi. The Germans had wanted to have all those in the camps annihilated, but through divine intervention and the sheer power of survival, their diabolic intent failed. The closure stands as a permanent historical monument to the survival of our people, proof that despite a calculated blueprint for total eradication, the flame of the Ovaherero and Nama nations could not be extinguished. Now, for the process that led to the declaration of this day, that is a legislative victory and obviously the path to reparatory justice. The formal adoption of May 28th as Genocide Remembrance Day stands as a triumph of parliamentary sovereignty and democratic consensus, providing the national legislative platform from which we launch our international fight for reparations. The impetus for this historic legislation came directly from Swana of Namibia, a political party born out of generational trauma and the very dust and ashes of the genocide. Following an exhaustive and inclusive nationwide consultations, lawmakers from every political spectrum engaged in intense debate in the National Assembly. Amongst other dates debated, May 28th was adopted with the consent of all political parties unanimously, legally, and procedurally. Our legislative victories must now translate into a futuristic vision of transformative action centered entirely on comprehensive reparatory justice. And therefore, to achieve this, the descendants of the victims of the genocide must set up immediately a unified Genocide Reparatory Justice Foundation. This foundation must serve as a reparations framework independent of state-to-state paternalism that is ongoing at the moment, ensuring restorative capital from Germany is directed straight to survivor communities to reclaim lost lands, rebuild economic autonomy, and directly undo the generational poverty inflicted by genocide theft, and finally, the unyielding reclamation of cultural artifacts and ancestral remains. It is through this institution that the struggle for reparatory justice must be coordinated with one single unyielding voice. Our current disjointed, fragmented struggle will only continue to serve the geopolitical interest of Germany, keeping us disadvantaged and derailing our sacred cause. We call for urgent implementation of the following matters. Regarding the joint declaration, we propose replacing the current bilateral model with a formal trilateral negotiation framework. True justice requires a three-party table where Germany, Namibia, and the recognized leadership of the affected communities, explicitly also including the diaspora, participate as equal partners. Aligning with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, this inclusive approach ensures that those directly impacted hold a central voice, transforming the dialogue into a legally sound, mutually respected path to genuine closure. Also, another proposal, comprehensive genocide memory law. We call for urgent implementation of legislation to criminalize denial and permanently protect, that is denial of genocide, and permanently protect all concentration camp sites, particularly here in Swakopmund, from commercial development. We hear a lot of what is actually happening around this camp, the indignity of the trespassing around this camp that should be stopped, and all the other camps, of course. Next, radical school curriculum reform. Many people have touched on this particular point, but I think it's critical, paramount, and central to the memorialization of our genocide. And hence, that should be done naturally through the Ministry of Education to introduce mandatory, deeply researched history modules on the realities of genocide, embedding the economic and moral necessity of reparatory justice into the minds of future generations. We also need to suggest, as it has already been done and actually already decided in the National Assembly, that is the erection of monuments in honor of our victims. That is through establishing a world-class genocide memorial and research center to serve as an active archive for descendant genealogy and monument to our ongoing struggle for restitution. Where that is going to be erected, how and when, I think that is discussion for another day after thorough consultative process. And lastly, on this particular aspect, the unyielding reclamation of cultural artifacts and ancestral remains. That is very important. And therefore, managing these healing initiatives directly through our own traditional authorities, funded entirely by German restitution, is critical. Now to move on to historical collusion, something that we hardly talk about, historical collusion. We must speak the truth today about the institutions that colluded with this machinery of death. History reveals that the Christian missionary church played a highly disturbing duplicitous role. Following the open warfare, the church actively collected the starving, scattered Ovaherero survivors from the bush under the guise of humanitarian sanctuary, only to systematically hand them over to the German imperial military to be placed involuntarily into concentration camps. And while our ancestors suffered inside the Swakopmund concentration camp and many other camps, Rhenish missionaries like Heinrich Feder and Gottlieb Wiehe walked among the dying, compiling cold administrative reports while failing to use their moral authority to demand that our people be released. Furthermore, private German corporate giants participated fully in the execution of the genocide alongside the German colonial forces. These companies generated massive profits by shipping German combat troops to Namibian shores and running separate deadly labor camps right here in Swakopmund, and ruthlessly exploiting our captive people as slave labor. It is in this respect, and it is an absolute non-negotiable imperative, that the missionary church, which emerged as one of the biggest land grabbers here in Namibia, must surrender its stolen territory back to the dispossessed communities. Furthermore, reparations must be explicitly and aggressively be demanded from the private German companies that profited from the camp labor. We cannot leave the stage without talking to our youth, to the future leaders, and therefore a call to action for the next generation. To the young people of Namibia listening today, you must know this history. You must protect it. A nation without memory becomes vulnerable to manipulation and division. Learn where you come from. Learn the names of the heroes and heroines who resisted oppression with courage when defeat seemed certain. And these include people like Chief Samuel Maharero, Captain Hendrik Wetboy, Chief Kahime Mwaguwawa, and many more, and the countless unsung warriors whose sacrifices planted the seeds of the Namibia we now know today. We must ask ourselves, how do we transform remembrance into unity? How do we build the intra-unity and cooperation within the descendants of the victims of genocide? And how do we build the unity within Namibia, where no child grows up hopelessly, and where our diversity becomes our strength instead of division? Our ancestors did not endure suffering so that we would inherit hatred. They endured so that we could inherit resilience. And therefore, Honorable Governor, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, the German state owes our people an unreserved acknowledgement of genocide, not couched in diplomatic semantics or cautious legal phrasing. As they say, the atrocities of 1904, 1908 in today's terms could be regarded as genocide. No. 1904, 1908 was genocide, period. It is not because it is termed genocide today that it was not genocide. It is genocide. It was genocide. It shall remain genocide. It is genocide. This is not a request for charity. It is a demand for structural accountability. True healing cannot occur while the descendants of the victims of genocide continue to bear the economic scars of land theft designed to enrich an empire. We will continue to speak, to write, and to remember until full, uncompromising, reparatory justice is delivered. To the spirits of our ancestors, we remember you, we honor you, and we carry you with us. May remembrance make us stronger. May truth make us wiser. And may full uncompromising justice guide the future of Namibia. I thank you.
Before the scramble for Africa in 1884, the Europeans definitely were trying to fight over occupying portions of lands in Africa. There was a strategy in terms of how they are going to approach these colonial areas and possibly with the inhabitants in there. One, they had to send in some missionaries to pacify the communities, and especially through the introduction of Christianity. And then that was followed by traders who started doing commercial activities within the communities. That in itself put the communities in debts with the colonial groups, which later on justified for the colonialists to take livestock and land portions from this, and that is how it all started. They did not just come and grab.
The Germans came in 1884, the first time, and they were gradually trying to ask for land to buy or to occupy, and most of the chiefs were not willing to sell the land because they felt the land belonged to the people.
In the beginning, the land and the cattle was in the hands of the Africans. And then the war actually gave the German government then the pretext to basically confiscate the entire land.
You were in a situation whereby land that was owned by the indigenous were taken away without compensation and given to an exclusive race.
uang ba uang ning hope ke khasi ba uang ning hope ke khara ga ngagu ui ba uang e ba hun ka ai kwena sising am chimna sa marina akuru ba sangkaba.
We had a very vivid description of what transpired during the Ovaherero and Nama genocide during 1904 and to 1908 under the German colonial rule. And that depiction was given in the keynote address by Tswana MP, retired Tswana MP, Mamberwa. We now cross over to the Omsati region where we have the Honorable Governor, Emmanuel Shikongo. Let's have a look.
Oh, ipapi wa sikumbi afa apwambara. Pamwe ku translator. So, and that should just be in the following scenario. I will translate in English from Oshiwambo, and the Honorable Matundu will translate from English to Ovaherero. That is the agreement we have set up. Director of Ceremony on Smanekwa Tatekulu Fabianus, the Regional Councillor for Wakana constituency. Honorable General Matundu, Deputy Minister for Minister of International Relations and Trade. Honorable Daniel Megameno Ilende, the regional chairperson, and all regional councillors present. And I have seen many of you here, my honorables. Ndimuete mulima katike tu makwaterwa na former chairperson wetu Tatekuru Shintama. Councillor moviri muna asimane kwa tuno councillor ko Kahao, councillor ko Tamazi, councillor ko Nesi, councillor ko Elimi, councillor ko Utapi, councillor host wa Korwakana. Tatekuru Andrea Shintama former councillor wetu wa Korwakana yali mnashipundi. Nali alimbera gwene councillor mnashipundi Daniel Ilende. Councillor yetu ni natoya hakereni omako enje tu joina. Very good. Local authority councillors, they are also here. I have seen many of you. Tuete mwangelo yetu, ngero makoma Kalongo, I mean Nanjaba. Maybe you can stand for so that the Honorable Deputy Minister, all of you, Honorable Councillors from Onanjaba, the chairperson and the member of the council, Tate Kuroeli Kina Tate, oh, IT. Tatango, I will not out an you may be seated, my Honorable. Yes. And I have also seen a local authority from Rakana. Maybe you can rise. Local authority councillors, Rakana. Yeah, the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the two honorable members of the chairperson of management and the members of the management. You may be seated, my honorable. Oh, I have seen Utapi, town council. I've seen, yeah, Mayola na memwa billet. Mesara perenga umbushe na mesara ngwa billet ngwerima. Nyoham popinga ne. Chona naturieni atubeni. Andara mushwafane na memwa billet me perenga. That is the Namibia we need to build. Thank you very much, my honorable. Yeah, Utapi, the mayor and one of the honorable member. Who else? Ndamano Kahao. So, only one member of the management, Honorable Ndapandura. Shikuku, did I saw anyone? Yeah, maybe they used to be with us always. Honorable Regional Councilor Eika Ulika Kuchokwa Feno Mazepo. O Council your local authority Muto Nango Mashongo. Thank you very much, my honorable from the local authorities for joining us. Otsandi Village Council. Manga inaitarange gome hoyangota apenge na wahinda mana mana. Tsandi Village Council, are you here? Mala. Hinda kia uko mehoya ngota tewe to women council anengo. Veka Hungu, secretary of the Swapo Party Women Council. Yeah, and no holy now. Thank you very much, my honorable. Honorable Kahungu is a member of the, is a local authority councillor, local authority etunjone ne Moshirongo, ya commerce. Yo kweli neno tango omwirikume wawali tu yome meongudu yetu taipangere Swapo Party. Omotulie ni mwenji murimo ipundi mona pia muinandi mona asimane kwa tangi tatekuru sakika yone kwa karero hapo ku Secretary for Information and Mobilization. He really wanted to be part of us, but he is out of the region. Tatekuru David, our senior, wetu kufira kwa imba inauva kwa andike atorokera. Mondani ngakoma siku hupa ife antipoposi herero fluently. Asiko opa kwa ferwa notango kutatekuru Chimuhiva Junior, that is Tatekuru Gustav. Omarengo masimane kwa mushe ndimwete mulimano awiriki yetu, chief vetu. Tangi nyuma ya mukula ke ifano. Onde musimaneka. Aenda tusheni mekuru wetu ningire alikano tangi unene meme wetu ponga ukaramo ndete na matango unangarera nandika piture ngaho yaro ai mesaro mweli oteke apitura ngaho engwe ikomehoma yaro o hairwa asimane kwa mwazako media our MICT inomsati NBC Namibia MICT isomsati NBC Namibia. Oh. Tipandre ne makonsati atu progressinga nawa. Nani kasho notamono NBC mo Namibia njo komsati. Ai napi hakere nyomak. Thank you very much, my brother, for joining us. It was my call when NBC paid a courtesy to me. The first meeting they had with me, I requested them that we need a correspondent of NBC, and I'm happy to see you, my brother. And this is how our government should work. Epangelo letu otali konjo, ayo ndapandura tangu nene. Ya neme diangane alia vishe tulieni mo, tateka imbino wa konja, pamo wa karanduri fako kambapira. Atu hakere ndateka imbo make. Yeah, Lord, thank you very much. Director of ceremony, we gather here today in solemn remembrance of one of the most painful chapters in our nation's history. The Genocide Day Remembrance at Omakange in Ruakana constituency, Omsat region. Today in all 14 regions, we gather as one nation, united in remembrance to pay tribute to the innocent Namibians whose lives were viciously and inhumanly taken by the German empires. Driven by colonial land dispositions, according to history, it is estimated that around 80% of the Ovaherero speaking community and around 50% of the Nama speaking populations were murdered on this solemn day. It is truly commendable that this day has been set aside to be observed as a remembrance day by honoring the memory of Namibians and the Ovaherero and Nama who endured unimaginable suffering during the rebellion, extermination order, and they were divided into concentration camps. We ensure that their sacrifices are never forgotten and that future generations continue to learn from this history. Ya manga inandipikira asimane kwa esikundi nopelito famo owina. Oshirongo shetu atu hota haraka na tulipo mahala ya olo kafana. Omprestende oshirongo shetu kwetu ulikira nare no kwetu pa maelifiro kucha. Omasiku ngano iha viburukwa na anga shune ne pakare ni hatu viburuke ni o 21 ya Marisa no 26 ya Auguste. Ima hatu ninge ni oitufyo inene anu hatu ifano maha anu peharali mwalike oshirongo ashihe nengorije na ihe ndom presidendo kwetu elifira tati kesho community na yongale mata yongala kuchesi kulia kasinga kuchesi kundino lyo genocide kuchesi kulio masiku ya 25 community kehe amwe na tongale imatongala. As a regional leadership, we then took a decisive decision or position to say much of the time we host events, we are either in Oshikuku, in Outapi, in Ruakana, in Okahao, in Tandi, the proper urbanized area with good drink, so-called, and everything. Why can't we be under the trees? Why can't we be among the communities that also used to be with us in town? Ingwacho eke nakale hawi yako town ni hatu joine ni wana momikunda. We did it deliberately. It's our position, eh? Yeah, it's our position. Kehe fimbo anota zineke villager tai Utapi etangwali ningine neo taka kongele fai havi hangapo na tu eno kuyo fimbo limwe nayo yo yakale ngoyo tai hosting. That was the reason, eh? Movula tai anota ngwatu kufapo ngale community imwe. Movula tai ke ali nota ngwatu kufapo ngo community imwe. We will go by that. There is Namatanga on the other side, There is Omahama on the other side, around 100 and something kilo from here. There is also America on the other side, in Otamanzi. And we also have communities on this side, Kengabavetu no Kunene, like Ochekwa and others. And Mbonao na akare hamono aleli yao. Apiko in our totality like this. And I believe they will sleep well now seeing us all gathered here today. Tangu nene. I will, where did I end it now? Okay. I slept very well today. In January 1904, under the leadership of Chief Samuel Ovaherero, the Ovaherero people rose against German colonial forces in defense of their ancestral land and the cattle. This uprising culminated in the Battle of Waterberg in August 1904, where the General Luther von Trotter commanded more than 10,000 troops, drove thousands of Herero men, women, and children into harsh Omaheke Desert to perish from thirst and starvations. While again in October of that same year, von Trotter issued an infamous, there is a Shitakumi word here, I will not read it, the extermination order decreeing that every Ovaherero, armed or unarmed, was to be shot and killed. Oshali ini mainyenye peka nai. Okuninge tokoro kuchano eshe mbono na andipawe. I said I will read in English and my honorable will put it in Ocherero. That's what we agree. Following this, the Nama people led by Chief Hendrik Vetboy and later Jacob Morenga also rose in resistance. They too faced ruthless military campaign and extermination method. Survivors of these atrocities were detained in concentration camp across the colony in Windhoek, in Okahanja, in Swakop, and as the most popular one at Shark Island near Rudres. In these camps, our people endured forced labor, diseases, malnutrition, and brutal abuse. Many perished while others were subjected to indignity such as the shipments of human remains to German universities for scientific purposes and experimentals. Colleagues, oinimambino imwe tatekuru chimuhivo kwe ipopya kuchano pwe alimono tate to mitpe o mitpe taifarwane ko Germany ngashia katurwa me laboratory anu to ngalo ke tainingwa iko mbwinai shone wete pangero shirongo shetu ya tokora lera kucha esikundino nali turwe mokalinderi ke pangero ongashiko masiku makwao enya pavivirika likale siku ya simana monjokono na etu. So, Oshinja tuke shuveni, we will hear much from our keynote speaker by concluding, and as we reflect on this history, we also celebrate the resilience of our people, and therefore, let us advocate for peace and unity. Let us be in solidarity with those who were hit hard with this atrocity. Let this day be remembered in our household. Let us at the community level and in our churches, let us remember this day always. Let our leaders who continue to carry forward the torch of justice and the reconciliation and the progress lead us in moving forward. o hano nenyinde yape hulilo mano na tukale ni ana meme tulie ni muukumwe umongo shiwa na shimwe na tukale ni atutangu upenda fule mbwa uli kwa koya mwame membali ya involving wa moitamu hono via uli ka inasho na monima na tukale ni tuneni ukwawa na ngali no ne family atusheni onga Namibia na tukale ni tuneni ombili na tukale ni pahanganeni se na tukale ni aturongereni kumwe mokutungo shirongo shetu sa tukara tuningi hunda fana tavitungo shirongo pa endodova yoloka fana hitulimo iyongio pashuana hitulimo maumbo hitulimo engereka na hitulike hepa mwe matongara. Allow me therefore, and it is my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker today. The keynote speaker we are going to introduce today, she was born in Opuo. Opuo is just less than 60 kilo or 60 kilo, closer here. And originally, their family is from Ocherunda village in Kunene region. And the sister I'm about to introduce now began her political journey at a tender age, becoming active since 1996 while still a learner, Poskora Potuvanga Junior Secondary School. She is also of our group. We were together in Swapo Party Youth League. Not I to tell more Youth League now. People, we are saying all of us, those who turned 35, you are no longer, we are the out. So we are no longer in the Youth League, but we were together, we served together with the keynote speaker in the Youth League of Swapo Party, and she served diligently in all structures of Swapo Party. So, and she also worked within different ministries, and that include Ministry of Basic Education by then. And she also worked with the Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare. Later on, the Swaziland government, through our processes, clean processes, we have identified her and elected her as a member of Parliament, of National Assembly, member of Parliament, and that has been now in 2019, since 2019. She was sworn in as a member in 2020. She served until 2025 as a Deputy Minister of International Relations and Trade, and was reappointed again by our able President, Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndeitwa, on the 22nd March 2025. And she has continued, and she's still continuing to serve with distinction until today. The person I'm introducing.
Media, bear with, we may be seated, please. Bear with me. Ovaherero Radio want to be connected to us. I'm saying they must bear with me.
Oh, okay.
Ovaherero Radio also want to be connected to us. They said I must call them once I get the mic.
That is super.
Mwithane na ituriko Kembo. Okay. I will call back. Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Paulus Fambianes. I should? This or this one? Okay, let me just remove it. I hope it's better now. Okay. Honorable Emmanuel Shikongo, Governor of Omsati Region. I will deliver the statement in English, but I promise that I will translate it later. Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, present, Comrade Dr. Saki Kayone, Swapo Party Regional Coordinator of Omsati Region, and your entire delegation, as it was alluded that he is represented by the regional info and mob of the region. Honorable Daniel Ilende, Regional Councillor of Oongo Constituency and Chairperson of the Management Committee of the Omsati Regional Council. Honorable Paulus Fampianes, Regional Councillor of Ruakana Constituency and other regional councillors of our various constituencies present here, including the former regional councillors. Your Worship, Councillor Yona, Mayor of Ruakana Town, and other mayors from our various towns. All local authority councillors present. Chief David Chimuhiva, Meme Claudia Angula, and various spiritual leaders, our esteemed traditional leaders, descendants of the victims of the Ovaherero and Nama genocide, Commissioner Ismail Basson, Nampo Regional Commander for Omsati Region, our countrymen and women in uniform, Comrade Frasina Kahungu, our dear mother, Secretary of the Women Council, the entire community of Omakange in the Omsati region and Kunene region, because we know we are standing across at the border and both communities has gathered here, being from Omsati and Kunene region. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. I was to give my message in the morning, sorry. Honorable Governor and the entire leadership of Omsati Regional Council, permit me to thank you wholeheartedly for inviting me to be your keynote speaker at this historic day of the Genocide Remembrance Day, which is commemorated on the 28th May under the theme, Remembering the Past, Honoring the Victims, and Promoting Unity, Justice, and Reconciliation. Today we have gathered here at Omakange village in the Ruakana constituency in Omsati region on this solemn occasion of an extraordinary historic significance in unity and harmony to make the first commemoration of the Genocide Remembrance Day of 1904 to 1908 genocide at regional level, following the inaugural Remembrance Day of Genocide that took place on the 28th May 2025 at Parliament Gardens in Windhoek. The day we are commemorating today in Omsati region is a national day and is not a tribal day for the Ovaherero and Nama communities. The genocide that happened was by an extermination order directed directly to the Ovaherero and Nama communities by the General Lothar von Trotha. The chosen of the 28th of May, a suitable date to commemorate this very day, is because on the 28th May, was the day on which all the concentration camps were closed and was decided upon following serious debates and national consultations on a motion which was tabled in the National Assembly in 2016 by Honorable Uthutwaiye Maamberwa, the then President of SWANU and a Member of Parliament. Exactly 122 years ago, on the 2nd October 1904, the great general of the German soldiers, General Lothar von Trotha, announced, and I quote, "I announce to the people that whoever hands me one of the Herero chiefs shall receive 1,000 marks and 5,000 marks for Samuel Maharero." The Herero nation must now leave the country. If they refuse, I shall compel them to do so with a long tube cannon. Any Herero found inside the German frontier with or without a gun or kettle will be executed. I shall spare neither women nor children. Such are my words to the Herero people. End of quote. Again, on the 22nd of April 1905, the same brutal General Lothar von Trotha of the German army issued an extermination order against the Nama people. Sadly, between 1904 and 1908, more than 100,000 Ovaherero and Nama people were brutally massacred. Our people were starved to death and their skulls were taken to Germany for the so-called scientific research. It was said here by the previous speakers that all that they were interested in were the skulls. Then the wife of that very same man whom they have stayed together, who has been killed in front of her, were given the responsibility to remove the flesh from the skull, because the skull has to go to Germany for scientific research. Today, our country's population is heavily affected by the 1904 to 1908 genocide. We could have been more than the 3.2 million people in population today if it wasn't for the German colonial government under the policy of extermination and genocide. At this juncture, can I request you all to rise and observe a minute of silence in honor of all the victims of the 1904-1908 genocide and also our forefathers who championed its recognition. Attention. Thank you. Honorable Governor, on the 25th of May 2026, we celebrated the 63rd anniversary for the founding of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, which is African Union, AU today, under the theme Assuring Sustainable Water Availability and Safe Sanitation Systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. It should be noted that water security, climate resilience, and public health are foundational to Africa's future. The day celebrated African unity, liberation from colonialism, and progress across the continent. We remember that in 1958, in April, it was only 8 countries on the African continent which attained their independence by then. And in 1963, they were only 32. So grows the number. The engagements between the two governments of the Republic of Namibia and the Federal Republic of Germany to conclude the negotiations on genocide, apology, and reparations is still ongoing. The Namibian government has been negotiating with the government of the Federal Republic of Germany on 3 key pillars. Number 1, on genocide, of which Germany must acknowledge that indeed they have committed genocide in Namibia during the years of 1904 to 1908. Number 2, an apology, of which the German government is expected to come and tender an unconditional apology to the affected communities. And number 3, reparations. The Namibian government has demanded that the German government should pay reparations, of which the German government have agreed upon all the 3 pillars. Honorable Governor, ladies and gentlemen, I would not want to highlight deeper in the issues pertaining to the joint declaration, as the matter is yet to be concluded between the two governments. And after that, it will be sent to the National Assembly for further discussions before any signature can be put on the paper. This should be done in a manner that will be satisfactory, particularly to the directly affected communities. That is where we are in terms of the negotiations, and let's hope that it will be concluded soon, back on the day itself. Genocide Remembrance Day is a day for the unity of the Namibian people. It must be our duty and responsibility that the work of the late Member of Parliament and Ovaherero Paramount Chief, Kwai Marirwako, may his soul rest in eternal peace, is not in vain. He was the one who introduced the motion on the genocide in Parliament in September 2006, which was anonymously adopted by Parliament. The late Dr. Zedekiah Ngavirwe, may his soul rest in peace. He was Namibia's first special envoy who led the negotiations with the German government on this matter with assertiveness and perseverance will not be forgotten. We will continue to build on their stellar work as we commemorate this day now and forever. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, during the inaugural ceremony of the Genocide Remembrance Day, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, said, and I quote, "I will have to emphasize that Genocide Remembrance Day enters our calendar of public holidays to symbolize unity of purpose, inclusivity, and nation building. This day of memory brings hope not only to the affected communities, but also to the Namibians who seek to build a future that is grounded in the shared understanding and appreciation of our collective history, including our ongoing efforts in reconciliation and nation building. End of quote. Therefore, I would like to commend and thank our President for making a decision that national days should no longer happen in towns. The governor has just said it, but it must go to the people. That's the reason why we are here in Omakange village today. We should value the 28th of May Day as a public holiday, but not to take now leave to go to cattle post, to do laundry at home, crop fields. I know it's the time of harvest, and going to look after your animals because tomorrow is a holiday. It's a day that we should reflect deep into the past and remember our heroes and heroines who lost their precious lives during the struggle with the German colonial government. My seniors who have spoken before me have did mention that the struggle was land. There was nothing else by then, but it was to protect their land, is to protect their animals. You have heard the words of the General von Trotter that whether you have what or what, you must move. They wanted land, to occupy land. Then our people were moved to go and squatter together in what we call now today in different areas. This side, it's villages, on the other side, Olorethevate and all that, because their land was taken. And then massive land of how many 1,000 hectares will belong to one person. The struggle was land. The spirit of our forebearers, Samuel Maharero, Mandume Yandemfayo, Hendrik Vedboy, Hosea Kutako, Ipumbuya Shilongo, Sem Nyoma, and many, many others lives on. Let us stand as a united nation in remembrance and in paying tribute to the gallant sons and daughters of the Namibian soil who perished during the 1904 to 1908 genocide. In conclusion, as a united nation, we should remember the victims and honor the resilience of the affected communities. We should forgive and never forget the historical injustices of the 1904-1908 genocide committed by the German colonial government. In that vein, our presence at this occasion marks a decisive step forward in dealing with the past by collectively remembering and sharing the pain of the directly affected Ovaherero and Nama communities. Our people has lost their land. They never had modern weapons. They fought with their bare hands, with their traditional weapons, as it was alluded to. Let us remember and stand by their legacy of sacrifice and resilience. and their resilience must also guide us now and forever. Thank you for your kind attention. Yeah, nambano mekotore hungindi uriri meraka rochiherero. Ehunge pupu chinene chihungindi mbachangame omune kusha kina mambo mengi ngumeka hakano kukapahano. Yeah, basha banjanjo ondangi rutenga ko kongonea yetu nouna nauhe urukondwa rwa musati kokushachiri weto vana novengi mbutwa hindwa kombanda mara mwene nokutoro rami.
I am Uduvira Bingana from the Ovaherero community, specifically the Ovambanderu people, from Omahaike region, but currently locating in Commerce.
Gift Simata, originally from the Kaikoa Traditional Authority and currently residing in Windhoek. Yes, I'm a Nama by origin.
Claudius Rirwako, but at home they would say Uhura Rirwako. My grandfather being Kwaima Rirwako, the chief that passed on from that was the chief of the Ovaherero people, and then Hosea Kutako also being my grandfather, and the heritage goes to some of Ovaherero. So genocide to me means a lot because I'm an actual descendant.
My name is Ramne Hambira. I'm a 21-year-old student studying political science at the University of Namibia.
It was quite a dehumanizing event, genuinely. So I do know that, like, obviously we can just go back to the Scramble for Africa, 1884, the German decides to colonize Namibia, what they used to call the German Southwest Africa at the time. So under the German rule, eventually they start taking the grazing lands, the pastures, the mineral-rich places, territories as their own and stuff like that. And eventually it pushed out the Ovaherero community to, you know, just away from their lands and their ancestral lands and so far.
The 1904 to 1908 genocide occurred after the 1884 impeachment, that I could say, by the Germans, after they found out that Namibia was an independent colony without an imperial state or without colonization by then. But then after the scramble, the genocide has occurred there. We have seen that the Nama and the Ovaherero were brutally killed, displaced, and they have suffered during this difficult 4-year period.
It was a divide and conquer strategy from the Germans to take, of course, what was ours as land, as cattle, as where we grazed at, and as
The execution or the massacre of the Ovaherero people, when General Lotto von Trotte issued the execution order saying that, like, all Hereros, men or women, armed or unarmed, they all must be executed. And when they were pushed into the desert, where they died from poisoned wells and all of that.
When the German people came to Namibia, they decided to take the cattle, the land from the Ovaherero people, and so the Ovaherero people started an uprising. So the Nama people were led by Hendrik Witbooi, which then they decided they are also going to join in this uprising because they felt like it was unfair that the Germans come and take all that wealth from the Ovaherero people. So that is what I know from the genocide.
Our culture and in terms of our identity, you know, it is no longer as prideful as it's supposed to be, if I could say that. And yeah, I feel like that's how it has affected us.
We have lost our roots, our culture. We have lost the population. We have lost who we are entirely. As we can see, the Nama people are a small number or a small minority community in the south.
We're big in numbers. Today we are very small in numbers.
I wouldn't say it has affected me personally, but as a community it has affected us greatly because as you can see, we are not that many in number. Like a lot of people died. People never got to meet their great-grandparents because of this genocide. So I would say family ties were cut short. History is not being passed down because most of our elders were killed in the war. So I would say we are missing out on like learning a most vital part about our history from our grandparents.
I would say it has affected us in a negative way because, as you know, the Germans have confiscated a lot of wealth from the Herero and the Nama people, and hence they are living off of that wealth still till today. And unfortunately, we as the offsprings of the Herero and the Nama people are in a position where we have to build from scratch to get our wealth, but it's not easy. So I think it did leave a lot of negative impact behind.
I don't think to the extent in which we must understand it. I think we take it for granted. I don't think we truly understand what our people did for us in those times. And I don't think we understand the brutality of the situation in terms of starvation, in terms of the working conditions, the sharp machinery, in terms of how even women and children were, you know, like raped and like mistreated, and were even part of the people that were killed during the genocide. And I don't think we understand the gravity of the situation and what it took for us to be able to proudly stand here today and say we are the Herero people or the Nama people or whatever we are, wherever we are from, you know.
They don't really understand because as young people we are also sort of very ignorant. We think that the genocide has happened quite a long time ago. No, our ancestors have fought, they have conquered.
There are those that get access to the information, those that go to school. But we do not know how further they dive into that knowledge they have when they learn at school. Because as much as they say no, school teaches you part, it teaches you the foundation of where it all started, and you just have to follow through. We need to understand the depth of the history for us to understand history.
I don't think they do because they don't take it as seriously because they were not the ones affected. They don't see the need to read up on it, but I think it's very important that we keep our history alive and keep our roots because we are remembering the fallen heroes who we should thank that we are here today, standing here today. It's because of their sacrifice that we're able to stand here and be grateful that we are alive today.
I don't think they understand the depth of actually what happened during the genocide and how it's still affecting us today.
It's important to remember. It is so important to remember what it took for us to be here because it helps us be so grateful for what we have today, helps us be so grateful as a country for how far we've come in terms of just like identity. And it's also important for cultural like restoration, you know, for us to keep our languages, our traditions, our customs, our norms, and just like be able to live with one another in harmony in spite of how different we are. I think it's very important because it helps us understand our roots.
As a young person, history is very important because there is a say that says, if you don't know from where you come from, you are blown to say as a leaf, where the wind blows to the east, you go to the east. But then with history, you know who you are, what your community has gone through, what your community is trying to heal from, and what your community looks forward to.
We should not forget where we come from at all. It will be a taboo for me if you forget where you come from and your heritage.
Remembrance is important to remember our fallen heroes because these people laid down their lives for us. They fought the good fight, so I think it's very important to commemorate our fallen heroes. Sorry.
I think it's very important so that we can know our identity, so that we can know that we are people who can fight for our rights even though we are not heard. You can see like our leaders, Samuel Maerero, Hendrik Witbooi, they did start an uprising because they saw the injustice that was taking place, not just to think that you are a minority in this country, but to actually understand why we are a minority today. It's because of the events that happened in the past, and that we are people and that we come from something. However, that past was stolen, but we can always restore it with time.
Now, before that insert of the youth, we were recapping on this morning's commemoration activities in the Omusati region. And now we cross over to the Oshana region, where we have the regional governor, Hofni Pinge, officially introduce the keynote speaker, Sanet Steenkamp, Minister of Education, Innovation, Sports, Arts and Culture. Let's have a look.
Yes, another item. Wow. That was fantastic. That was marvelous. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Mukorobo Cultural Group, for that extraordinary performances. Yes, I believe I'm going to be forgiven because I did not announce our ablution facilities. They are just as you go out on your right at the southern side, they are that side. For the male, it's on my right, and for the ladies, on your left. Thank you very much. Yes, as I indicated earlier, that we are two directors of this proceeding. I will end here. Thank you, thank you, thank you for listening to me. Thank you. Okay, our choir, may I request you to give us item while I invite His Worship, Councillor Leonard Hango, to come and continue where I've ended. Thank you.
Thank you, my co-director, for steering this program since from the beginning up to this point. I am Leonard Hango, the town mayor for Oshakati Local Authority. Honorable Minister, Honorable Governor, and all of us in attendance, we are here today to commemorate the lives of the fallen heroes and heroines who perished through the brutal killings that were perpetuated against them by the German colonial forces around 1904, 1905. May their life continues to rest in eternal peace. We are continuing with the program. Now, the good part is that we have our keynote speaker of the day who will narrate to us very well as to what happened, why are we here, what should we do as a nation. Unfortunately, it is only one person who knows who is this keynote speaker. And that only one person is our Honorable Governor of Oshana Region, Honorable Hofini Ipinge. Therefore, Honorable Hofini Ipinge, with all due respect, come and tell us who, talk to us and tell us all about on this very important and historic day. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Now you can go on. We remember, remember, we remember, we remember, we remember, we remember forever. We remember, we remember, we remember, we remember, we remember, we remember, we remember forever. We salute you, we salute you, we salute you, we salute you. We salute you. We salute. We salute you. We salute you forever. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you very much, my brother. Your Worship, the Mayor of Oshakati Town, Honorable Leonard Hango, and your co-director, for giving me the floor to introduce to you our keynote speaker. Honorable Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture, Dr. Sanet Steenkamp, Honorable Councillors, both for local and regional councillors present here, our Chief Executive or Chief Regional Officer of Oshana Region, and I also want to recognize the Chief Executive Officer of Oshakati. I saw him just behind somewhere there. Tatekulu Woshitunda Shondonga, Tatekulu Onkwanirwa, Tatenangolo Shumbwa, Akalirwapo, Komna Chipundi, Werero Yondonga, na traditional leaders amushe mulimuno nena na ndisimaneke o tate oswachivute ndi mwete eriko ni mahuya ano hakuti etungwa yasikirira ombepo nondwete okuviteko nawa stachiningwa mpano nena shosho wete oche mkuthamo mtumba opwe okupwakina ka popi aeshe nokudhimbulukwa pamwe natse esiku yo maepeko ya nahenda yomvo oviri omathero mugoyi nane until the 1904 to 1908 or Genocide Remembrance njitatu popile na mpano shono shali shetithwa ano kukumwe mbono tuna as a United Nation to be in solidarity with those who perished during those years. It's a very, very good history. My brother Tatewalenga here just give us a hint on what exactly happened and why did we choose to come and celebrate it here in Ondangwa as a historical or one of the historical sites in Oshana region. As we heard today that this morning we went to lay a wreath anoko mpampaya tatekuru onkwanirwa Kambonde. Oyo ndo twalire ongula na otayako o tukempesimaneko setukempulewe opotuvuro kuyako meshono shituthishi ini moido ene itoya shike ukirira ono kupopya na kwa mpungu otherwise itashikara shinao. Therefore, let me thank the delegation njitwaire na ongura yonena utate nkwanirwa opotuka pewe o light of way tuepo mpampa donkwanirwa tate kuruka mbonde opotuka tukempesimaneko opwamweno mapenda foroma kwa oga karara ngono ugu airi gumwe gomuyo ngashisha popwa kucho kwara gongera arumentu ye yomathirega hitatu mpono opuya kapopira a mwameme mbayali tadhe ngwa kom tondi mburu kom Germany ano pita mbi aita ipopo amano po amakali mjono yali yasindikwa nonduete kucha inaiha unene konoli yoshilongo oyali yaruwa mpe apo amakali na a Germany mbono yali yasindikwa no yali yashuna otate kambonde yali ya organizinga akuita mbono opo tumone ompito yoku vena ponenge yokuina omarugo oludhi luthikembo na ndisimanekeo omukutumbiki wiipundi yetu moshana Regional Council tatekuru Abraham Kaushweni, traditional leaders of faith-based and civic organizations, distinguished guests, our entertainers. Today we are not celebrating, we are commemorating. Ashikire otatinga moshwambo kucha ai pwalio mkuyu omafo hotara anopwa siro njamba omasipa hotara inatupwapo. We are still here to defend the territorial integrity of this country. Therefore, what happens between our nation and the Germans, they never finished us. Tatikuru ni omohati ohiri na taeya shito ya poshiti. We are still coming, we are here, and they will defend the territorial integrity of our land to the best of our ability. And we have it. Now Namibia is free forever, and we should be united as one Namibia, one nation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. As we gather here today in solemn remembrance, we are reminded that Genocide Remembrance Day is not merely an event of our national calendar, but a sacred occasion of reflection, truth, healing, and national consciousness. It is a day upon which we pause to honor the memory of innocent men, women, and children who suffered immeasurably under colonial oppression and genocide. Today, we remember the pain endured by our ancestors, the displacement of communities, the destruction of livelihood, and the deep scares that continue to echo through generations. We remember not to reopen wounds, but to preserve the truth of our history and ensure that the suffering and sacrifices of our people are never erased from the page of history. As Namibians, we carry a collective responsibility to safeguard the dignity of those who came before us. Their resilience, courage, and unwavering determination in the face of unimaginable hardship laid the foundation for the freedom, peace, and democracy that we are enjoying today. It is therefore incumbent upon all of us, particularly the younger generation, to continue learning about our history, to value unity and human dignity, and to stand firm against all forms of discriminations, injustice, and division. This commemoration also serves as a reminder that reconciliation and nation building are strengthened through acknowledgement, dialogue, education, and remembrance. We must continue to build a Namibia founded upon justice, inclusivity, mutual respect, and shared prosperity for all of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed privileged and honored to have with us today the Honorable Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports and Culture, Dr. Steen Steenkamp, and also members of Parliament. Among us them, there is Feni Nanyeni, is a daughter from this area, who are graciously accepted to deliver the keynote address on this important occasion. Her presence here today demonstrates government's continued commitment towards preserving our history, promoting national consciousness, and educating future generations about the importance of remembrance and unity. Without further ado, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Minister, Dr. Sanet Steenkamp, to deliver the keynote address. Can you raise and join me to receive our Honorable Minister to come and address us? Honorable Minister, the podium is yours, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. I think we can safely say it's good afternoon already. A lovely good afternoon to you all, and thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience, waiting for us while we attended to another important ceremony, and that you are still present and sharing in this very beautiful yet solemn moments that we have. Esteemed Director of Ceremonies, our worships, the mayors, thank you for doing such an excellent job. I wish to recognize and thank Honorable Hofni Alugodi Ipinge, the Governor of Oshana Region, for this beautiful invitation and being with you. Esteemed Honorable Members of Parliament, especially Honorable Feni Nanyeni, the Honorable Chairperson of the Oshana Regional Council, esteemed other Honorable Members from both regional and local authorities. I wish also to recognize His Worship, the Deputy Mayor, Amadila, who's been with us since last night when we engaged the youth and community members. I'm very pleased that we have the Chairperson of the Ondonga Traditional Authority, Mr. John Walenga, present with us. We are excited that you joined us, all of you. I see our uniformed forces, the Deputy Commissioner for the Police, Commissioner Nashandi, all Namibia Correctional Service members. Thank you for honoring our forefathers and everyone present here today. The Chief Regional Officer, Ms. Teopolina Hamutumwa, Dr. and Professor Andrew Nikondo from NAST, Mr. Oswald Shavute, you are a household name. We just love and appreciate you, and we have many who have learned from you. Thank you for joining us today as well. Veterans of the liberation struggle, religious and traditional leaders, members of the media, fellow Namibians, all of you who are here, you are here because your heart's desire was to be present, to feel, to experience, to share, to contribute, but also to mourn and to remember. I'm deeply honored as a child born in the South. My roots started there, but I branched out and I spent 18 years of my life in the northern regions. My house actually is still in Ondangwa. I'm still paying rates and taxes in Ondangwa. I worked for 10 years in Oshana region, and for the 10 years, 8 of them were in Ondangwa and 2 in Oshakati. And then I moved to Inanna for 8 years, before I moved to Windhoek. So when I received this invitation, I must state to you, Honorable Governor, how humbled and honored I felt to be returning to another home, another Namibian home. And thank you that I can join you today on this important occasion of the Genocide Remembrance Day. I know that elsewhere, as we speak, across 14 regions, we gather as a united nation to honor the memory of the victims of the 1904-1908 genocide committed against the Ovaherero and Nama people during the German colonial rule in Namibia. And this day calls upon us to remember history and also confront it with honesty, with discomfort if need be, yet with dignity and national consciousness, as mentioned by the Honorable Governor. On this day, in 2025, during the inaugural Genocide Remembrance Day, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, stood before the nation and declared, and I wish to quote what she said. She said, Genocide Remembrance Day enters our calendar of a public holiday to symbolize unity of purpose, inclusivity, and nation building. This day of memory brings hope not only to the affected communities, but to all Namibians who seek to build a future that is grounded in the shared understanding and appreciation of our collective history, including our ongoing efforts in reconciliation and nation building. End of quote. May I kindly request that we all rise and observe a moment of silence in honor of the victims of the genocide and all those who championed the recognition of this painful chapter in our history. May their souls continue to rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Directors of Ceremony, the 1904-1908 War of Resistance remain one of the most defining chapters in Namibia's history. Faced with dispossession, oppression, and colonial violence, our people rose with courage and determination to defend their land, their dignity, and their identity. Under the leadership of Chief Samuel Ovaherero and later Captain Hendrik Witbooi and many other brave leaders, the Ovaherero and Nama communities resisted colonial occupation. Yet in response, the Imperial Germany deployed overwhelming military force under General Lothar von Trotha, resulting in the Battle of Waterberg, the extermination orders, forced displacement into the Omaheke Desert, and the deaths of thousands through thirst, starvation, and brutality. Many survivors were further subjected to inhumane conditions in concentration camps, forced labor, and racial experiments. These atrocities left deep scars on our nation and are therefore rightly recognized today as the Herero and Nama genocide. I was deeply touched by the multicultural group choir. You each owned a shared history by expressing your heritage, language, your feelings and emotion. I couldn't help to be transported back to the south when I heard the Nama anthem. Thank you. Today we remember the Ovaherero and Nama people who were hunted, who were starved, poisoned and worked to death, not because of anything that they did, but simply for who they were and what they stood for and what they believed in. We remember the sacred ground of Lüderitz, Shark Island. We remember Omaheke. We remember Waterberg. We remember the chains, the forced labor, the deliberate extermination of families, of names, of identities. And we remember here, right here in Oshana, where remembrance must travel. We've heard of the shared history by Mr. John Walenga. I listened to the King speaking this morning and how he articulated already then a shared humanity that existed between the people. That time in the 1900s already, the kinships between men and women. We commemorate today, we commemorate at Shark Island as we speak, Ochinene, Kunene, Komas, Ohangwena, everywhere in Namibia, in households, in villages, in small holdings, on farms, right where we are, we remember. I would be less honest if I stand here and I did not acknowledge that this commemoration in Oshana actually led to a lot of questions. I must acknowledge that many people were expressing how they feel and what they think about the commemoration being here initially. And these questions asked are rightly so. They are honest. It's a fair question. It's an honest question. And it also deserves an honest answer. We have learned already the historical context. I wish to say to those who carry the history in their blood, the Ovaherero and the Nama people, that we will not take away your pain, your grief, or the mourning. We are sharing it with you. The sacred ground of Lüderitz, of Shark Island, and of Waterberg, that soil holds something that no ceremony anywhere can replicate. The memory that lives there lives in a way that is physical when you visit Shark Island or Waterberg. It's physical, it's ancestral, and it's irreplaceable. We do not pretend otherwise. We do not come to Oshana or Hangwena or Ochinene or Kunene or everywhere else to replace that sacred ground and what it means to the descendants. We would never do that. We come here, we came to be with everyone to extend the circle of mourning and to embrace a new circle of healing. And that is why this morning, with the cultural groups who performed, you were actually saying, you killed our people, but their legacy lives on. We will sing, we will dance, we will be joyful, we will be alive, we will use our language, we will celebrate the people that we are. And you allowed us all to join into that. So as Namibians, we shall never forget the painful history. We honor the bravery and the sacrifice of our forebears and resistance leaders, including Samuel Maherero, Hendrik Witbooi, Cornelius Friedrichs, Jacob Marenga, Mandume ya Ndumefayo, Nehale Liai Mpangana, Ipumbu ya Shilongo, Kambonde Kamipingana, where today I had the honor of being introduced and visiting his ancestral grave and laying a wreath. That is a shared history. We are writing new chapters as Namibians. We are building on the work of those in resistance. And there are so many others that we can still mention. It was their courage that laid the foundation for the liberation struggle that was later carried forward by our national leaders such as Chief Hosea Kutako, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nuyoma, and Andimba Toivo ya Toivo. And it is their legacy that will continue to influence all of us positively and inspire our nation towards the unity and the resilience and the freedom which we must know came at a price. Ladies and gentlemen, Genocide Remembrance Day is about reflecting on the past and accepting responsibility for the future. And therefore, it's crucial that remembrance must strengthen our commitment to justice, to reconciliation, and national unity. The genocide committed against the Ovaherero and Nama people was an insult and an assault on human dignity itself, and its impact continues to be felt across generations. And yet, despite immense suffering, our people preserved their identity, their culture, and their hope, as we have just noticed and experienced. As we commemorate this day here in Oshana region and elsewhere in the country, we are indeed compelled to remember that genocide remembrance is a national responsibility. It was said by Her Excellency, our Governor for Oshana mentioned it again. The pain of one part of the nation ultimately becomes the pain of the entire nation. And I said earlier that remembrance must travel, taking note that grief, when it is true, does not have regional boundaries or fences. As the ministry entrusted with education, innovation, youth, sports, arts, and culture, we recognize the importance of preserving historical truth. And education must therefore continue to empower young people with a historical understanding, with ethical leadership, and respect for human dignity. Our schools, cultural institutions, and heritage programs must continue to preserve this truth of our past while promoting peace, tolerance, and reconciliation. Esteemed Namibians, directors, ceremony, in recent years, Namibia has taken important steps towards confronting this painful history through the repatriation of ancestral human remains from Germany. These were perceived to be artifacts, and to us, they are not historical artifacts, but our ancestors, our mothers, fathers, children, and community members whose dignity have been violated even in death. The repatriation ceremonies that we had in 2011, 2014, and 2018 became significant moments of national reflection and process towards healing. The return of the ancestral remains reaffirmed the importance of historical truth, restorative justice, and human dignity. In these solemn moments, we are reminded, as both Namibians and the international communities, that genocide is not only measured by the lives that were lost, but also by the enduring trauma carried across generations. And therefore, we must pray about generational trauma. And we must actively, in our households, in our families, communities, we must work on healing processes about generational trauma. As a nation, we continue to honor the memory of those ancestors whose remains were taken from this land during colonial occupation and whose return became a powerful symbol of remembrance and resilience. It is said that a nation that forgets its history risks repeating its tragedies. And therefore, it's at ceremonies such as these that we commemorate and that we must in future continue to invest in historical research, cultural preservation, memorialization, and dialogue. And we must create spaces where communities can share their stories with dignity and authenticity, and where future generations can learn from the past. And I think tonight we must start building fires outside in the yards again. And we just start building that fire, and we start by telling one story, and another story will be following, and a third story will follow, this time with laughter. There will be tears, there will be joy, and there will be stories that are told, imprinted in the hearts of the people. Ladies and gentlemen, genocide remembrance is not just restricted to Namibia. Genocide remembrance is also a global call for humanity. In a world still affected by conflict and racism, displacement, and intolerance, now more than ever, Namibia is a country, as a people, must continue to stand firm for human dignity, for justice, and for prevention of atrocities against humanity. Our message to the world is clear, and we are unapologetic about this, that no people should ever again endure such suffering. Today, as we honor the memory of the victims and survivors, we also celebrate the resilience of the Namibian spirit. We celebrate the communities who endured unimaginable hardship, yet refused to surrender their identity, their culture, and heritage. May their memory continue to inspire us towards compassion, unity, but also national renewal. As we move forward as one Namibia, we pray that this day strengthens our collective determination to truly build a society founded upon justice, equity, but also issues of self-respect, mutual respect, and a shared humanity. We are Namibians together. And being Namibians means that we carry each other's history. We share a history. Not because it's demanded by politics, but because humanity demands that. I thank you all for being here, for embracing the truth of a shared remembrance, a shared history, a common understanding. And I pray that the souls of those who perished, that they may find their rest in our remembrance. And may Namibia and all of Namibia never forget. I thank you.
Sanet Steenkamp solemnly remembering the victims of genocide. We now cross over to the Ovaherero region, where we have Stephanus Ndengu, the chairperson of the Commas Regional Council, delivering not the keynote, but rather the remarks of the Commas Regional Governor. Let's have a look.
Thank you very much, Director of Program, both two. Thank you very much. With respect, let me or allow me to stand to the protocol as it's already established. As I'm going just to recognize a few. Right Honorable Dr. Eria Ngurare, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Minister or Deputy Ministers present here today, Honorable Pio Ganetti, Governor of Ovaherero Region, Honorable Hamnyera Hambiuka, Governor of Kavango East, traditional leader from the affected community, chairperson of the regional councillors, regional and local authority councillors, was born at a place then called as Okangondo, what is today called Sis. When the colonial settlers come and reshaped this land by force, her family, like so many other families, uprooted. They were displaced to Ovaherero, Chachinene, and eventually to OK, where our family remain to today. Her journey was that of the dispositions, and it is a journey shared by thousands of families across this country. Those names, cattle and land were taken from them by the same machinery of colonial violence. We commemorate today. Therefore, when I stand here, I do not stand as outsider. I stand as a grandson of this land. And I stand representative of its memory. The Commas Regional is deeply honored to be here. We do not take it right that we have been instructed to bring this inter-regional commemoration to Ojinene, to this ground, to this community. Commas come not as a visitor, but as a fellow inheritor. of this painful history. In solidarity with all descendants and all Namibian who recognize that and they recognize what happened here concern every one of us. We owe this to hundreds of thousands of Ovaherero, Namas and Damara, life extinguished by colonial designs. We owe it to those who were headed into concentration camps on the Sheikh Island and elsewhere subjected to forced labors, medication experimentation, and systematical demonstrations. We owe it to the children who grow up without parents and the parents who watched their children perish in the desert with no water, with no mercy. Their memory shall not be silenced. We therefore call upon all Namibians, especially young Namibians, to learn for this history. Visit this place, listen to the elders, understand what lost and what was endorsed to that you could exist. The genocide trip our ancestor of land, country, language, names, and dignity. Our task today and always is to restore what was taken through memory, what was taken through education, what was taken through unity, and what was taken through unshakable commitment to never forget. The Commerce region is proud and humbled to stand here with you. We leave this place today with heavy heart and a strong resolve to remember, to honor, and to build Namibian worth of those died so that we may live. The struggle for memory, justice, and dignity will continue. Gathering here today for combination of the three regions is a sign of unity. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, to deliver such a powerful speech on behalf of Commerce Regional Government.
And that's how we conclude today, 28 May 2026, Genocide Remembrance Commemoration. NBC, of course, making sure to broadcast all the regional official commemoration programs of the 14 different regions right here on NBC One and its digital platforms. May we always remember and also honor the victims of genocide. From me, Crystal Nassau, and the entire NBC team that made this broadcast possible, would like to thank you for staying with us until this time. And of course, at 1900 hours, you can catch a documentary, first ever documentary on the genocide concentration camps. Please don't go away, as that will start at 1900 hours. But from us here at the NBC studios and across the country, we want to say thank you for viewing with us today, and bye-bye.